Qi cultivators, although destined for a tumultuous fate, are frequently accompanied by calamities. But once the tribulation qi has dissipated, even if they encounter danger, it is far from the death tribulation. Naturally, they can turn disaster into fortune, and danger into safety. In other words, today is not Chu Zheng's death day. Are you a qi cultivator? A flicker of confusion passed through Cangyun's eyes. The ancestral Tao of the great universe was familiar to him, but he had indeed never dealt with a qi cultivator before. Having lived to this day, not yet 1,000 years old and most of his time spent fighting Otherkind throughout all heavens, the types of living creatures he had encountered were quite limited. Venturing deep into the territory of the Immortal Alliance was also the first time he had left the martial hall from such a distance. Moreover, qi cultivators were rare to begin with, mainly active across the Myriad realms, making chances of encountering one even scarcer. The next instant, he suddenly realized, his expression changing instantly, "You're Chu Zheng?" The immortal power emanating from the person in front of him could not be faked. With both qi refining and immortal path being cultivated, and both to no shallow extent, apart from Chu Zheng who had recently caused a stir in both the immortal martial arts and golden immortal circles, there could be no other. Chu Zheng's name had already spread among the upper echelons of the martial hall, and Cangyun had even heard rumors that the martial hall had specifically arranged for people to secretly hunt down Chu Zheng. He never expected to encounter him here. Quickly, Cangyun stabilized his mind, his expression returning to calm. Aside from a newly ascended Daluo golden immortal in the qi refining lineage, there were no others at the ancestral realm. He was just a qi cultivator, and even a strong ancestral Tao was now dead, so it seemed unlikely any significant waves could be stirred. I heard that the Immortal Alliance has been looking for you everywhere. It seems now that they don't value you that highly. Nonetheless, I have other prey to hunt. Today, by a twist of fate, slaying you by hand would also count as a remarkable achievement. Cangyun's voice paused slightly, and a blood mark appeared on his brow, resembling a spirit deer. Its bones and sinews emitted a rosy light and blood qi surged like tides under the starry dome, condensing into blood-colored divine chains. The divine chains were entwined with an intimidating aura of malevolence. The approaching starlight was drawn into them and turned to ash. He no longer wished to waste words on Chu Zheng, nor did he hold back. With a light movement of his fingers, he pulled thousands upon thousands of divine chains. Suppress. The next instant, the divine chains fell like myriad meteors, tearing through the starry sky and dragging dazzling blood trails across the universe, pressing down on Chu Zheng's Dharma phase. Chu Zheng took a deep breath and infused some of the immortal qi he had accumulated into his body, tearing through the barriers of a three calamities true immortal and actively invoking the five elements Great Tribulation. The earth element primordial qi quickly depleted from his spleen, giving rise to strands of gung metal qi with the surging blood qi reaching into his lungs. As he breathed, Chu Zheng's lungs suddenly expanded, the fine blood vessels were as if painted in gold, the heart fire throbbing within his heart was invoked, beginning to suppress the rising lung gold qi. Within thousands of miles, the starry sky instantly erupted with dazzling golden light, transforming into a dominion of interwoven swords and blades made of white gold. Freed from the constraints of heaven and earth, the five elements Great Tribulation revealed its true form, gung metal sharp qi steaming, nearby stars all devoured, turned into swords, their blades aimed directly at Chu Zheng. Cangyun, too, was enveloped within the range of the Great Tribulation. In an instant, his surroundings were filled with swords and spears, the sharp qi piercing through flesh and bone. Attempting to transcend the tribulation amid battle, aiming to perish together? Cangyun's expression became shocked, and a coldness overflowed his eyes. Preposterous. It's like an arm blocking a vehicle, an egg striking stone. Crack, before his words fell, the divine chains formed from intertwined blood qi were crushed by the incandescent gung metal qi, and countless blades lunged straight for his face. Before the blades could touch, wisps and strands of sharp qi had already cut blood marks across his body. Caught off guard, Cangyun had no time to dodge. His left shoulder was pierced by a white-hot long spear, blood spurting out. Seeing the blood spilling from his shoulder, Cangyun's breath choked. He had cultivated the spirit deer body refining technique, and his body had been baptized several times with the giant deer divine blood. Ordinarily, low-grade immortal treasures could not harm him in the slightest, but now, under the weapon formed by the gunmetal chi, it felt like thin paper, breaking upon contact. How could a 5 elements great tribulation possess such might? Remembering some secret talks about the immortal path, Cangyun couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. The higher one's immortal path talent, the more terrifying the 5 elements great tribulation they faced. Was Zhang's immortal path talent truly so high? Was he injured just by a strand of gunmetal chi? Coming back to his senses, Cangyun dared not dally, and looking towards Zhu Xuaning and Yang Hong not far away, he let out a harsh shout, "Retreat!" If he was in such a state, their cultivation was even weaker, and they were in constant danger of losing their lives. Zhu Xuaning did not hesitate. Transforming into a streak of sword chi, she took Yang Hong with her, tearing through the void, and instantaneously exited the range enveloped by the gunmetal tribulation. Zhu did not pursue them. The gunmetal chi within his body had already reached a critical point, and the heart fire being stimulated burned fiercer and fiercer. His heart and lungs were fully permeated by the white-hot gunmetal chi. Every breath was as if his heart and lungs were pierced by thousands of needles, the agony indescribable. The relatively weak golden immortal root simply couldn't convert the dreadful yuan chi. Zhu could only keep injecting it into his chi refinement's cultivation to share the burden. As his chi refinement's cultivation advanced, the invisible tribulation chi also began to grow. At this moment, Zhu had no capacity to worry about these things, only pushing this tribulation chi as much as possible to the spirit tree avatar far across the star sea. With this avatar in place, he could at least ensure he wouldn't fall into the death tribulation. No matter how perilous the situation, there would still be a sliver of chance for survival. Li Xuan, who had been sent to the edge of the battlefield by Zhu, saw the gunmetal tribulation and could not help but exhibit a look of utter shock in her eyes. She, too, was of superior quality immortal bone, but the scene when she faced her tribulation was dozens of times smaller than Zhang's. Judging by this, Zhu would reach at least the 4th tribulation middle stage after getting through this, and perhaps even the 4th tribulation late stage, equivalent to an overnight ascension. Such a leap in cultivation was unheard of, even in her many years amidst the Immortal Alliance. Watching Zhu amidst his tribulation, Li Shuang's jaws clenched tight, and she turned to leave. She could be of no help there, and finding reinforcements was the priority. After barely subduing the restless gold element primordial chi within him, Zhu looked towards the distant star sea. Cangyun and the other 2 hesitated to leave, evidently not ready to give up so easily. The tribulation would last for at least several days, and with such a commotion, it may even attract covetous evil demons from the shadows. After a brief contemplation, Zhu took a deep breath, and a large mouthful of gunmetal sharp chi poured into his lungs from his throat. He could not wait for help from the Immortal Alliance. This battle must be swift and decisive. Exhale, with light opening of his teeth, a fierce divine light spilled from Zhu's throat, and all the immortal power within his body began to burn as he suddenly exhaled a long breath. The moment the gunmetal sharp chi left his mouth, it transformed into countless blazing white long swords, intertwined with terrifyingly sharp chi, tearing through billions of miles of star sea, striking directly at Cangyun and the other 2. Instantly, the starry river was severed, every blazing white sword heavier than stars, as if a cluster of stars were falling, leaving countless cracks within the star sea. Cangyun's face changed wildly, the power of this attack far exceeding his expectations. Open! Along with a fierce shout, the blood deer's sinewy bulges emerged on Cangyun's forehead, a shadow of a divine deer vaguely appeared behind him. In the next instant, his blood chi reversed the flow within his body, suddenly swelling to over 3 times his size. With muscles rising, he turned to protect Zhu Xuaning and Yang Hong in his embrace. Pft, pft, pft. The divine deer shadow was instantly shredded by the sword chi, and his broad back was torn apart by the sword chi, leaving hundreds of sword marks of various sizes, with blood gushing forth. Cangyun's form weakened, his pale spine exposed, temporarily unable to rise again. He paid no heed to his own wounds. Suddenly looking up at the distant starry sky, he let out a long howl. "Great Saint, save me! Save me, Great Saint!" Cangyun's plea for help pierced through the void, spreading into the vast star sea. Hearing the term Great Saint, Chu Zhang's expression froze. He had narrowly escaped a calamity at the hands of a great saint of martial path once before, but the ordeal had inevitably left some shadows in his mind. A great saint of the martial path was not something he could contend with at his current level. A mere wisp of their blood chi was enough to crush him to death. Chu Zhang's heartstrings tensed instantly as he began to sense his own tribulation chi. After a moment, a flicker of confusion passed through his eyes. The tribulation chi by his side was utterly calm. It was nowhere near triggering the predestined tribulations, let alone the so-called death tribulation. Cangyun's eyes were hollow as he stared at the empty starry sky, his mind momentarily numb. By rights, the great saint should have appeared the moment he called out, but now it was like a stone sunk in the ocean, with not the slightest response. "I'll try to buy you some time. Look for a chance to escape." Cangyun looked down at the two before him, his voice gradually sinking. No matter what unexpected events had occurred, without external aid, the chance of all three of them escaping intact from the current situation with Chu Zhang was highly unlikely. Zhu Xuaning's complexion changed slightly. "Senior brother, that won't do." Yang Hong, mustering strength despite his severe injuries, spoke firmly, "Both of you are the rising stars of the martial hall. It would be a pity to fall here. My talents are average, but I might still be able to fight and perhaps buy some time." At this moment, would Chu Zhang need more than 2 moves to kill you too? "Stop talking nonsense and go." Cangyun raised his palm and gently pushed the two away. Turning back to face Chu Zhang, he fell silent as the blood deer brand on his forehead suddenly spread like ink, completely merging into the spirit platform. The wounds on his back began to heal at a rate visible to the naked eye, and his pale complexion quickly returned to rosiness. Chu Zhang's eyes were full of spiritual light, and he instantly saw Cangyun's condition. This was a martial cultivator burning their last life force, a technique of igniting their life in exchange for a brief moment of glory using their lifeblood. Boom! Cangyun suddenly exerted force, and the large star beneath his feet exploded. Blood chi rose like plumes of smoke as he charged into the gunmetal tribulation. The gunmetal sharp chi was stirred, transforming into blades and spears, swords and halberds, all aiming for his limbs and body. Pft, pft. In an instant, nearly half of the flesh on his body was scraped away by the gunmetal chi, leaving his internal organs clearly visible. But in that instant, he had reached the center of the Great Tribulation, broke through the Dharma phase, and came before Chu Zhang's main body. His shredded flesh continued to wriggle, healing frantically. Meanwhile, Cangyun's hair had already turned gray, and his originally youthful face, at 20, now looked nearly 50. He spread his arms, his muscles trembling together, using his own body as shackles to tightly wrap around Chu Zhang. Crack, along with a series of light sounds of breaking bones, Cangyun's ribs began to grow wildly, like the antlers of a giant deer, stabbing into Chu Zhang's chest and abdomen, piercing through and out the other side, accompanied by a glaring blood-red ominous light, penetrating his viscera. The intense pain from his viscera made Chu Zhang involuntarily let out a muffled grunt and take half a step back. This was the first time he had faced a martial cultivator in direct combat, and it was much more difficult than he had anticipated. At this moment, Cangyun's eyes were filled with a pure killing intent, devoid of any impurities. Golden light flickered between Chu Zhang's teeth, and his body was covered with white cracks. The gold element primordial chi was breaking his body apart, uncontrollably leaking out. Ultimately, it was still because his golden immortal root was too weak. He couldn't use the surging primordial chi in time. If he had a gold element spiritual object to compensate, he wouldn't be in such a difficult situation now. Chu Zhang suppressed the faintly twitching nerve, activated the healing panel, and simultaneously exercised great divine power of chi collection and heaven repairing, beginning to forcefully extract the blood chi from Cangyun's body to heal his own injuries. At the same time, the gung metal chi continued to gather from all directions, and in a moment's time, Gong Jun's flesh was riddled like a sieve, almost turning into a pool of blood and mud. As the lifeblood burned out, Gong Jun's broken body eventually collapsed to the ground, the light in his eyes gradually dimming. Looking at Gong Jun, who was only left with a last breath, Chu Jing bowed his head and asked, "You specialize in the heavenly slaughter demon slaying scripture, so who is Yu to you?" "That's my mentor." Gong Jun murmured subconsciously, and after reacting, he suddenly looked up, his eyes about to split, his voice nearly breaking in a roar. "The death of Baiyu Great Saint is related to you too? He took on the task from Martial Hall to claim my life and now lies boneless. You, as his disciple, today will thus end the cause and effect." Chu Jing said no more, raised his hand, and emitted a streak of sword chi, beheading him. After confirming Gong Jun's death, Chu Jing then looked up toward two figures not far away. Zhu Xuaning and Yang Hong had returned, both with cold expressions. "This region of the world has been sealed off, with no exit or entry. You must have had assistance early on. People from the Immortal Alliance always feign pretense, it truly disgusts me." With a cold shout from Zhu Xuaning, her eyes icy, her blood chi gradually boiling, a 3-foot green blade slid into her palm. Behind her appeared an illusory starry sky, showing the phenomenon of 9 stars strung together. The blade traced across the starry sky, igniting a red spiritual light akin to that of the great sun true flame. Without uttering a word, Chu Zhang's gaze calm, he lifted his wrist, flicked his fingers, and a blazing white sword chi soared across the starry sky. Before Zhu Xuaning could strike, the chi preemptively slashed, directly beheading the two. The heads flew up, propelled 1,000 feet high by the boiling blood chi, blood sprinkling the starry sky. Chu Jing suppressed the injuries on his body, while refining the gold element primordial chi, he scanned his surroundings, and bowed in respect. "I do not know which senior has lent their aid, please reveal yourself so I may express my gratitude in person." Whether it be the great saint from Gong Jun's remarks or the sealed world mentioned by Zhu Xuaning, it all pointed to someone providing covert assistance, otherwise, today would not have proceeded so smoothly. Incredible. Along with a light sigh, a figure emerged from the void, walking slowly to Chu Zhang's side. The falling golden lineage Great Tribulation around seemed to be none of his concern, not affecting him in the slightest, as if existing in a different space and time. "Elder Shang?" Seeing the person's face, Chu Jing took in a sharp breath. He had thought of many possibilities, but he had never expected it to be Shang Tsongyun lending a hand again. The chi-refining lineage is truly blessed with unique advantages, although stumbling in early strides and showing mediocre combat power. Once the cultivation matures, its combat capability cannot be underestimated. Admiration filled Shang Tsongyun's eyes. "Your current combat power, even compared to a martial cultivator, is a bit stronger. No wonder Ancestral Tao was able to overcome the ancient times despite facing enemies all over the world." "Thank you, Senior." Chu Jing took a deep breath and bowed deeply again, expressing his great gratitude. "This time again, I'm graced by the enormous favor of the Senior. Such kindness, I truly have no way to repay." Shang Tsongyun, having saved him from peril several times, had given him life anew. This immense favor, Chu Jing didn't know how he would repay it in the future. "Fan Long received your distress signal, and I came here specifically for you. It was just a convenient action, no need for such courtesy." Shang Tsongyun waved his hand and expressed some surprise. "Why were you in the vast universe before this?" Before at the vast universe great realm, time was too rushed, and many things had not been thoroughly inquired. Shang Tsongyun was somewhat puzzled as to why Chu Jing would appear there. Having contact with the vast universe great realm was somewhat too early for Chu Jing's current cultivation level. During my incarnation's tribulation, I had a chance encounter with an elder at the mythical realm, and thus I was able to enter the realm. Chu Jing suppressed the severe pain in his chest and replied solemnly. Shang Tsongyun glanced at the cracks on Chu Jing's body, did not pursue further questions, and waved his hand. "I have temporarily sealed off this area, no one will disturb you, you may focus on crossing your tribulation with peace of mind." "Thank you, Senior." Jing expressed his gratitude again and began to exert all his strength to stimulate the golden immortal root, converting the wildly pouring yuan qi into his body. This process was as painful as being pierced by thousands of arrows. Like the previous several tribulations, this golden tribulation lasted nearly 3 days, and Jing's cultivation was subsequently pushed into the middle stage of the fourth tribulations, and his qi refinement's cultivation was about to reach perfection of the early stage of heavenly immortal. The tirelessly operating golden immortal root showed signs of fatigue, but fortunately with the repair panel, he eventually made it through, though he would need some time to recover. Different from before, the tribulation qi this time was less than previously, perhaps due to Xuanyun's intervention, which could be considered as having blocked a tribulation for him. The blinding golden light gradually dissipated, and the starry sky returned to its original state, vast and empty. The previously densely packed dead stars had all been transformed into nourishment, merging into Jing's physique. This foundation had not yet been fully assimilated by Jing, and would need some time to gradually integrate. Xuanyun looked closely at Jing's physical body, his eyes full of admiration. Possessing the 5 elements immortal root altogether, such innate talent, I'm afraid, can only be achieved through the qi refining technique, and none of the secret techniques within the Immortal Alliance can attain such perfection of the 5 elements. This time Senior intervened again, facing off against the martial hall. Could it cause trouble? Jing was somewhat concerned, as Xuanyun was already facing threats from both the Immortal Alliance and the Myriad realms, and with the additional martial hall, it could be more troublesome. It's not worth mentioning as trouble. Even if I hadn't intervened, sooner or later when facing them, the martial hall would not let me go. Besides, the martial ancestor is near death, having entered the Yellow Springs, only unwilling to close his eyes, unable to let go of this mortal world. When the martial ancestor passes this battle, the martial hall is not necessarily guaranteed to win. The struggle for the Tao is just so, without distinction of right or wrong, good or evil, regardless of merit or disgrace, truth or falsehood, it's nothing more than life and death. As he said this, Xuanyun's gaze fell on Jing, his expression devoid of any hint of humor. One day, perhaps, you and I might also become enemies. On that day, how will you respond? Jing felt a slight heaviness in his heart. He understood the deeper meaning in Xuanyun's words. The struggle for the Tao is exactly like that, with no place for sentimentality. Complete heavenly fate represents the power to rewrite spacetime, to reshape the cycle of reincarnation. The supreme ruler of all spirits, the sole sovereign of both realms, the utmost pinnacle of the Tao, what kind of temptation are these for a cultivator? For a moment, Jing fell silent. If one day Xuanyun sought to kill him, would he just wait for death? Of course not. After a long pause, Jing resumed his usual expression and slowly spoke. If indeed that day comes, then naturally everyone will rely on their own skills. Rely on their own skills, Xuanyun couldn't help but chuckle softly, his eyes astonishingly bright. Jing, I indeed did not save the wrong person. I have asked Court Immortal this question in the past. Do you know what his response to me was? Jing shook his head, but in his heart, he had some premonitions. Having interacted with Zhao Tingxian a few times, he could vaguely sense Zhao Tingxian's temperament. Born with a fire spirit body, he entered Taixuan Holy Land by a twist of fate. For the sake of cultivation, he diligently studied and even spared no effort in using alchemy method to temper his own flesh. After his tireless search for a way out bore no fruit, he obtained the water and fire dual cultivation method through the ancestral Tao statue, then turned around and crushed the ancestral Tao golden body inch by inch. Such a person, devoted to the path of cultivation, how could he be bound by the word favor? Court Immortal once replied to me, "Today you do not kill me, if the day comes when we truly cross swords, the one to die will surely be you. At that time you will have no regrets." Xuanyun slightly shook his head, his face losing its smile, his tone slightly heavy. For cultivators, it's okay to value gratitude and righteousness, but one cannot be bound by them. After all, cultivation is for oneself, especially for qi cultivators who contend with heaven for fate. How can they afford to be indecisive and faint-hearted? Your words today have preemptively severed any future concerns I might have about being lenient, and prove that my efforts have not been wasted. The greatest fear in this world is not doing something wrong, but regretting it. Once something is done, it's done, and if it's wrong, it's wrong. Learn the lesson and move on. Just never ever regret it. Xuanwu turned his head to look at the distant starry sky, his words tinged with determination. Once you start regretting, it means you're questioning your past self. If that's the case, how can you continue on your path? Your current self, in relation to the future, is also the past. Once regret takes root, your entire cultivation path will be negated, and you'll have no chance of advancing. The path you've been following will also disintegrate. If one day you do make the wrong choice, I hope you remember one thing: what you need to do at that moment is to keep going forward. Turn past mistakes into future momentum, only then will you have a chance to reach the other shore of the cultivation path. The junior has learned a lot. Chu Zhang's expression was solemn as he bowed deeply. Xuanwu's words enlightened him significantly. Although there were some parts he had yet to fully comprehend, it was still a substantial gain. I say these things only as a precedent for you to learn from, not intending to teach you anything. This is all I will say. Xuanwu raised his hand, dispelling the surrounding barriers, and prepared to leave. Somebody is coming for you. I can't stay here any longer. The battlefield is unpredictable, take care of yourself. As he was about to leave, he reminded again, in the vast universe great realm, when you come in contact with the space-time domain, you can still engage with it without hurry. It hides the mystery of reincarnation, which I am also still exploring. There's no need to rush this moment. If you have nowhere to go, the Immortal Alliance is not a bad place for temporary refuge. As a Qi cultivator, the path you take is different from mine and court immortals. The future is unpredictable. Although the Immortal Alliance is full of factions and can be quite frustrating, if you do what needs to be done, you will still receive quite a few resources, certainly more than wandering alone. After all, the Immortal Alliance is the Immortal Alliance. Standing tall since the ancient times and never falling, this fact alone proves its strength. The junior will keep this in mind. Chu Zhang bowed respectfully to see him off, and by the time he stood up again, Xuanwu's figure had disappeared. A few breaths later, from the distant starry sky, suddenly came a call, "Inspector." Li Xuan hurried over with several true immortals, relieved to see Chu Zhang unharmed. Chu Zhang took a glance. Among the true immortals who had come in a rush, none were serving in the punishment authority. Clearly, it was because of their personal relationship with Li Xuan that they had come to assist, not fully aware of the situation. From the initial transmission to now, Chu Zhang had yet to see anyone from the punishment authority. If Xuanwu hadn't learned of his whereabouts from Fan Long, it's likely no one would be willing to come here. The reason for this was something Chu Zhang had come to understand by now. His status as a Qi cultivator was already a significant threat to the cultivators within the Immortal Alliance. The unpredictability of tribulations and natural disasters are difficult to defend against, and even for Qi cultivators who have grown accustomed to such situations, they can at times be overwhelming. For the cultivators of the Immortal Alliance, this was even more the case. Getting involved in a Qi cultivator's tribulation could cost them their lives with a single misstep, erasing thousands or tens of thousands of years of arduous cultivation all at once. If the roles were reversed, Chu Zhang himself, faced with such circumstances, would not reach out to help. Even if something unexpected happened, it would just be the death of an unrelated Qi cultivator. Those three from the martial hall earlier? Looking at the vast and empty starry sky around her, Li Xuan wore a puzzled expression and turned to Chu Zhang, somewhat confused. Could it be that they have retreated? Those three are dead, no need to ask any further. Chu Zhang swept his gaze around the surroundings and, noticing nothing unusual, gestured with his hand, indicating that they should leave. I'll take over this area. You all can go back and recover first, tend to your injuries properly. Hearing that Cangyun and the other two were dead, Li Xuan momentarily froze, feeling a sudden chill in her heart. This was a 1 versus 3 fight where he killed 3 martial saints, including a 4th-level powerhouse of the martial saint realm. What kind of terrifying combat power was that? Even a typical 5 Tribulations true immortal might not be able to achieve such a feat. The gratitude for your help this time will surely be repaid in full in the future. My surname is Li, and my name is Xuan. I am the 5 Camps Deputy Commander of the Breaking Kill Army. I have yet to learn the respected name of the inspector. Regaining her senses, Li Xuan took a deep breath, bowed deeply, and expressed her solemn thanks. If it weren't for Chu Zheng's intervention, she would surely be dead in the Yellow Springs. This was equivalent to saving her life. Upon hearing her words, Chu Zheng glanced at the true immortals standing by Li Xuan's side and instead of speaking directly, transmitted his words telepathically, Chu Zheng. Although Li Xuan was unaware, the true immortals that were dragged along likely did not wish to be involved in the troubles of a chi cultivator. It was better to avoid unnecessary trouble and there was no need to spread the word. Li Xuan was momentarily startled and instinctively looked at the monitoring jade order at Chu Zheng's waist, her complexion turning pale with uncontrollable shock in her eyes. She had heard of Chu Zheng's name before. He is the youngest true immortal since the ancient times, ascending the immortal list at the age of 42, and practicing chi cultivation as well. It appeared that the Immortal Alliance had mobilized a significant number of people to search for him. Unexpectedly, he had joined the Immortal Alliance and was taken into the Punishment Authority. No wonder, up until now, no aid from the Punishment Authority had arrived. It seemed that they were all reluctant to muddle into these troubled waters. What shocked her even more was that in less than 10 years since Chu Zheng's ascension to the Immortal list, he had already stepped into the 4 Tribulations true immortal realm. This speed was outrageously exaggerated. Among his peers, unless they came from the great immortal realm, even those with superior immortal bone, if they could cultivate to divine infant, would already be considered quite accomplished. After recovering from her astonishment, Li Xuan's expression turned serious, and she bowed again. Thank you, Inspector. I, Li Xuan, will keep today's kindness in my heart. No matter what identity Chu Zheng had, the favor of this day must be remembered. Chu Zheng did not speak again and sat cross-legged in the starry sky, unleashing his divine sense to monitor all directions. At the same time, he practiced his chi-refining technique, drawing upon the Yuan Qi from the starry sky of the universe, to start healing his injuries. For a chi cultivator at the heavenly immortal level, the reliance on the environment is greatly reduced. The sparse spiritual energy of the cosmic starry sky might be difficult for true immortals, but for Chu Zheng, apart from the fewer daily restoration opportunities, there were no other changes. Fortunately, with the overflowing evil energy of the vast universe, the number of restorative moments was stabilized at 4 to 5 times per day, which for the moment was sufficient. Those drifting dead stars also contained an extremely abundant concentration of Yuan Qi, more than enough to replenish the consumption of the body. Li Xuan did not disturb him further and quickly left with the few true immortals. Her injuries were extremely severe, her grotto heaven was nearly shattered and a great part of her essence was lost. Had it not been for Chu Zheng's intervention, she would have undoubtedly perished. This further highlights the terrifying extent of Chu Zheng's combat power. Having just transcended the Golden Tribulation, he faced 3 opponents and slew 3 elite members of the Martial Hall. No wonder the commotion of his tribulation was so great. A true immortal at the age of 42 is naturally deserving of such a grand gift from the great universe. His future was boundless, only a pity, he is a chi cultivator. Li Xuan sighed inwardly. If the path of a chi cultivator was so easily trodden, the chi refining lineage wouldn't be the one with the fewest numbers among all the Taoist orthodoxies today. Even the formidable Ancestral Tao met with a bad end, evading tribulation for many years, now lying dead in some unknown corner. Chu Zheng paid no mind to Li Xuan's many thoughts. At this moment, although his divine sense was woven through the starry skies like a net, most of his consciousness had already traversed the cosmos, reaching the spirit tree avatar within the Chaos Sea. If it weren't for this spirit tree avatar, his situation would have been far worse than it is now, and it might have even caused greater trouble. Underneath the great curtain of stars, numerous floating islands stretched across the dazzling Milky Way, obscuring the starlight. A figure, carrying a battle halberd, walked out from a 10,000-foot-tall gateway, surveying his surroundings with a relieved sigh. Xuan, the hall master summons you. Outside the gateway, someone was already waiting, bowing in greeting. Song Lingshua's gaze slightly converged, and she nodded. Please, lead the way. The guide immediately raised his hand, and a doorway of light slowly emerged, identical to the one she used the last time she went to see the hall master Xuan. Stepping through the light gateway, a grand hall came into view. After several years, Song Lingxue once again stepped into this core region of the martial hall. A figure sat cross-legged in the center of the hall, just like when they had last met, average in stature, wearing a gray robe, nearly 40 years old, with a forgettable face that bore no distinguishing features. Disciple Song Lingxue, greeting the hall master. Song Lingxue bowed respectfully. Xuan slowly opened his eyes, his tone as flat as water. You have seen Chujing. I have. Song Lingshua's expression stirred slightly, nodding in acknowledgement. The ancestral realm represented the absolute peak, the end of the Tao, with one glance capable of seeing all living creatures' past and present lives, omniscient. In the presence of such beings, lying was entirely meaningless. Xuan glanced at the battle halberd on Song Lingshua's back and spoke gently. I presume you already know that Yu Baiyu, who went with you, is dead, and you should also be aware of what he went to the 10,000 Realms battlefield for. The disciple is aware. Song Lingshua's brow slightly furrowed, a hint of unease brewing within her, not quite understanding why Xuan would suddenly mention Chujing. Just now, another great saint has been killed, his death too has some connection to Chujing. Xuan's tone remained even. What are your thoughts on the death of these two great saints? If the hall master has something to say, please be direct. The disciple does not grasp the deeper implications behind your words. Song Lingxue shook her head, the slight furrow in her brow smoothing out as she spoke indifferently. If these two great saints indeed met their end because of my husband, then naturally, they deserve to die. Chapter 505-345, Master of Heavenly Fortune. Hearing Xuan's question, Song Lingshua's recently arisen anxiety quickly dissipated. Although another great saint had perished, given the example set by Yu Baiyu, Xuan's questioning clearly wasn't meant to cause further trouble for Chujing. Upon reaching the ancestral realm, there was no need to resort to indirect methods anymore, doing so would only be redundant. Should Xuan truly wish to deal with Chujing, with a single embodiment of divine sense, in the span of a breath, he could easily deliver Chujing's head. Hearing Song Lingshua's answer, Xuan slightly shook his head. I summoned you because I wanted to ask, how do you view Chujing? What does the hall master intend? For a moment, Song Lingxue felt somewhat perplexed, a hint of confusion flashing through her eyes. His cultivation is only at the 8th realm, yet he has sequentially implicated the deaths of two great saints of martial path, remains nimble and alive to this day, even cultivating qi techniques, and still possesses such qi fortune. He is no ordinary man. Upon saying this, Xuan raised his head, his previously calm expression changed slightly, becoming more serious. Song Lingxue, unlike other true inheritors of the martial hall, you have been to a future place that even martial ancestor couldn't touch, and even brought back the martial arts scripture from there, which pleases me greatly, for at least that signifies that the martial path still has successors. The tradition has not been broken. To tell you the truth, martial ancestor once deduced your future. Your life will end at the martial emperor realm, and your lifespan will be extremely short, afflicted by blood fiend, plagued by the 7 deaths, and will surely die at the hands of your family members or dependents, difficult to meet a good end. Hearing this, Song Lingshua's pupils dilated slightly, receiving a bit of a shock. Facing one's own fate, not everyone has the capacity to endure. Moreover, the fate deduced by the martial ancestor, doomed to an unfortunate end and especially to die by the hands of family and loved ones, none could easily accept. How does it feel to know your own fate? Seeing Song Lingshua's expression as if she was in a trance, Xuan sighed lightly. When I first learned that the future will not be governed by the martial path, my feelings were not far from what you experience now. All my arduous cultivation seeming entirely negated, what surged in my heart was an intense feeling of powerlessness, and even self-doubt. Song Lingxue regained composure, pondered for a moment, and shook her head. To live a life is to burn, and there will always be a day when the flames are extinguished, either as a blazing fury reaching the sky, lighting up the wilderness, or as dim firefly light struggling through the ages. It's merely a choice of different ways to live. You are young, yet you see things very openly. Hearing this, Xuan was slightly surprised. You want to be a fierce fire? Song Lingxue slowly shook her head, the corners of her mouth slightly curling. I wish to be the thunder, a flash of light that pierces the darkness, enough to overshadow an eternal night. This was the path she chose for herself. Indeed, since beginning the cultivation of the martial arts scripture, she had known that her lifespan would not be long. She had already felt the power of the martial arts scripture and was aware of the toll it took on her lifespan. Yet she had no choice but to follow this path. Taking another would not know how long it would take to catch up to the footsteps of Xuan. If she always followed the rules, perhaps it wouldn't be long before, one future day, she would be completely forgotten by Xuan. Along the way, Xuan had been nothing but benevolent and righteous towards her, but precisely this word should not appear between husband and wife. Benevolence and righteousness often imply a guilt-free departure. Her relationship with Xuan began with her one-sided impulse. She had no confidence that she could leave any traces in Xuan's heart. Some people, born with a spirit like the wind, are destined to drift without anchor throughout their lives. Upon contact, she could distinctly feel that Xuan cared for her, but more so out of the responsibility of being her husband. How long this affection could last, nobody knew. Just like the warm sun on a winter afternoon, it had warmth, but it inevitably couldn't last until sunset. Therefore, she was often panicked, whether facing Song Lingqing or Shang Zuling. From a young age, Song Lingqing was more favored than her, and in her youth, she became the immortal seedling with the bestowed immortal bone, joining the great immortal sect, transcending the mundane world. Facing Song Lingqing, there was always an indelible cowardice in her heart. Not to mention Shang Zuling, a descendant of the immortal monarch, the holy maiden of the Holy Land. Before Chu Zhang's fame skyrocketed, she suppressed the younger generation of the Cangyun realm, dominating the hidden dragon list. Picking any of these titles was something she once dared not even think about. Compared to her, as his first wife, Song Lingqing had the bond of growing up together, and Shang Zuling had also accompanied Chu Zhang to foreign battlefields, experiencing life and death. They at least had the bond of comrades in arms, and her ancestors owed Chu Zhang great favors, having assisted him multiple times. All she had, however, was merely a burnt piece of marriage certificate. To choose longevity, watching the sun set and growing weary of each other, or to leave indelible marks in the limited time one has. She chose the latter, even if she couldn't accompany Chu Zhang to the end. I tell you these things just to let you know some internal affairs. The martial ancestor could deduce your future, but for Chu Zhang's future, the martial ancestor could see no trace. Seeing that Song Lingxue remained silent for a long time, Ji Zhouyin coughed lightly and his expression slightly darkened. You and Chu Zhang are wedded spouses. Do you think there's a possibility for Chu Zhang to become the master of heavenly fortune? If the hall master is asking how I feel, then naturally, he can. Mentioning Chu Zhang, Song Lingxue came back to her senses, her eyes slightly dimmed. Although Chu Zhang is my husband, my understanding of him is also quite limited. I suppose I cannot be of help to the hall master. In fact, her understanding of Chu Zhang was almost non-existent. Chu Zhang, no matter what miracle he created, she would not be surprised. He was just the master of heavenly fortune after all. This blind trust, she herself didn't know where it came from. Master of heavenly fortune. Buzz, chewing on these 4 words, there was suddenly a slight noise in Song Lingxue's mind, as if some fragmented images were forcefully squeezing through. These images, like broken pieces of a puzzle, always lacked some key media and couldn't clearly materialize. Song Lingxue had some impressions of these memory fragments. When she first entered the martial hall, she received special permission from the martial ancestor and got the privilege of observing the eons. During her time in the ancient space-time path, some memory fragments had forcibly intruded into her mind. At that time, she seemed to have seen Chu Zhang's face in those memory fragments. It was also because of these memory fragments that she missed the opportunity to inherit the legacy of the ancient martial ancestor, and later, crossing through time, she went to the future and obtained the martial arts scripture. The martial ancestor, his lifespan is coming to an end. Ji Zhouyin, unaware of the waves splashing in Song Lingshua's mind, his eyes slightly dimmed, and his brows showed some signs of fatigue. If the martial ancestor passes, then the martial hall will need to decide on a new direction. Choosing is currently one of the options here. Within the grand hall, a momentary silence fell. Song Lingxue massaged her forehead, pushing aside the fragmented memory she couldn't clarify, and looked at Ji Zhouyin, who seemed somewhat worried, hesitating. What does the hall master need me to do? Even with her confidence in Chuzheng, the role she could play in all this was hard to guess. You needn't do anything. After pondering for a moment, Ji Zhouyin spoke slowly. From today on, I will elevate your status to that of a direct disciple of the hall master, and all cultivation resources will be made available to you. Upon hearing these words, Song Lingxue felt a tremor in her heart. Being a direct disciple of the hall master, this status was far superior to that of the common true inheritors of martial hall. There are 108 true inheritors of the martial hall, yet the direct disciples of the hall master, as far as Song Lingxue knew, were very few, and are at least great saints of the martial path or have even stepped into the martial emperor realm. The youngest martial emperor of martial hall, the heavenly punishment martial emperor, held the status of a direct disciple. However, his master was a vice hall master, not Ji Zhouyin. As the hall master of martial hall, Ji Zhouyin had no direct disciples. It was said his wife had passed away early, and he had a son and a daughter within the martial hall, who fostered a lineage, yet their status was unannounced and they acted very low profile. After reflecting, Song Lingxue couldn't help but feel puzzled. I'm not quite clear about the purpose of the hall master's actions. Why don't you recruit Chuzheng directly? If you want to be the thunderstorm, I can help you with that, but while you believe Chuzheng might become the master of heavenly fortune, I do not entirely share that belief. Granting you status and resources is but to switch to another possibility. Ji Zhouyin shook his head. Moreover, the martial hall of today is no longer solely dictated by my word. Many matters require me to compromise. Given the connection between Song Lingxue and Chuzheng, if Chuzheng truly rose to power one day, wielding control over all Daos, then as long as it's not an irretrievable situation, there is a chance to turn the tables, at least to preserve martial hall. It remains unconfirmed which Taoist orthodoxy the fullness of heavenly fortune will fall to. One thing is certain, it would not be the martial path. This was the conclusion drawn by martial ancestor when deducing the future, and it wouldn't be wrong. Martial hall is faced with merely two choices, either total destruction or to strategize early and leave some leeway for the future generations. Acting too ruthlessly invites retribution, and for years, martial hall has also upheld a policy of not causing unnecessary trouble. Although martial hall was the most formidable in terms of combat among the various paths, the majority of its conflicts were with Otherkind, and its grievances with the Myriad realms were not significant. Before the fallout with the Immortal alliance, its relationship with the Immortal path was also passable. When the superior Immortal bone emerged within the realm, the majority were sent to the Immortal alliance, in exchange for fresh talents with outstanding martial talents. As Ji Zhouyin elaborated with a few simple explanations, Song Lingxue gradually began to understand that, although the surface of martial hall appeared calm, underneath, turbulent undercurrents were raging. The martial path is, after all, a road where one proves one's Tao through bloodshed and killing. This method of handling affairs is no doubt awkward and frustrating for many martial cultivators. Moreover, many of the middle-aged and younger generations within the martial hall are unaware of the details regarding the ultimate destiny. Even if they are aware, they refuse to accept their fate, preferring to fight to the death. For martial cultivators, it is far better to drain their war blood than to bow their heads in submission, to swallow their anger in silence. Hence, cries for battle grow louder within the martial hall, and the proportion of cultivators yearning for the Tao war rises year by year. With the passage of time, there have emerged two factions within the martial hall. One is the conservative faction, headed by Ji Zhouyin and another vice hall master, mostly composed of the Martial Hall's power holders. They are of high rank and weighty authority, profound in cultivation, the backbone of the Martial Hall, but most of them do not have much of their lifespan left. The other faction is the aggressive faction, led by Fu Pinglan, the Heavenly Punishment Martial Emperor who is about to ascend to the Ancestral realm and currently their leading figure. The conservative faction's idea is still to delay the outbreak of the Dao War, to observe as much as possible among the various paths for someone who could become the master of heavenly fortune and then show goodwill in order to preserve the continuation of the martial path. The martial path does not belong to them, it is the way left by their predecessors. It cannot be disposed of at will, nor can it block the path of those who come after. The aggressive faction believes that it is better to initiate the Dao War directly and eradicate all Taoist orthodoxies outside the martial path, thereby inaugurating a new martial epoch. If not successful, then become a martyr. The contradictions between these two factions are quite acute and fundamentally irreconcilable, with conflict inevitable sooner or later. If not for the martial ancestor suppressing them from above, the martial hall would have probably descended into chaos long ago. This is also the most troubling issue for Xuan nowadays. In fact, for martial cultivators, the martial ancestor is already long-lived. After the end of the ancient battle, the martial ancestor rose, fighting bloody battles along the way, expanding the frontiers for the martial path and struggling against gods for destiny. Much of the heavenly fortune that the martial hall now holds, a great part of it, was fought for by the martial ancestor, one punch and one kick at a time. The martial ancestor's life of bloodshed allowed him to live from the late ancient times to the present day, and it is inseparable from the blessing of martial arts' heavenly fortune. But the blessing of heavenly fortune is also limited, the end is inevitable, and even with all sorts of life-prolonging methods, it is difficult to revive the martial ancestor's waning vitality. I originally thought that Ancestral Dao might be the one to ultimately become the master of heavenly fortune, but unexpectedly, he passed away suddenly, with not only an unknown cause of death but also the ownership of heavenly fortune untraceable. With a light tug at the corner of his mouth, Xuan inadvertently revealed a hint of bitterness. He had searched for Ancestral Dao for a long time but never had a chance to speak with him. The traces left by Ancestral Dao in the great universe are only found at Cangyun realm, but that was also decades ago. It is very difficult to infer his specific trajectory. Moreover, since a Daluo Golden Immortal is close to transcending the world, unaffected by karma, it is impossible to look into further. You are not unaware of the mission given to me by Martial Ancestor. I have no hope for the ancestral realm, the help I can offer you may be very limited. After listening to Xuan's words, Song Lingshui hesitated for a moment. The waters within the martial hall were deeper than she had imagined. Stepping in might allow the development of many things to gradually spiral out of control. The martial hall is not determined by me alone, the advancement of the heavenly punishment to martial emperor is already a certainty. He was brought up by Fu Pinglan himself, shares the same heart with him, and the order to pursue and kill Chu Jing was also Fu Pinglan's idea. Xuan chuckled lightly. For now, Fu Pinglan is tied up with matters and won't act. But from what I know of him, once he is available, he will surely eliminate Chu Jing and might even take action in person. Speaking up to this point, the smile on Xuan's face gradually faded, and a sense of solemn intent emerged from his otherwise ordinary-looking face. Now that you have heard all this, if you don't agree, I might choose to help Fu Pinglan get rid of the hidden danger of Chu Jing in advance. Even if this decision is wrong and may trigger some uncontrollable huge changes, I would still go ahead with it. The struggle for Dao is like a chess game, with each move irrevocable. To secure every move's accuracy, some pieces, if no longer useful, must be sacrificed. Regarding Xuan's words, Song Lingshui could tell that it was not a threat but merely stating the facts. As the hall master of the martial hall, he sometimes had to make compromises, as he had to consider the whole martial hall and could not let it collapse due to internal strife. Master willing to give this opportunity is my fortune. Song Lingshui did not say more and nodded in agreement. At least Xuan was willing to give her a choice, which was enough to give her dignity. For now, neither Chu Jing nor she had the leverage to negotiate with an entity like the martial hall. Even if the path ahead was unclear, there were no other options but to take one step at a time. At least being a personal disciple of the Hall Master, she could receive more resources, which would allow her growth to be faster. You and I are both martial cultivators, helping you is only right, and you don't need to offer anything in return. Likewise, I hope you can treat those who come after you in the same way. Ji Zhouin's expression returned to calm, without a slightest ripple. The remaining Otherkind are moving towards the Chaos Sea. I will send you to the boundary of the Chaos Sea, a place of chaotic space and time, abundant with opportunities for combat and sharpening your skills, and where time flows 100 times faster than in the great universe, allowing you to grow as quickly as possible. Chaos Sea, Song Lingxue pondered thoughtfully. She had heard of this place before, which was too far from the martial hall, almost at the edge of the starry sky, and with her current cultivation, even traveling all her life, she would hardly ever see the Chaos Sea. I can help you, but for Chu Jing, he has to rely on himself. The martial hall cannot protect him from tribulation qi. All I can do is to help delay it a bit. Ji Zhouin's eyes flashed with a hint of hesitation. After pondering for a few moments, his tone slightly deepened. I will give you one last reminder. The path of a qi cultivator is destined to be a solitary one. Intervening will only bring trouble upon yourself, including for you. Before your cultivation is successful, it's best to have less contact, for both your and his sake. Disciple understands. Please give me some time to prepare. Song Lingxue took a deep breath and bowed deeply. For today's support, Lingxue is profoundly grateful. You have half a month, go. Ji Zhouin slowly closed his eyelids, no longer speaking. Song Lingxue turned around, stepped through the light gate, and left the grand hall. Ji Zhouin slowly opened his eyes, watching the gradually closing light gate, his eyes carrying a hint of pity. Destined blood fiend, must die by the hands of a relative. The several karmic threads surrounding Song Lingxue were as clean as they could be. Now it seems, whether now or in the future, the only person capable of killing her, could be only one. Chaos Sea. Spirit Moon Great Realm. Above the vault of heaven, 6 suns spanned, melting the 9 layers of cloud sea into a red-gold color. The unfathomably deep heaven and earth swallowed the misty spiritual fog, with the rugged outlines of many floating islands looming in the mist. At the bottom of heaven and earth, the halo of Spirit Moon grew brighter day by day. The once in every 330 years spiritual energy tide was about to arrive. Since the spiritual energy tide began over 300 years ago, the Spirit Moon Great Realm has been extremely turbulent, an instability not seen before, with very few wars. As one of the top forces in the Spirit Moon realm, the Tianyi dynasty faced a joint attack from 2 other top dynasties, and a great war ensued. Chu Jing, as the heavenly gifted divine tree, was on the forefront of the battlefield, enduring the attacks of countless living creatures, and was even cut down many times, but with deep roots and a large trunk, relying on his healing abilities, this spirit tree avatar toughed it out. After years of slaughter and ravage, many indelible marks appeared on the body of the spirit tree, slash marks, sword imprints, and spear scars. These marks, as the spirit tree grew over the days, have become part of it, causing no impact but also inseparable. Even the healing aspect could not erase them, as they were the imprints of time. With the arrival of the spiritual energy tide, the great war among the 3 dynasties gradually subsided, as they began to recover. To continue fighting could mean missing out on the treasures emitted by Spirit Moon, which would give others an advantage for minimal gain. The original floating island could no longer support Chu Jing's increasingly massive body, so the Tianyi dynasty specially relocated several other islands from afar. Using Chu Jing's tree roots, they merged them into a massive frontline fortress. After sorting through the scattered memories of his avatar, Chu Jing sighed. Over these years, he sheltered the citizens of the Tianyi dynasty, but the origin of this warfare was probably tied to his own tribulation qi. Instead of saying he protected the citizens of the Tianyi dynasty, it was more that the entire dynasty was helping him ward off disaster, resulting in many deaths. However, the Tianyi dynasty was reaching its limit. Once the spirit tree avatar breaks into the 8th realm and becomes an immortal spirit wood, coupled with the main body's tribulation qi, the next wave of natural and man-made disasters might be too much for the Tianyi dynasty to bear. Merely an avatar, it was not worth dragging so many people into death and accumulating unnecessary karmic debts. Now, with only a few years left until the next spiritual energy tide, Xuan could already begin preparing for his breakthrough realm. Breaking into the 8th realm, even for a spirit tree, transformation was possible, and then he would no longer need to be confined to one place. The vast world would be accessible everywhere. While preparing for his breakthrough realm, Xuan dispatched several avatars disguised to explore different areas of the Spirit Moon Great Realm. He wanted to see how Taoist Venerable Xingqiu was currently progressing in the Spirit Moon Great Realm and if there were any changes. After several months of investigation, Xuan grasped the general situation. Taoist Venerable Xingqiu's incense fire spirituality had thoroughly spread across the Spirit Moon Great Realm. Many floating islands now bore his presence, and many officials in the Tianyi dynasty protected by the dynasty's fortune had become faithful followers of Taoist Venerable Xingqiu. This influence from top to bottom is undoubtedly significant, and with the strong support from influential officials, temples for Taoist Venerable Xingqiu sprung up like bamboo after rain, and golden bodies were erected consecutively, signifying a rapid rise in power. Now, Taoist Venerable Xingqiu became the deity with the largest share of incense fire willpower within the Tianyi dynasty. Outside of the Tianyi dynasty, on other floating islands, the presence of Taoist Venerable Xingqiu also appeared, and with time, forming a significant influence was just a matter of time. The speed of this increase in followers could be called terrifying. The arrival of a powerful incense spirituality deity could not avoid the wars over followers. While it was controllable within the Tianyi dynasty, it was far from peaceful on some remote islands. A floating island in a corner of the Spirit Moon Great Realm had ignited into war, and a temple quietly collapsed. The divine plaque engraved with Yin Yang Xianling demonic sanctioning Great Holy Celestial was utterly shattered by followers of Taoist Venerable Xingqiu, buried into a sea of flames. Amidst the frenzy of followers, a vague figure appeared above the temple, frowning at the chaotic scene below. Taoist Venerable Xingqiu? Xuan? Gazing upon the temple now in ruins, Zhao Tingxian slowly furrowed his brows. The flow of time in the Chaos Sea is extremely rapid. Since parting from the Divine Court, it's been ages since he last saw Xuan, over 2,000 years, by his estimate. What does Xuan intend by allowing his believers to provoke and shatter his temple? The actions of a believer often represent the deity behind them. Without the deity's command, a believer would not rashly initiate conflict. Such behavior typically signifies a war between deities. Without permission, they would not act so recklessly. Zhao Tingxian surveyed his surroundings, only after a moment discerning his current location. Presently, this was but a projection of his divine sense crossing realms, not his main body in person. His divine skills were limited, so there was little he could do. So this is the Spirit Moon Great Realm. Zhao Tingxian gazed at the silver moon, faintly visible through the expanse of heaven and earth, a hint of movement in his eyes. The heavenly mirror, such a wondrous treasure, I wonder who could possess it. Supreme treasures possess sentience, no less formidable than a top-ranked powerhouse. This entire great realm exists only because of this one wondrous treasure. The current state of the Spirit Moon Great Realm is due to the emergence of this wondrous treasure, resulting in strange phenomena. A supreme treasure sealed since the primordial era, when he once chanced upon the phenomena of the Spirit Moon Great Realm, he devoted much effort to investigate, acquiring many fragmented clues. In the end, he only ascertained the name Heavenly Mirror and scraps of information about a powerful force from ancient times known as the Star Moon Ancient Clan. That was a supremely powerful force, renowned throughout the great universe. In its heyday, it occupied a tenth of heavenly fate, a lineage with 2 ancestors. The Heavenly Mirror was a supreme treasure once wielded by an ancestor of an ancestral realm being, an order surely comparable to that of an immortal emperor weapon. Inhaling spiritual energy and creating matter out of thin air are merely some of its most basic capabilities. This supreme treasure has integrated into the space-time domain, surely possessing the power to manipulate time within a limited scope. Zhao Tingxian withdrew his gaze, no longer pondering. With his current level of cultivation, he was still far from such a realm. There was no need to delve into these matters for now. Moreover, within the Chaos Sea, there had yet been no creatures capable of forcefully subduing the heavenly mirror. There was no urgency to be hasty. After some contemplation, Zhao Tingxian took a step forward, arriving at Taoist Venerable Xingqiu's temple. This temple was clearly erected not long ago. It was bright inside, venerating Taoist Venerable Xingqiu's 36-shang golden body, walls gleaming with light, the floor dustless, the light shining as if a mirror. All objects that caught the eye were enveloped in spiritual light, but as the temple was newly established, the incense fire willpower was not yet strong. It was now high noon, and there were not many worshippers in the temple, only a few believers sitting in front of the door, meditating with their eyes closed. Zhao Tingxian had no intention of starting a conflict, first, because there might be some misunderstanding. Second, old friends are hard to come by. The chaos sea is vast and it's difficult to meet without fate. Furthermore, given the obscure divine portents of this realm, he had been secluded for a long time, unaware of the outside world's situation. Now, he had come simply for a catch-up and incidentally to inquire about the state of the great universe. Zhao Tingxian extended a hand, casting a beam of spiritual light, knocking out the nearby believers. He looked towards the golden body of Taoist Venerable Xingqiu and said in a gentle voice, "Where is Chu Jing?" The hall was mired in silence. The golden body remained unchanged, no vibrations emanating from it, as if unheard. This, Zhao Tingxian was momentarily confused, first doubting whether he had made a mistake. In front of an incense flame golden body, calling upon the true name of a deity should yield phenomena. Even if the main body could not arrive in person, at least the divine sense would be stirred and drawn forth. Now the hall was empty, no phenomena manifested. It could only be one of two possibilities. First, Chu Jing was aware of the situation here and deliberately shielded some sensations. In short, he couldn't be bothered to deal with it. The second point is that the actual name of this golden body before me is not Chu Jing. No, wait. Suddenly, Zhao Tingxian reacted, a moment of realization flashing through his eyes, and he muttered to himself, "So that's how it is. Chu Jing. I truly underestimated you." He had detected the clues. Taoist Venerable Xingqiu was still here, but calling out for Chu Jing's real name no longer had any effect, which could only mean one thing. Chu Jing severed his path. He completely stripped away Taoist Venerable Xingqiu, cutting off all connections. This golden body before him had nothing to do with Chu Jing any longer. Zhao Tingxian never imagined that Chu Jing could be so decisive, severing the incense fire divine path from within himself, abandoning this expressway to ascend to the heavens. His rapid advancement into the 9 realms was largely dependent on the incense fire divine path. Now, his entanglement with the incense fire divine path had grown too deep, making it impossible to forsake. In the end, it's youthfulness that allows for such bold actions. With a sigh, Zhao Tingxian turned around, ready to leave, but suddenly, a flicker of divine light in his pupils, and his gaze turning cold, he twisted his body and looked towards the divine statue of Taoist Venerable Xingqiu, shouting in a low voice, "Where is Xingqiu?" Since this had nothing to do with Chu Jing, the destruction of the temple was a dispute between the incense fire deities, and this account needed to be settled. As Zhao Tingxian's voice faded, the 36-shang golden body on the divine platform, with the yin-yang diagram hanging at its waist and dressed in a Taoist robe, suddenly overflowed with divine light and began to awaken, its huge golden pupils emitting a terrifying spiritual light, the voice piercing through the heavens, "Not kneeling upon seeing a god, openly calling out the revered title, not one of my believers, a capital offense." Bang! The next instant, heavy footsteps sounded as the golden body stepped down from the divine platform, striding forward, and with a stomp shattered the thick floor tiles of the entire temple, then raised its palm and pressed down, "Kneel." An abandoned waste god who was severed dares to show his fangs and claws. A cold smirk spilled from the corner of Zhao Tingxian's mouth, and within his eyes ran the yin-yang totem, as he raised his finger and formed a black and white finger gang, intertwining the laws of life and death, which instantly drained the surrounding spiritual energy and swelled in the wind. Boom! Amidst the thunderous booms, the temple completely exploded, and living creatures who were slightly closer, along with rocks and vegetation, were all shattered to powder. swept into the void by the fierce wind without leaving half a trace. The intense fluctuations from the clash nearly caused the entire floating island to sink. For a moment mountains crumbled and the earth split, spiritual energy stirring up a wild tide, affecting the void within hundreds of millions of miles. The great commotion drew the sidelong glances of many living creatures, but upon detecting the struggle between two incense fire deities, they retracted their gazes one after another. The origins of incense fire deities are difficult to investigate, their depths unknowable. It's possible that some unassuming temple may be home to a colossal god capable of dominating the starry river, not to be trifled with lightly. A figure emerged from the void, slowing to a stop, looking at the massive disturbance not far away, a hint of confusion in his eyes. The auras of these two combatants gave him a very familiar feeling. Soon, Xuan noticed that one of the auras belonged to Taoist Venerable Xingqiu taking action. As his mind trembled slightly, another aura swept over. After feeling it carefully for a moment, a flash of enlightenment crossed Xuan's mind, and he couldn't help but widen his eyes. This aura. Chapter 509-349, The Difficult Path of Cultivation. Zhao Tingxian? Having sensed Zhao Tingxian's qi, Xuan felt somewhat bewildered for a moment. He found it difficult to understand why Zhao Tingxian was here, and moreover, having a conflict with Taoist Venerable Xingqiu. After pondering for a while, Xuan concealed his form and approached the center of the great battle. This was merely an incarnation of spirit wood. Even if something unexpected occurred, it would not be a major concern, and now he also wished to meet Zhao Tingxian. The last time they met, his cultivation was only a divine transformation, still far from reaching Tongxian. Now, he had become a 4 Tribulations true immortal, suppressing a star domain on the edge of the universe. Both his cultivation and horizon had undergone a qualitative change. Perhaps he could gain some insights through this encounter. Both he and Zhao Tingxian were cultivators who came from the Cangyun realm. Although he practiced both qi cultivation, whether the bloodline chains would affect him was still an unknown. It wouldn't hurt to be prepared earlier. Previously, Zhao Tingxian had mentioned that if he survived to the day of becoming an immortal, he would take him to the cosmic edge. Now that he had become a true immortal, perhaps he could learn some secrets. As the distance closed, Xuan saw the full scene of the battlefield. Large chunks of debris from the floating island scattered around, buoyed by clouds from heaven and earth, drifting everywhere. The void cracked open countless rifts. A figure stood amid the void, clad in a green and white immortal robe, wrapped in the yin-yang dual qi, his eyes like thousand-year-old cold ponds, brimming with murderous intent. Not far from him stood a golden body clad in a Taoist robe, bearing a face identical to Xuan. Xuan's eyes sparkled with spiritual light, and he quickly gathered some information, although it was somewhat vague as neither of their main bodies were present. Zhao Tingxian's cultivation had advanced further, reaching the perfection of Immortal Venerable, about to step into the realm of Great Immortal Venerable. This progression was incredibly shocking for a ninth-order creature. Taoist Venerable Xingqiu was the same. He had truly reached the realm of Great Saint Heavenly Venerable, an incense fire spirituality, mighty enough to rival Zhao Tingxian. Both were currently mere divine senses present here, the gap in their strength very small. Zhao Tingxian, without a golden body for support, and the golden body of Taoist Venerable Xingqiu, also newly created and yet to be nourished by incense fire willpower, could only exert limited power. However, limited as it was, their combat abilities already surpassed the 7th order, and even among the 8th order, they were considered powerful. Even if Xuan were present in person, he might not gain any advantage. With the growth of his cultivation and deeper understanding of the laws, Xuan felt something new upon viewing Zhao Tingxian again. The yin-yang dual qi intertwined beside Zhao Tingxian held some beneficial aspects of the law operations for him, which might be useful in overcoming the yin-yang tribulations later. There was no time for in-depth comprehension now. Xuan could only imprint it directly into his mind, to refer to it later. Under Xuan's riveted gaze, Taoist Venerable Xingqiu suddenly made another move, stirring up the surrounding spiritual energy. His golden pupils seemed to flow with magma, splattering divine brilliance. Bang! The void exploded with a boom. The golden body, initially only about 30 yards in size, suddenly swelled, reaching over 10,000 yards in a blink of an eye, covered with dense, ancient divine runes, traces left by the flow of qi. Is this law of heaven and earth? Chu Zheng's face became serious, his expression slightly heavy. Daoist Venerable Xingqiu had not only inherited his repair methods, but had he completely replicated the divine skills of the qi refining lineage as well? Although the Dharma phase had not fully unfolded, merely 10,000 yards in size, this was clearly a result controlled by Daoist Venerable Xingqiu. In the next instant, the massive golden body suddenly lifted its leg and stomped down, its gigantic foot seeming to pierce through the heavenly dome, collapsing the void, like stars falling, directly stepping towards Zhao Tingxian's head. Watching the 10,000-yard golden body, Zhao Tingxian's expression remained indifferent. The yin-yang dual qi beside him circulated, gradually blending together, undergoing some kind of transformation. The life and death qi intertwined at his side, gradually smelting into a glaring immortal radiance. His figure slowly dissipated, completely merging into the immortal radiance, gradually transforming into a 3-foot-long sword. The sword edge swept across the sky, blooming a sword flower, and in an instant, the void turned to water, appearing to stagnate. As the sword light dispersed, before Chu Zheng could react, the chest and abdomen of the 10,000-yard golden body had been split open, its interior empty, and then the golden body began to crumble into dirt at a visible rate, collapsing. Within a few breaths, the 10,000-yard golden body had completely disintegrated into dust, scattering all around. Chu Zheng came back to his senses, enlightened, he discerned some clues. In that moment, Zhao Tingxian had burned up his divine sense incarnation, concentrated all into one sword, and completely shattered the divine sense residing within Daoist Venerable Xingqiu's golden body. The method of swordsmanship bore traces of the sect's secret art from Taixuan Holy Land, Taixuan Dragon Sword Dance, but it was not entirely the same, there were some variations. A streak of immortal radiance emerged from the void, gradually coalescing into a human figure. This strike had clearly drained Zhao Tingxian greatly. His originally solid body became blurred and nearly dissipated. When he appeared, his figure weakened, and his steps faltered, almost failing to stand steady. Seeing the great battle abate, Chu Zheng stepped out from the void, clasping his fists in greeting. Young Chu Zheng pays respect to the senior. It has been a long time without news. Is senior unharmed? Chu Zheng? Zhao Tingxian tilted his head and scanned over, his eyes flashing like lightning. Noticing Chu Zheng's current cultivation in this incarnation, his expression involuntarily changed. Your current cultivation, just the incarnation alone, has already reached 7th realm perfection. The main body's cultivation must be close to that of a true immortal. Just recently crossed the golden tribulation. Chu Zheng did not conceal, frankly stating, I was injured during the crossing, still in recovery. Hearing this, Zhao Tingxian's expression slightly stiffened, his mind buzzing, momentarily stunned. Based on the flow of time, Chu Zheng's main body in the great universe, given his age, is likely not even 50 yet. He has already reached the realm of 4 tribulations true immortal. Moreover, during this period, Chu Zheng had experienced the severing of the Tao, casting aside the boost of the incense fire divine path. For ordinary people, recovery is not an easy matter, let alone advancement in cultivation. Such speed is truly astonishing. He was almost thoroughly familiar with Chu Zheng's life from childhood. One could say he watched Chu Zheng grow up. Before Chu Zheng was even born, he was already an 8 tribulations true immortal, wielding the great world heavenly Tao, just one step away from true immortal perfection. The gap between them was like heaven and earth. Now, meeting once again, Chu Zheng has already become a 4 tribulations true immortal. This tremendous impact, even with Zhao Tingxian's tempered mind, left him somewhat bewildered. Senior? Chu Zheng was a bit puzzled. Zhao Tingxian subconsciously clenched his fist tightly, after many years of seclusion and exhausting his life's efforts and foundations, he suddenly seemed like a joke in front of Chu Zheng. Perhaps the path of cultivation was not so difficult to walk, it was just more difficult for him. After a long silence, Zhao Tingxian dryly uttered, your achievements in cultivations are fairly difficult for such a short period. It indeed wasn't easy. Xu nodded, a touch of melancholy in his tone. His journey had indeed been walking on thin ice. Observing the convinced expression on Xu face, Zhao Tingxian suddenly felt a lump in his throat. His previous desire to reconnect with an old friend had vanished. Xu face, overlapping with that of his previous golden body in his mind, seemed to grow a few degrees more arrogant and distasteful. "Senior, I have some matters I wish to consult about." Suppressing his own thoughts, Xu solemnly said, "I hope Senior can offer guidance." Zhao Tingxian's expression remained calm. He waved his hand. "This divine sense of mine is nearly extinguished, unable to maintain for long, so let's keep it brief." Now, he really did not want to engage in a deep conversation with Xu. It would affect his Dao heart. "Does Senior know of Ancestral Dao's death?" Now all heavens are on the verge of being swallowed by the Martial Hall, and the Immortal Alliance along with the Myriad realms are about to form an alliance, presumably to collectively resist the Martial Hall. What do you think the next development of the situation will be? The boundary has collapsed, and the demons from the vast universe have invaded on a large scale. Senior has had deep contacts with these demons before. Is there any way to combat them? Hearing this, Xu did not dare to slack off, hurling out several questions before adding again, "Oh, by the way, I just joined the Immortal Alliance not long ago and now I'm on the cosmic edge. Are there any particular things I need to be cautious about?" Zhao Tingxian? Just wait a moment. After coming to his senses, Zhao Tingxian's complexion suddenly turned somewhat pale. "You just said, the Dao Ancestor, is dead? How did he die?" He seemed to be struck by a tremendous shock, his eyes full of disbelief. "Is what you just said truly real?" The few words Xu had spoken almost made him think that the flow of time between the Chaos Sea and the Great Universe had synchronized, and he was having some difficulty digesting the information. After all, he had only been in the Chaos Sea for a little over 30 years, yet the situation on the outside had already turned upside down. In an instant, he sensed an unusual aura. The pattern that had not changed for millions of years might be about to shatter. The great change was approaching, and chaos was brewing. The specific cause of the Dao Ancestor's death is not clear, but the message is likely to be true. Seeing Zhao Tingxian's extreme reaction, Xu felt a stir in his heart. This message has been confirmed by the qi refining lineage's Taixuan Daozu, so it should be accurate. Zhao Tingxian's response made Xu think of a possibility. There was a high probability that Zhao Tingxian had once met the Dao Ancestor, and even that the person who had guided him back then was the Dao Ancestor himself. This could also explain the origin of the god sculpting method and the ancestral Dao golden body. Thinking of this, Xu suddenly felt astonished. If this were true, then wasn't it the Dao Ancestor who had pardoned Zhao Tingxian's life back then? Was the Dao Ancestor paving the way for him? But why? Amidst his jumbled thoughts, Xu saw a hint of doubt appear on Zhao Tingxian's face, who then asked, "Taixing Daozu? How did Taixing manage to step into the ancestral realm?" Taixing had been famous for a long time. Before he had even become an immortal, Taixing was already a primordial golden immortal, comparable to a giant of the ancient myths realm. But without heavenly fate to support him, how could Taixing have become an ancestor? The all heavens were defeated. The immortal ancestor intervened in the battlefield of all heavens, and took half of heaven's fortune from the mouth of the Martial Hall, and bestowed it upon the qi refining lineage. It was by using this half of heaven's fortune that the great clarity primordial Daoist lord stepped into the ancestral realm and became the new Dao Ancestor. Xu explained, then added, "The whereabouts of the Dao Ancestor's heavenly fate is unknown. For now, there are no clues." The whereabouts, unknown. Zhao Tingxian couldn't help but reveal a trace of doubt in his eyes. How could one be sure that the Dao Ancestor had died if the heavenly fate had not appeared? After organizing his thoughts, Zhao Tingxian began to get a clearer grasp of the outside situation. He didn't ask further and intentionally changed the subject. How did the boundary collapse? I am not clear about the specifics. Xu shook his head slightly. As far as I know, it was when the Immortal Alliance was preparing for the decisive battle with the Myriad realms that the vast universe suddenly knocked on the gateway, causing the collapse of the boundary because of this. It seems that powerful living creatures broke through. Such a coincidence? Upon hearing this, Zhao Tingxian seemed to realize something and fell into thought. Xuan did not beat around the bush and directly asked, "Senior, now that I have become a true immortal, could you tell me what method can break the bloodline chains of the Cangyun realm?" Zhao Tingxian came back to his senses, but instead of answering his question directly, he asked, "You are currently on the cosmic edge, have you encountered any evil demons?" "My main body has not yet encountered any." Xuan shook his head, and before Zhao Tingxian could speak, he added, "But I have been to the vast universe." "You've been to the vast universe?" Zhao Tingxian's recently calmed emotions were once again unsettled, his expression changing abruptly. "How did you get there?" In a moment of happenstance, he noticed something amiss with one of his own incense flame golden bodies. Only after sending a wisp of divine sense through a narrow spatial passage into the vast universe did he learn of certain secrets. Before that, he had merely been wandering near the boundary. For the living creatures of the great universe, the vast universe is undoubtedly a forbidden zone where touch means death. Becoming an incarnation and undergoing trials, a fortuitous encounter led me to be guided by a senior, giving me some understanding of the vast universe. Xuan shared a portion of what he knew, including the many divine mansions within the vast universe, along with the soul origin pool and burial valley. In doing so, he concealed the existence of Wu Tong, as well as that being who once possessed the entirety of heaven's fortune. According to Wu Tong, very few in the entire great universe were privy to this information. Xuan was somewhat worried that raising it rashly could bring unwanted implications and might even cause trouble for Zhao Tingxian. Although Zhao Tingxian's cultivation had reached the rank of Immortal Venerable, he was far from being a pinnacle figure in the entirety of the great universe. Not to mention Yu Baiyu, even the great saint of martial path who died at the hands of Cangyun recently, he had not even seen the remains. Disasters stem from careless talk, it is no mistake to be cautious. I did not expect you to be aware of these secrets, truly impressive. Zhao Tingxian's expression was somewhat complicated. Xuan was growing too fast, whether in cultivation or in breadth of vision. This scale of growth was something he had seldom seen in his life. Xuan's future achievements were immeasurable, no wonder that person had laid out plans for him many years ago and involved him as well. The existence of the soul origin pool and burial valley were not necessarily clear even to some immortal venerables and immortal kings of the Immortal Alliance. Having never been to the vast universe, they naturally lacked extensive knowledge. Now that you are aware of these two extraordinary places, it will be much easier for me to explain. Zhao Tingxian stopped beating around the bush and got straight to the point. Immortal blood is a necessary substance for stepping into the realm of the Immortal Venerable. The reason why the beings of Cangyun realm cannot fuse with immortal blood is that the immortal veins of the whole great realm have been severed by someone, condemning the beings of Cangyun to never ascend to immortality. But this is a law of the great universe, which does not affect the vast universe. Zhao Tingxian's gaze drifted, as if lost in memories. A small portion of the demon monsters that emerge from Burial Valley naturally contain immortal blood within their bodies. Immortal blood that has been blessed by the vast universe can fuse with our flesh, but it contains evil qi. Once evil qi enters the body, it will continuously erode your divine origin. The slightest mishap could lead to your body becoming the outer shell of an evil demon, resulting in the scattering of your soul. You must understand its perilous nature. Many true immortals of Cangyun have secretly attempted this, but to date, only Cangyun and myself remain. I see, Xuan had an epiphany, his eyebrows slightly furrowed. Such risk sounded excessively high. Although his repair panel could absorb evil qi, Xuan was not entirely confident that it would protect him during the assimilation of immortal blood. However, if he ever became utterly helpless, this path might hold some value in trying. Thank you for the information, Senior, Xuan bowed in gratitude. Since you are also cultivating qi techniques, perhaps the constraints of bloodline chains might not necessarily be effective against you. Once you reach true immortal perfection, you may explore this on your own. Zhao Tingxian spoke in a relaxed tone, the envy in his eyes fleeting. You are a qi cultivator, the constraints of immortal veins cannot bind you. After these words, Zhao Tingxian's figure became increasingly blurred, like a flickering candle in the wind, about to dissipate. Xuan hesitated for a moment but eventually decided to voice the doubt that lingered in his heart. Senior, the one who guided you back then, was it Ancestral Tao? Whoosh, the 9 heavens gang wind blew past, dispersing Zhao Tingxian's divine sense, leaving only an echoing voice, yes. Hearing Zhao Tingxian's response, Xuan fell into deep contemplation. The Ancestral Tao had guided Zhao Tingxian, with this condition, preserving his life when he was previously in the Cangyun realm. At the same time, within the divine statue of Ancestral Tao in the Cangyun secret realm, the eternal Calamity treasure record was left behind. Step by step, it was clear that there was an intention to pave the way for him, but was the existence of the repair panel also related to the Ancestral Tao? What exactly was the reason for the Ancestral Tao's exertion of so much effort on him? At this moment, his heart was filled with too many puzzles, but the core Ancestral Tao seemed to always be separated from him by a thin fog, like flowers in the mirror or the moon's reflection on water, seemingly far yet near, elusive and hard to discern clearly. Now that the Ancestral Tao has perished, with 2.5 parts of the heavenly fate gone unknown, these questions might be very hard for Xuan to find answers to. That time of transmitting the law, perhaps, was the closest he ever got to the Ancestral Tao. Gathering his scattered thoughts, Xuan returned to the Tianyi dynasty. This encounter with Zhao Tingxian was already an unexpected pleasure. At least he now knew the method to break through the bloodline chains, though it might not necessarily be usable, but it was better to be prepared. As the day of the spiritual energy tide approached, the previously relentless wars of the Tianyi dynasty vanished in an instant, no longer beset by creatures. The retreat from war did not ease the dynasty, but instead, the atmosphere became even tenser. With the advent of the spiritual energy tide, the real battle would commence. Xuan cast aside all distractions, day and night. He operated the spirit vortex around the divine wood, utilizing the qi refining technique, accumulating his foundations, and quietly waiting for the right moment. He was waiting for the next arrival of the spiritual energy tide to push the spirit wood avatar into the 8th order. Years passed in a blink. A thick wave of spiritual energy awoke Xuan. The mighty spiritual energy tide began to surge, accompanied by various colors of spiritual light shooting forth. Various spiritual objects filled the heavens and earth. The rich spiritual energy condensed under pressure into countless spirit stone essences, and a rain of spirit stones began to fall over many floating islands. The once every 330 years spiritual energy tide had begun. In the middle of heaven and earth, that cycle of the silver moon periodically ejected these spiritual objects, seemingly intentionally nurturing the realm creatures, its reason, unknown to anyone. Xuan, with concentrated spirit, absorbed a massive amount of heaven and earth primordial qi into the divine wood. Many spirit vortices lit up with divine light. Each moment's absorption of spiritual energy fluctuations was more than 100 times that of a normal qi cultivator. This was relying on his uniquely endowed physical foundation, fully capable of withstanding the powerful scrub of spiritual energy without any concern. As a massive amount of yuan qi entered his body, atop the divine wood crown, a spirit fruit about a meter long emerged. In the next instant, all the essence of the divine wood started converging into the spirit fruit. The twilight glow from the tree crown slowly contracted, the glossy leaves gradually withered and yellowed, dancing with the wind, falling to the ground turning into gold. The original divine weapon-resistant tree bark showed a hint of dark rust, brittle as thin paper, scattered into sand with a gentle breeze. Soon, people noticed the abnormality of the divine tree, causing a flurry of confused exclamations. The 8th order powerhouses guarding near the divine tree quickly saw some clues, recognizing the spirit fruit within the tree crown, knowing that this was the divine tree obtaining rebirth, quickly subdued the slight disturbance. The verdant spirit fruit gradually became transparent like amber. Within it emerged a shape resembling an embryo. Faint golden blood flowed within silver meridians, gradually showing pulsation. This was Xuan's first direct experience of the divine tree's transformation, containing the mechanism of rebirth after death, enriching his further understanding of the life and death law, benefiting immensely. Inside the spirit fruit, the embryo gradually formed. The myriad branches extended from the spirit would suddenly collapsed, turned into specks of spiritual light, all rushing into the spirit fruit. Thud. With the last stream of spiritual light entering, a dull heartbeat suddenly exploded from within the spirit fruit, like thunder. The primordial chi within 1,000,000 miles was stirred, boiling like the sea in an instant. The entire divine tree seemed to completely wither, turning into sand in the wind and collapsing instantly. The spirit fruit hung in midair, sprouting new shoots under the watchful eyes of all. Boom! The spirit fruit plummeted like a meteor to the earth's core, and after several breaths, a tender green sprout broke through the soil, and its lush branches quickly spread open the earth abyss, starting to surge against the wind. In just the time it takes to brew a pot of tea, an even more verdant spirit wood stood proudly between heaven and earth. The scars of war it had borne wiped clean, its leaves crystal clear as jade, flawless. The divine tree is reborn. Cheers like raging waves resounded continuously between heaven and earth, like a mountain cry and tsunami. However, the Eighth Order powerhouses guarding near the divine tree turned somewhat pale, as the spirit wood before them no longer possessed its former essence but was merely an avatar. The real divine tree, having been reborn, had already departed. Seeing the crowd around him plunged into frenzy, he dared not make it known and could only silently send messages to report. In the void, Xuan concealed his form, standing as if from nowhere. Nourished by the tide of spiritual energy, the spirit tree avatar eventually entered the eighth realm, turning into an immortal spirit wood. When breaking through the realm, Xuan pondered for a long time and ultimately decided to leave behind a spirit tree avatar to continue serving as a barrier to protect the Tianyi dynasty. As for the main body of the immortal spirit wood, it left this place. Although he had broken through the realm, the accumulated tribulation chi was not to be underestimated, and he could face tribulation at any moment. For the Tianyi dynasty, maintaining distance was the better choice. At least it would result in fewer casualties. Inside this body, there was no golden core, differing greatly from a typical chi cultivator. The flow of chi also passed through the spirit vortexes in his limbs and bones, presenting quite a difference. Watching the many living creatures below immersed in celebration, Xuan turned and tore open a spatial passage, departing directly. This tide of spiritual energy would continue for some days more, and he hoped to see if there might be some additional gains. At the edge of the Chaos Sea, in the vast expanse of stars, a space crack quietly opened, and a figure stepped out slowly. Is this the Chaos Sea up ahead? Song Lingxue looked around, gazing at the unfamiliar starry river, curiosity pressing in her eyes. Indeed, the Chaos Sea was separated by the ancestral Tao with forbidden patterns. The power of the space-time domain cannot interfere here. I can only send you this far. Be careful with everything. Thank you, Hall Master. Song Lingxue bowed with a fist, not saying much, and tore open the void toward the distant star sea. After traveling for half a month, Song Lingxue finally reached the edge of the Chaos Sea. Before she stepped in, a meteor slowly drifting toward her caught her attention. The meteor was enveloped with layers of formation patterns, atop which stood a golden body. Upon recognizing the face of the golden body, Song Lingxue was shocked and swiftly approached. Below the feet of the golden body, the divine platform was engraved with the title of a deity. Taoist Venerable Xingqiu? Ajin? Song Lingxue glanced over, her eyes slightly narrowing, her expression turning puzzled as she suddenly fell into thought. Xingqiu. Why does this name sound so familiar? After pondering for a while, Song Lingxue suddenly startled, a look of astonishment appearing in her eyes. She took out the blood jade Xuan had given her before, and sent out several messages. Ajin, I am near the Chaos Sea and encountered a deity named Taoist Venerable Xingqiu. He bears a striking resemblance to you. Is this your doing? I remember when you joined the Song residence, the person who brought you was also called Xingqiu. Do you still remember? Chapter 512-352, Resource Treasury. Cosmic Edge. Amidst the dead silence of the starry river, Xuan sits cross-legged in the void, his eyelids slightly closed, surrounded by a mist of immortal light. As his cultivation grows, the chi of heart fire and lung gold circulate throughout. Now the intervals between each of his breaths last for several days. With each breath he takes, the starry space around him pulsates, and the stars billions of miles away are drawn by an invisible current, slowly deviating from their orbits and gathering around him. The surrounding space, because of the previous Great Battle and the Golden Lineage Great Tribulation, became very empty. As time passed, stars have once more arrayed near this place. This place is a frontier wasteland, where the roaming dead stars lack vitality, emitting an eerie coldness. A faint spatial fluctuation emerges from within the starry sky, and several figures step out. Shortly, a few people approach Xuan, a group of 5 or 6, their bodies undulating with immortal chi, clearly recognizable as immortal path cultivators. The leader is a middle-aged man, a 3 calamities true immortal, nearly 50 years old. His black hair is now interspersed with silver, and his immortal robe is stained with blood, emitting a faint stench of blood, indicating he's not lightly wounded. Those following him appear somewhat ragged, their hair disheveled, faces dirty, and cracks vaguely visible on their immortal bodies. Respectfully reporting to the inspector, we have received a temporary withdrawal order from the Immortal Alliance to recuperate from the battlefront. Please allow us to pass. The middle-aged man bows respectfully, his breathing slightly hurried. Upon hearing this, Xuan slowly opens his eyes, his pupils brimming with golden light, full of divine might. Xuan, 8th Order, a residual soul transformed into a Yin god, a leader under the command of the Juming Mansion of the vast universe, with a cultivation at the 3rd layer of the 8th Order, possessing the divine power treasure bone-painting soul robe, controlling up to 70%, able to manipulate the original owner's flesh body and divine skills. Xuan frowns slightly, his spiritual eye scanning over those behind Xuan. Soon enough, several pieces of information flow back. As expected, all are Yin gods from the vast universe. There are 2 branches of evil demons in the vast universe, evil spirits and demon monsters. Evil spirits lack physical bodies, and are quite similar to the state of a cultivator's primordial spirit. They excel at occupying the flesh shells of living creatures, using them as facades. These few in front of him belong to this category. Higher evil spirits possess great spiritual wisdom, and can even access the residual memories in their flesh hosts to cover their tracks, hiding their malicious aura among the great universe. The other category, demon monsters, may not be as intelligent, but have powerful physiques, far surpassing cultivators on the martial path. Without a doubt, these individuals are evil spirits, wearing several human skins, trying to pass unnoticed to infiltrate the great universe. The conflict between the vast universe and the great universe is utterly irreconcilable. These evil demons believe that yang energy can help them fully resurrect. Once they leave the cosmic edge, a blood tribulation will inevitably be triggered, resulting in the death of many. Carry on then. Xuan suppresses his thoughts and waves his hand dismissively. Thank you, Inspector. Xuan bows his head in gratitude, a sneer flashing in his eyes. He leads the few Yin gods past Xuan. Xuan slowly closes his eyes again and flicks his fingers lightly. Boom, several streaks of lightning tear through myriads of miles of the starry sky, bringing forth thunderous roars. Xuan's expression freezes. Before he can even react, a fierce silver light has already obscured his vision. In an instant, the several Yin gods, along with their physical bodies, turn to ashes from the calamity. With Xuan's current cultivation, when he employs the thunder method, its power compared to before is incomparable. Under the pressure of the great realm, the Yin gods at the 8th Order 3rd layer can be killed with a snap of the fingers, rendering any further words unnecessary. These tricks used by the Yin gods are something Xuan has seen before. When he first met Niao Longhu, he had witnessed a similar method akin to the art of skin painting. It must be said that if not for having the spiritual eye, he might have been deceived. No wonder that the previous defense changes by the Immortal Alliance were all conducted from outside to inside, and without the permission of the Immortal Alliance, one is not allowed to retreat until death. Thinking about it now, those cultivators who withdrew from the battlefield would also undergo a series of inspections. Under such multi-tiered checkpoints, escaping would be as difficult as ascending to heaven. Of course, all these are predicated on the assumption that the higher powers have not been defeated. If those immortal monarchs and immortal emperors, and even cultivators of the ancestral realm, were to be defeated, then the so-called heavenly net would be instantly torn apart. A fine net can catch fish but cannot contain a dragon whale. Just like Chu Zhang's current cultivation, the mere pressure from an ancestral realm expert passing by might crush him to death, without even realizing that a living creature had been crushed. Buzz, a fluctuation transmitted from the depths of his divine soul, and Chu Zhang's eyes flickered, receiving Song Lingshua's message through the blood jade as a medium. The Song residence that Taoist Venerable Xingqiu sent me to? Upon seeing the information in the message, Chu Zhang felt a chill run down his spine, and a myriad of speculations flooded his mind in an instant. Previously, when he borrowed a zombie's body in the Tianwu realm and transformed into an entity undergoing tribulation, he had seen the divine shrine of Taoist Venerable Xingqiu within that great tomb. He had wondered about that shrine, which was at least constructed 1 billion years ago, originating from the primordial era, and couldn't possibly have been his incense flame golden body. Now it seems that Taoist Venerable Xingqiu had been in the world long ago, even having his name known since ancient times. All along his journey, it was the ancestral Tao laying down the path for him, and initially, it was Taoist Venerable Xingqiu who sent him into the Song residence. Could Taoist Venerable Xingqiu be the ancestral Tao? Chu Zhang subconsciously shook his head, dismissing this thought. If Taoist Venerable Xingqiu were the ancestral Tao, then when he gathered the incense fire willpower under the name of Taoist Venerable Xingqiu, the power should not have stayed with him, but should have flowed to the ancestral Tao. Thinking of this, Chu Zhang's thoughts paused, a chill ran down his spine as he considered another possibility. If Taoist Venerable Xingqiu was indeed the ancestral Tao, then there was another possibility. That is, the ancestral Tao had truly passed away much earlier than he knew. It's very possible that when he collected the incense fire willpower under the name of Taoist Venerable Xingqiu, the ancestral Tao had already died. In this way, some causes could be explained. If this is indeed the case, then who is the Taoist Venerable Xingqiu in the Chaos Sea today? Chu Zhang gradually came back to his senses, recalling the recent message from Song Lingxue, with some confusion. Where did this meteor with the incense flame golden body come from? Chaos Sea. Meteor. Quickly, Chu Zhang responded, sending out a message through the blood jade. In that meteor, there is a collection of cultivation resources I stored long ago. I will pass you the seal technique so you can open the treasure vault within the stars. If he remembered correctly, that was a collection of cultivation resources he had accumulated during his time as a tribulation entity in the Dongyuan realm. To locate it, he had established an incense flame golden body on this meteor, to serve as a positioning beacon. He had not expected that after all these years, the meteor had just started to drift out of the Chaos Sea. Those cultivation resources, which he had put a lot of effort into back then, had a set of formation flags on them. Once deployed, they were powerful enough to trap a perfect 8th order living creature. Thinking it over, Chu Zhang added another line. Taoist Venerable Xingqiu is not a benevolent character. Keep your distance, avoid entanglement. Chapter 513-353, Allies of the Myriad Realms. Taoist Venerable Xingqiu's influence within the Chaos Sea is immensely vast now, and given the uncertainty of his background, recklessly making contact with him carries great risks. After issuing a caution, Chu Zhang transmitted the incantation to unlock the protection formation to Song Lingxue and then repeatedly warned, after opening the treasure vault, intercept the golden body and prevent it from drifting out of the Chaos Sea. Currently, the scope of Taoist Venerable Xingqiu's influence within the Chaos Sea is still somewhat limited, but should it enter the great universe, especially the Myriad realms, what he could do and the areas he could affect would expand even further. What Chu Zhang can do at the moment is quite limited, and it's uncertain whether he can affect the pace of Taoist Venerable Xingqiu's development. The treasury inside that meteor contains a considerable number of cultivation resources. The Dongyuan realm practices the totem cultivation skill, primarily relying on the flesh and blood of savage beasts for sustenance. Therefore, apart from the reversing yin-yang formation and its 9 yin 9 yang 18 pole array flags, a large portion of those resources consist of high-level savage beast blood and flesh, which are quite suitable for martial cultivators. The Chaos Sea is accessible from all sides, and the fact that Song Lingxue happened to encounter that meteor, her luck seems a bit too good to be true. As for Song Lingxue's reason for going to the Chaos Sea, besides the significant difference in the flow of time, Xuan couldn't think of any other possibility. This is a place where one can relatively accelerate their growth. Now that the martial hall's rise is unstoppable, this half of heaven's fortune within the Chaos Sea will surely attract the contention of various great powers. It is only logical for the martial hall to arrange for people to head there in advance. However, with ancestral Tao's forbidden patterns in place, creatures of the 10th order are unable to enter or exit. The heaven and earth within the Chaos Sea are vast enough that it lacks not beings who have stepped into the 10th order, and there even exist beings like Wu Tong who have reached the realm of ancient myths. The ultimate ownership of this half of heaven's fortune is still uncertain, and given the current rate of Taoist Venerable Xingqiu's increase in strength, Xuan suspects that the time when he steps into the 10th order domain won't be too far off. Suppressing the thoughts in his heart, Xuan took out a baby fist-sized golden core and stored it into his dantian, slowly nurturing it. Golden Scale 9 Revolutions Pill, 8th order made from the heart's blood of a sacred qilin, complemented with 9 stalks of immortal herbs, and having endured the elixir Tribulation 4 times, it can significantly boost the cultivation of true immortals below the 5 tribulations and grant 30% of the qilin bloodline. This immortal pill was gained from the Cangyun secret realm. After a period of time, it has been fully restored. Xuan is not eager to refine this immortal pill right away because its medicinal power is extremely potent, enough to push his cultivation to the 4 tribulations perfection, and even into the midst of the 5th tribulations. In his current situation, having just crossed the golden tribulation and with an unfulfilled foundation in his body, forcing the water tribulation might lead to an unpredictable ending. The surging tribulation chi might be too much for his avatar to withstand. This is the edge of the cosmos, a place where one might encounter evil demons at any moment. There is no need to complicate matters unnecessarily. Breaking through realms doesn't need to hasten for the moment. Furthermore, he needs time to extract the qilin bloodline from this elixir. He does not need to rely on beast blood for further enhancements, as it would introduce unwanted complexity into his yuan. Qi. Biting off more than one can chew, with the example set by the path of incense fire divine spirituality before him, he is now gradually learning to choose wisely. Although he has a restorative platform supporting him, allowing for more trial and error, it doesn't mean he can keep heading down the wrong path. The roads untraveled are always shrouded in the unknown and often imagined to be full of splendor, but they may just as well contain hidden thorns. Having understood 7 or 8 out of the few paths that stand at the pinnacle of the myriad ways of the universe, within the great universe, Xuan has learned a substantial amount of both the secrets that can be known and those that cannot. By walking the path beneath his feet, that will suffice. As the ancestral Tao fades and the nearing of the Tao contention accelerates, his task is to somehow gain some advantage in this upcoming transition. In the universe, where the sun and moon no longer rise and set, and day and night no longer change, the passage of time naturally becomes unclear. Xuan sat cross-legged in the starry sky. In the blink of an eye, more than 2 years had passed, and within the Chaos Sea, it had been over 200 years. The spirit tree avatar had undergone dozens of major and minor tribulations over those 200 years, causing much of the tribulation chi surrounding Xuan to dissipate. In these several incarnations of tribulations, this was undoubtedly the greatest harvest for Xuan, accumulating enough precious experience that he could perfectly replicate it next time, provided he finds a suitable vessel. Tribulations possess strong controllability. As long as one has a sufficient foundation for self-preservation, the risk of actively seeking tribulations is undoubtedly the lowest, and incarnating for tribulations further reduces this risk. This is also why many cultivators in the myriad realms have a general impression of chi cultivators as meddlers who love to stir trouble and cause storms. However, environments like the Spirit Moon Great Realm are ultimately too rare, with nature's spiritual energy supplied regularly, affecting the entire realm and ensuring upheavals, which creates ample space for facing tribulations. During these 2+ years, evil demons have frequently intruded, and Xuan has encountered several unexpected situations, thankfully all without real danger. Because of the previous interactions with the 3 from the martial hall, Xuan had some doubts, but perhaps due to Shang Tsungyun's influence, no one from the martial hall has shown up since then. While killing these creatures from the vast universe, Chuzheng could vaguely sense the luck-stealing skill autonomously activating, but strangely, he could not at all feel the increase in heavenly fate. Multiple checks still turned up no traces. A fluctuation of divine sense transmitted from the depths of his mind, startling Chuzheng from his meditative state as he slowly opened his eyes, sensing the message from Songling Xue. The content of the message was not much different from before, mostly inquiring about his recent situation. With the enormous difference in the flow of time, Song Lingshua's messages were almost coming every half a month, which he had gradually grown accustomed to. Although his cultivation was often interrupted, even if there was no change, Chuzheng would still try to write longer responses. In the great universe's half-month, 4 to 5 years would have passed in the Chaos Sea. He knew Song Lingxue was trying her best to reduce the frequency of her messages. Just as he finished writing his response, a gate of light suddenly opened in the distant starry sky behind him, shimmering with starlight, and a troop of no fewer than 1,000 people emerged, accompanied by a celestial lord who had stepped into the 9 Tribulations true immortal realm. Chuzheng's eyes emanated golden light. With a glance, he understood the situation. All of these were cultivators from the Myriad realms. These creatures had terrifyingly strong cultivation levels, not a single one below the 8th order, and there were even several dozens at perfect 8th order, equivalent to the formidable existence of a perfect 9th Tribulation true immortal. The appearance of these people here, along with a celestial lord, had a clear purpose. Evidently, they came as reinforcements and were probably passing by on their way to a deeper battlefield. After a few breaths, Chuzheng's gaze suddenly paused in the crowd. A group of more than 10 people, regardless of gender, all wore Taoist robes and hair in Taoist knots, all of them Qi cultivators. The person at the end, a man about 30 years old, dressed in a dark blue Taoist robe with a jade crown on his head and a stern countenance, exuded an air of sternness. Chuzheng silently sent out a sound transmission, "Fellow Taoist Nya, it has been a long time." Chapter 514-354, Myriad Realms Incident. The sounds of transmission rose, and Nya Longhu amongst the crowd suddenly startled, feeling the voice somewhat familiar in an instant. He looked around for a moment, and then spotted a figure seated cross-legged in the starry sky in the distance. Draped in an immortal robe, wearing a monitoring jade order on his waist, one could see he was no older than 20 at first glance, with black hair draped over his shoulders and golden divine runes flowing in his eyes. Heavenly immortals cannot hide themselves. As a Qi cultivator himself, Nya Longhu recognized at once the body of the figure before him, etched with jade bones sculpted by the heaven and earth primordial Qi. This was clearly a Qi cultivator with profound cultivation. After closely examining the face of the person in front, Nya Longhu was slightly stunned for a moment, unsure, and transmitted a questioning voice, "Chu Zheng?" The name Chu Zheng, after several large actions by the Immortal Alliance, had become widely known in the 10,000 realms. The youngest true immortal, who also practiced Qi refining techniques, upon hearing these messages, he immediately thought of Chu Zheng whom he encountered during a previous incarnation undergoing tribulations. However, having not met the real person before, he always hesitated to confirm. In the great universe, there are too many people with the same name, it could also be a coincidence. But now, Chu Zheng not far away, completely shattered the last bit of luck in his heart. Noticing the unmasked aura emanating from Chu Zheng, Nya Longhu felt even more chilled inside, for Tribulations true immortal with early stage of heavenly immortal nearing perfection, under 50 years old with such cultivation level, it is nothing short of shocking. His own cultivation level is similarly at the early stage of heavenly immortal, but not having completed the Tribulations, barely comparable to a second Tribulations true immortal, practically worlds apart from Chu Zheng's present cultivation level. In other words, standing before Chu Zheng now, he could be vanquished in the blink of an eye. Chu Zheng, unaware of the storm brewing in Nya Longhu's heart, nodded in greeting but did not transmit further as the leading 9 Tribulations true immortal was already approaching him. Lu Tianrui, 8th Order Bone Age 29,744, Cultivation Level 9 Tribulations true immortal, possesses the 8 treasures spiritual body, focuses on the glazed glass immortal scripture, Immortal Alliance Inspector, Lu family pure-blooded immortal descendant. Lu Tianrui, holding a monitoring jade order, spoke in a slow voice. Inspector Chu, I bear the command of the Immortal Alliance to lead fellow cultivators from the 10,000 realms to the front line to combat the evil demons. Please allow us to pass. As soon as these words fell, the monitoring jade order at Chu Zheng's waist immediately responded to the passage command from the Punishment Authority. Although Lu Tianrui's strength far surpassed Chu Zheng's, being fellows in the Punishment Authority, some rules cannot be ignored. To pass this place, a command from the Punishment Authority is necessary. The front is perilous, every edge harsh enough to slice flesh and bone. Lord Lu, please be cautious. Chu Zheng, without further words, dissolved the arrays in the surrounding starry sky and allowed them to pass as ordered. It's all a battlefield, everywhere is the same. Inspector Chu guarding the outer perimeter also bears a heavy burden. Lu Tianrui waved his hand, glanced at a group of 10,000 realms cultivators nearby, and suddenly said, why not invite a few fellow cultivators from the 10,000 realms to stay here to lend you a hand? From start to finish, his attitude was very mild, even conveying a sense of closeness. Given Chu Zheng's currently sensitive identity, a Immortal Path cultivator who also practices Qi techniques, under the current alliance conditions between the Immortal Alliance and the 10,000 realms, naturally becomes very delicate. Putting these aside, just Chu Zheng's own talent alone is enough to be startling. Unless absolutely necessary, there is no need to become enemies with him. Moreover, just a few soft words and a favor in passing cost nothing. If it could earn some shallow friendly relations, it would be an extremely profitable deal. Chu Zheng's eyes flickered slightly, and he subconsciously glanced towards Niao Longhu. He indeed had some matters he wanted to discuss in detail with Niao Longhu. Lu Tianrui followed Chu Zheng's gaze and realized something. That's good, cultivating the same Qi techniques, this rare opportunity is perfect for an exchange. Wait a moment, I'll go and ask for you. Upon meeting Chu Zheng's gaze, Niao Longhu felt a sense of foreboding and became even more perturbed as he saw Lu Tianrui heading straight his way. After learning the purpose of Lu Tianrui's approach, the leading few heavenly immortals exchanged looks, and one of the women gazed at Niao Longhu at the end of the line and a young man beside him. Junior brother Nia, junior brother Hao, the front lines are perilous. You too, being the weakest in cultivation and having accumulated considerable tribulation Qi recently, might as well stay here to help guard the perimeter and avoid adding to the danger. Upon hearing this, Niao Longhu was somewhat reluctant to speak. Truthfully, he did not fancy staying in the same place as Chu Zheng. From their brief interactions, he had roughly understood what kind of person Chu Zheng was. Not all Qi cultivators who liked to stir up trouble were fearless of death. But Chu Zheng was truly unafraid of death, and his capability for causing trouble was far beyond any ordinary Qi cultivator could reach. However, before he could speak up, junior brother Hao had already nodded in agreement. Thank you, senior sister Wei, for your concern. Seeing this, Niao Longhu had no choice but to follow suit, bowing his head in gratitude. Thank you, senior sister Wei. No sooner had he given thanks than senior sister Wei's voice transmission reached his mind. If I'm not mistaken, that person is Chu Zheng. Junior brother Hao is simple-minded and straightforward, take extra care of him. Try to probe Chu Zheng to see if he was involved with the previous ancestral Dao. This matter is of utmost importance, do not startle him. If you can uncover some useful information, I will inform our master, and you will be greatly merited. Niao Longhu was slightly startled. He could recognize Chu Zheng as a Qi cultivator, and so naturally could the other heavenly immortals. Clearly, the decision to leave him and Hao Mo behind was just going with the flow. The previous ancestral Dao was already dead, so why still probe for information about him? At that moment, Niao Longhu's mind stirred. Could it be that besides heavenly fate, the ancestral Dao had left behind some other treasure? By the time he gathered his senses again, the people of the Myriad realms had already set off again, stepping into the spatial portal and disappearing without a trace. Only Chu Zheng and two Qi cultivators remained in the vast starry sky. Chu Zheng did not hurry to speak. After glancing at Hao Mo, he cast a questioning look at Niao Longhu. Niao Longhu gave a light cough, about to send Hao Mo away when the always silent Hao Mo stepped forward first and asked, "Are you also a Qi cultivator? Then why are you with the Immortal Alliance?" As soon as he spoke, Hao Mo suddenly realized, Are you Xuan by any chance? I've heard your name. They said the Immortal Alliance was capturing you everywhere at first, so why are you working with them now? Who is your master? They say you have connections with the Ancestral Tao, is that true? Xuan remained silent, extending his hand and casting a spiritual light, knocking Mo unconscious. With no one to disturb him, Xuan finally greeted with a smile, fellow Taoist Nya, long time no see. I trust you've been well. Your Chi fortune is really so good it's almost against the heavens. Nya Longhu had a complex expression. Previously, had someone told him that the Myriad realms might ally with the Immortal Alliance, he would never believe it. With the identity of Xuan as a Chi cultivator, his position within the Immortal Alliance was almost always a deadly trap. But who could have thought, he actually managed to live to see the day the Myriad realms allied with the Immortal Alliance. Chapter 515-355, Ancestral Tao's Legacy. Indeed, it's all due to luck. Xuan did not deny Nya Longhu's statement. Luck played a significant part in him surviving to this day. If the news of the Ancestral Tao's death had emerged a few years earlier, his death would have been certain. Without the alliance between Myriad Realms and Immortal Alliance, and the loss of the name of Ancestral Tao's protection, even 10 lives would not be enough to keep him alive. The repair panel could only help so much. If not for his inherent talent in Qi refining and the support of influential figures along his journey, he might still be trapped in Songyun realm today, without seeing the light of day. As for the news about you, it has already spread across the Myriad realms. My master mentioned your name himself, he continued. At this, Nya Longhu offered an explanation. My master was the previous Great Clarity Primordial Taoist Lord, now the Ancestral Tao. I believe I have mentioned this to you before. Your respected master is a North Spirit Golden Immortal, now under the Ancestral Tao and one of the 9 of Taixuan, with an extraordinary status. Hearing this, Xuan nodded and said, when I first arrived in Myriad Realms, I thought about contacting fellow Taoist Nya, but I feared it might cause disturbances, so I didn't bother you. Taoist Chu, I know you are not one to engage in pretentious mysteries. Considering that we've known each other for a time due to past encounters, let's be straightforward about some matters, Nya Longhu said with a slightly stern look and a somewhat solemn tone. Regarding the Ancestral Tao, tell me as much as you can, and I will not pry into the rest. In exchange, I can provide some secrets you may want to know. Understanding Xuan's personality to an extent, unyielding and stubborn, it was better to be direct than to probe with words. I merely received the Ancestral Tao's legacy by chance. Beyond that, I know nothing about the Ancestral Tao, said Xuan, not concealing anything and telling the truth. Before, the Ancestral Tao had indeed acted as a protective amulet for him, because Daluo Golden Immortals could not divine his fate, it added a layer of protection over him. But now that the Ancestral Tao is dead, and the Immortal Alliance has lost interest in him, letting him fend for himself, there was no need for concealment. This answer was somewhat unexpected for Nya Longhu, his eyes shimmering slightly, the Qi refining technique personally passed down by the Ancestral Tao. At this point, he hesitated, wanting to ask yet worried it would displease Xuan. Seeing this, Xuan simply lifted his finger and, against the starry sky, wrote down a Qi refining technique. This is the cultivation skill from the Eternal Calamity treasure record, not much different from the Great Circulatory Qi guideline he initially practiced. When he first obtained the Eternal Calamity treasure record, he found that the way of circulating the Qi in it was not much more ingenious than the Great Circulatory Qi guideline, only slightly adjusted. And, after Tao integration to becoming an immortal, the Eternal Calamity treasure record has no specific cultivation techniques, only some changes in the Qi circulation pathways. As for the technique of transcending calamities as an incarnation, Nya Longhu also knew it. It seems that the disciples of those Tao lords were quite proficient in this path as well. Nya Longhu did not want to miss any detail, but after carefully observing for a while, his expression couldn't hide his disappointment. This version of the Ancestral Tao's Qi refining technique, although profoundly simple, did not stand out compared to other Qi refining techniques. In many Taoist orthodoxies, the Qi refining cultivation method is perhaps the simplest, absorbing Yin and Yang Yuan Qi, expanding the mana within, and continuously advancing through trials after Dao integration to increase one's power. Then there are the divine powers and secret techniques specific to the Qi refining lineage, which differ from those of other paths. As long as one's cultivation is sufficient, they come effortlessly, requiring no substantial effort to practice. Only the innate divine abilities marked on the golden core above possess greater power. For Qi cultivators who have already become immortals, that's about the extent of it. It seems I have disappointed fellow Daoist Nya. Xuan wiped away the characters in the starry sky, appearing somewhat helpless. This is all I know about the ancestral Dao. To receive the teachings directly from the ancestral Dao is indeed a splash of heavenly fate. Nya Long, who calmed his emotions, shook his head, and didn't doubt the truth of Chu Zheng's words. Since he had already spoken, if he were to doubt after receiving an answer, he wouldn't have asked in the first place. Does Daoist Chu have any questions? I shall spare no details in my answers. I want to know more about the death of the ancestral Dao. Did he truly die? Chu Zheng always had some doubts. How exactly was the death of the ancestral Dao confirmed? If it is true, then how did the ancestral Dao die? Nya Longhu paused, reflecting, then summoned a meteor with a wave of his hand, casting out trails of sword light with his fingertips. As the cosmic dust and debris slowly settled, a divine statue gradually emerged. This is the god sculpting method. Chu Zheng's eyes flickered, a trace of realization flashing through them. Bang! The statue had just formed when it suddenly exploded, turning into dust. It is now impossible to sculpt a divine statue of the ancestral Dao. Nya Longhu sighed softly, a hint of loss in his eyes. All the divine statues of the ancestral Dao across the myriad realms collapsed overnight, and the Dao lords could not sense the existence of the ancestral Dao through their own heavenly fate. These are all corroborated proof of the ancestral Dao's death. He revered the ancestral Dao, having embarked on the path of Qi refining lineage, cultivating the yin-yang dual Qi, and ascending towards becoming an immortal. Other than his master, the ancestral Dao was the most esteemed elder he admired. Dalyu, a golden immortal, the ultimate realm Qi cultivators could ascend to, he found it difficult to let go of his mysterious death. After a silence, Nya Longhu added, the death of the ancestral Dao is indeed very peculiar. It is said that the news of his death came from the Chaos Sea, roughly 6 or 7 years ago. Chaos Sea? 6 or 7 years ago? Upon hearing this, Chu Zheng's brow furrowed slightly, feeling a mixture of shock and uncertainty. The Chaos Sea made him think of Daoist Venerable Xing Chu almost immediately, indicating that the timing of the ancestral Dao's death was not far from when he had severed his connection with the incense fire divine path and stripped Xing Chu of his position. Could there be a connection between these two events? Nya Longhu pondered for a while, glanced at Hao Mo, who was still unconscious next to him, and whispered, I will tell you a secret known by very few. Some beings that have entered the space-time domain in the vast universe have secretly ventured to search for the residual soul of the ancestral Dao, seemingly to uncover something left by the ancestral Dao. As he spoke, Nya Longhu's eyes narrowed slightly, meticulously observing Chu Zheng's expression, not missing any detail. The words just spoken were half true and half false. Indeed, beings from the myriad realms have secretly gone to the vast universe, but he was unclear about their purpose. He only intended to test Chu Zheng with his words. Whether the ancestral Dao really left behind something, only heaven knows. Something left behind by the ancestral Dao? Chu Zheng looked puzzled, but his mind was deep in thought. Apart from the Qi refining technique, did the ancestral Dao leave behind other things? Could his own repair panel be related to that? Chapter 516-356, The Origin. Seeing Chu Zheng remain silent for a long time, Nya Longhu let out a light sigh. Even though you're currently in the Immortal Alliance Punishment Department, you are still a Qi cultivator, and it is best to plan ahead for yourself, at least prepare an exit strategy. What fellow Daoist Nya has mentioned, how could I not be aware? But now, I can only take it one step at a time. Chu Zheng shook his head slightly, his expression growing increasingly helpless. Pressured by the circumstances, at times, he has no choice but to take some deviant paths. Seeing this, Nya Longhu's mind couldn't help but become a bit complex. He had to admit, Xuan was indeed a rare talent in the realm of qi refining. No matter the method, Xuan's cultivation at the early stage of heavenly immortal nearing perfection could not be faked. Without sufficient innate talent, it would be impossible to possess such power. But the qi refining lineage is known for its detachment from worldly affairs. No one would be willing to lend a hand to Xuan for no reason. Qi refining is a solitary path, and ultimately, no one will be willing to help him. In the Immortal Alliance, it's even more so. The Immortal path and the qi cultivation are different paths. In Ye Longhu's view, Xuan's current situation is extremely perilous, like walking on thin ice. At any moment he could end tragically without a place to be buried. No matter how high the talent or how great the achievements in the future, it is still just a qi cultivator who cannot bring benefits to his peers, and to the creatures of other Taoist orthodoxies, he is a significant intrinsic threat. In such a situation, if Xuan does not prepare an exit strategy in advance, his fate is truly unpredictable. The Ancestral Tao is the best example. A giant who personally ended the ancient battle disappeared silently into the chaos sea without leaving a trace, his heavenly fate unknown. Thinking of heavenly fate, a flash of insight suddenly crossed Ye Longhu's mind, plunging him into deep thought. Moments later, his expression changed slightly. He had always been puzzled as to why so many creatures went to the vast universe, looking to pursue the residual soul of the Ancestral Tao. The Ancestral Tao is dead, what value can there be in a dead man? Unless, they wanted to obtain the method for gathering heavenly fate from the hands of the Ancestral Tao. The flow of heavenly fate cannot be controlled by living creatures. Even using various methods, it can only be temporarily confined, and if there is nowhere for it to go, it will soon flow back into their respective Taoist orthodoxies. This is called heavenly fortune recirculation. If the Ancestral Tao monopolized 25% of heavenly fate, then where did this 25% of heavenly fate come from? For a common ancestral realm cultivator, it's quite challenging to monopolize even 5%. It requires one with qi fortune against the heavens and the favor of heavenly fate from their orthodoxy to have a sliver of a chance. Such a son of destiny is mostly likely to appear when their orthodoxy is on the verge of an existential threat. 5% of heavenly fate is the leverage to step into the ancestral realm, but in reality, the ancestral realm powerhouses from the various Taoist orthodoxies, except for the newly advanced Taiqing Daozu, possess less than 5% of heavenly fate. They cannot bear so much heavenly fate without succumbing to backlash. Even martial ancestors and immortal ancestors can only briefly harness the heavenly fate occupied by their Taoist orthodoxy to enhance their combat strength. When one's own qi fortune is not strong enough to suppress heavenly fate, various external forces will interfere, such as divine retribution and human catastrophe. This is identical to the tribulation qi that qi cultivators face. Even those of the ancestral realm face the peril of death. Heavenly fate is sentient. It can protect the creatures within its Taoist orthodoxy, but it will not allow any creature to replace it. If the Ancestral Tao could monopolize 25% of heavenly fate alone, then he must have had a unique method for collecting and suppressing heavenly fate. And such a method must be beyond even Taiqing Daozu's grasp, otherwise he would not have waited until now to enter the ancestral realm. Before Taiqing Daozu's breakthrough realm, the heavenly fate occupied by the combined qi cultivators in the Myriad realms, within that 1.5% of heaven's fortune, was merely a 10th or a 20th of the share. Seeing the unusual expression on Ye Longhu's face, Chu Zhang's mind stirred. Does fellow Daoist Nye have some thoughts? Some speculations, but I dare not confirm them. Nye Longhu hesitated slightly, still suppressing the thoughts in his mind. These were only his conjectures, not necessarily accurate. What speculations? I hope fellow Daoist Nye would not hesitate to share, Chu Zhang immediately asked. Regardless of its usefulness, knowing more information was always good. The Ancestral Tao originally occupied 2.5% of heavenly fate. It must have been through some special means, and now many Taoist orthodoxies are probably searching for this method. Nye Longhu did not hide his thoughts, and after sharing his speculation, he could not help but sigh. Many of the unresolved mysteries in the great universe today have their origins in the primordial era. During the ancient times, when myriad Tao paths arose together, if it were not for the ancestral Tao's emergence, perhaps the great universe today would be much more fascinating. A struggle among myriad Tao paths, though it would inevitably lead to war, ultimately, the strengths were not too different from one another, and there wouldn't be the disaster of an entire Taoist orthodoxy falling. But now it is different. Once a war breaks out, between the second-fold immortal martial Tao and the myriad heavens and realms, the blood of living creatures spilled in any defeat would be enough to fill the Star River. If it wasn't for the ancestral Tao forcibly plundering heavenly fate, to the point where heavenly fate had to protect itself and began supporting the second-fold immortal martial Tao, that battle, which nearly destroyed the ancient times, would not have been provoked. The last person in the know has died, and no one can know what ultimately happened in that great battle. A glint flickered in Xu Jing's eyes, Niao Longhu's words almost instantly made him think of the existence of the luck-stealing skill. This divine skill originating from the repair panel, which he could not activate on his own, could only sense its vague operation when killing. Whether there is any connection between this and the ancestral Tao is still unknown, but for the moment, the possibility is already not small. About that great battle in ancient times, Xu Jing had also heard many different versions of it before. The versions circulating in the Immortal Alliance and the Myriad realms vary widely. There's nothing wrong with this. Without the truth, history can only be fabricated by later generations, and the past that cannot be traced becomes nothing but myths and legends. Unless he could go back in time himself, he would always be skeptical of these storied versions handed down to the present. Perhaps, when his cultivation is strong enough, and he has access to the space-time domain, he might have that slim chance to pursue the truth. Turning around, Xu Jing suddenly remembered the spirit tree avatar far in the Chaos Sea and immediately asked, when the avatar underwent its tribulation, did fellow Taoist Nye ever try using plant spirit's innate foundation to alleviate some of the effort required by the avatar to go through the tribulation? Considering avatar tribulations, Niao Longhu would presumably have more experience than him, perhaps offering some wisdom to draw upon. Do you think you are the ancestral Tao? To refine Qi as one. Wishes? Upon hearing this, Niao Longhu let out a light scoff, seeming to gain some sense of superiority in cultivation experience, and explained slowly, there are specific principles to Qi flow, and the yin-yang dual Qi must not be disturbed even in the slightest. The difference between plant spirits and the human body is immense. If you're not careful with the Qi flow, at best, you'll achieve half the results with twice the effort, and at worst, if the yin-yang in your body goes completely out of balance, it'll be impossible to return to the right path. It equates to wasting the opportunity of an avatar's tribulation and needlessly adding tribulation Qi. I know you have exceptional talent, but it's still not worth the wasted effort. Chapter 517-357, True Talent. Watching Niao Longhu talk assuredly, Xu Jing couldn't help feeling puzzled. Through the cultivation of Qi refining techniques using a spirit tree avatar, he never felt any discomfort. Although initially, it took some time to construct a channel through the spirit vortex in the spirit tree's body, the subsequent progress went very smoothly. Moreover, now that the spirit tree has successfully transformed and become a true heavenly immortal, this is enough to prove there is nothing wrong with this method. What fellow Taoist Nye said is true. After pondering for a moment, Xu Jing nodded in agreement without contradicting Niao Longhu. Niao Longhu hailed from an authentic Taoist school and was a disciple of a renowned master. Although his cultivation was somewhat ordinary, he had lived long and had a wealth of experiences. If he felt that this path was impassable, it meant that he had already attempted to explore this approach during the tribulations of a Qi cultivator's transformation. As for why other Qi cultivators haven't succeeded, there might be intricacies he didn't understand, but there was no need to argue. Since he could do it, he just needed to continue as such, with no need to compete over who was right. Along the way, he had always been feeling out the path by crossing the river by feeling the stones underfoot, so it was normal for his path to differ from others. Your Qi refining progress is so rapid that your comprehension must be extremely high, and there's no need to waste too much effort on these unorthodox methods, which would be more costly than beneficial. After advising him, Niao Longhu couldn't help but voice his doubts, You once told me that when you first started to cultivate and introduced qi into your body, it took you 2.5 hours. Is that true? Given Xu Zhang's talent as currently shown, that speed does not match his natural abilities at all. Suddenly, Niao Longhu gestured towards Xuanwu, who had passed out beside them, and said in a serious tone, "His talent for qi refining is quite excellent. It took him only about half an hour to find his qi sensation. He has the potential to reach the level of a primordial golden immortal. However, compared to you, he is still far behind. 2.5 hours to perceive qi sensation is considered quite good comprehension among many qi cultivators. But compared to him, there's still a considerable distance, not to mention Xuanwu." Xu Jing felt slightly surprised. A flash of golden light swept through the depths of his eyes as he glanced at Xuanwu. Xuanwu, 8th Order Bone Age 642 years, cultivation at the early stage of Heavenly Immortal, has not undergone tribulations, primarily practices the Taixuan spirit origin scripture, possesses a 9 orifices golden core, a Dao seal protects his primordial spirit. This fellow Daoist has never gone through tribulation? Looking at the information transmitted by the spiritual eye, Xu Zhang's expression became solemn, filled with confusion. As a member of the qi refining lineage, how could one possess such cultivation without having faced tribulation? Indeed, you are unlike ordinary people, to be able to discern this. Niao Longhu was somewhat surprised and then explained, "Junior brother Hao is highly valued in our sect. The master has intervened several times to ward off tribulations for him, placing great hopes in him." Immediately afterward, Niao Longhu shifted the topic, "But that's all there is to it. The reason he was sent to the battlefield this time is to face tribulation on his own. Relying on protection under one's wings makes it difficult for one to grow. As you've seen before, if the temperament is not honed, it's hard to achieve greatness. Being only over 600 years old and having never gone through the tribulation of transformation, such qi cultivators are indeed rare." Upon hearing this, Xu Zhang couldn't help raising an eyebrow. Inside Haomo's divine soul was a protective Dao seal, and even if he were to encounter peril, he likely wouldn't face the danger of perishing. It seems that the North Spirit Golden Immortal has an uncommon affection for Xuanwu. Among qi cultivators, where personal feelings are relatively faint, this kind of favoritism is quite rare. Xu Zhang wasn't sure if Niao Longhu was aware of this, but he didn't point it out. It was an affair within another person's sect, and there was no need for him to intervene overly. Having cultivated for a long time, compared to before, he had become much more restrained and was reluctant to expend energy on matters that didn't concern him. "I did not deceive fellow Daoist previously. The first time I introduced energy into my body, it indeed took me more than 2 hours." Xu Jing withdrew his gaze and spoke slowly. "At that time, when I channeled qi into my body, I was in the Immortal Alliance territory, subjected to some suppression. If it were in the outside world, it should have been faster." Niao Longhu suddenly realized, he had forgotten that the Immortal Alliance Great Realm is dominated by Immortal Path cultivators. All other paths are indeed suppressed. "I have never been to the Immortal Alliance regions. I've only heard occasionally that in the Great Realm, the heavenly Tao laws have a very strong suppressive force towards other Taoist orthodoxies." A sense of curiosity arose in Niao Longhu's eyes. For the living creatures of other Taoist orthodoxies, just how much difference is there between the Immortal Alliance Great Realm and the Great Universe? This, he was not very clear about. The Immortal Alliance felt too remote to him. The Taoist school's 33 heavens, located at the deepest part of the Myriad realms, with the 10,000 realms battlefield in between, placed the Immortal Alliance almost beyond the starry sky. Apart from the Immortal Path, the efficiency of cultivation for all other paths is probably not even 1/10 or 1/20 of the outside world. Xu Jing shook his head slightly. "However, I later practiced Immortal Law as well, so I didn't feel much of this suppression." 1/10 or 1/20. Niao Longhu was momentarily dazed. He had thought there might be significant suppression, but never imagined it would be so severe. A difference of nearly tenfold. If that's the case, the actual time for Xu Zhang's qi channeling is less than a quarter of an hour? After realizing this, Niao Longhu's heart lurched, and his blood nearly ran in reverse. To channel qi into the body within half an hour is to possess the potential of a golden immortal. Squeezing it within half an hour is exceptionally rare, akin to junior brother Hao, who is expected to become a primordial golden immortal, possibly rivaling the titans of the realm of ancient myths. And Chu Zhang's speed is twice as fast as junior brother Hao's. The gap of doubled time represents a discrepancy in talent far surpassing tenfold or 100-fold. Every minute faster signifies a qualitative transformation. It took a good while for Niao Longhu to regain his composure, his eyes increasingly complex. If not for the mismatched timings, he would almost suspect that Chu Jing could be the reincarnation of an ancestral Dao. He didn't even dare to consider the extent to which Chu Jing's talent had reached. This kind of innate gift, to his knowledge, including even several Dao lords and Taiqing Daozu, do not possess at all. His thoughts shifted, recalling what Chu Jing had just said. Niao Longhu's expression suddenly lit up, his tone rising slightly. Fellow Daoist mentioned earlier, wanting to borrow the innate foundation of plant spirits to conserve efforts in surviving tribulations through avatars. Have you already attempted this? In his sect, his talent was not considered top-notch, but his master greatly valued him for one aspect. He was eager to learn. In many of his avatar tribulations, he had seen some freaks of nature quite unlike ordinary people. So-called experience is utterly weak before the face of true talent. Therefore, in every incarnation of tribulation, he adapted to the local customs, treating it as a brand new life, with utmost caution. Perhaps for this very reason, his effect in living through avatar tribulations is quite outstanding among his peers. Of course, except for the 2 times with Chu Jing. Chu Jing did not conceal anything and nodded. Indeed, I have tried, and the result was satisfactory. Upon hearing this, Niao Longhu's expression instantly became serious. Without any hesitation, he bowed deeply in a grand gesture. Previously, I was one who couldn't see wood for the trees, unable to recognize gold inlaid with jade. I hope fellow Daoist will not be stingy in imparting your teachings. Chapter 518-358, Xuanwu Scale Armor. Niao Longhu's drastically different attitude before and after perplexed Chu Jing momentarily. It's not about educating, I'm also just attempting for the first time. If Daoist brother finds it useful, then it's a good thing. Chu Jing did not conceal anything. After a brief contemplation, he took out a blank jade token and imprinted the chi flow diagram from the spirit tree avatar onto it before handing it over to Niao Longhu. Thank you, Daoist brother. Niao Longhu's expression was solemn as he took it with both hands. He closely examined the chi flow diagram inside, and after a long while, he finally sighed deeply. Incredible. Using the spirit vortex on top of the spirit tree to reconstruct the chi circuits, it seems simple, but a slight misstep results in complete failure, requiring ample time for trial and error. If it were an ordinary chi cultivator, they might spend 100 or 1,000 years, and still not achieve any result. Moreover, the path for the avatar to undergo tribulations has already been paved. Naturally, no one would exhaust their efforts to delve into other paths. At the same time, Niao Longhu had gained a more direct understanding of Chu Jing's talent. This diagram is not only usable for the chi cultivators facing tribulations but also can be replicated by spiritually awakened plants and demons. In other words, this creates a new path of cultivation for plant spirits. As long as they awaken their spiritual wisdom, this method can significantly shorten the time they transform into demons. This is not merely a chi-refining technique, it is also a doctrinal scripture of the demon race, a pathway leading directly to heaven. Just one incarnation's tribulation, and Chu Jing has created something that completely defies normality. His acuity for the chi-refining techniques has reached Tongxian. The only regret is that, unlike Chu Jing, he possesses mediocre talent and could only blindly follow the guide without the ability to think outside the box. This diagram in his hands, he could only find a spirit tree as an avatar. Compared to the human race, he has simply one more option, but he is still unable to employ it on bodies of other races. Daoist brother is generous, Nya should also return the favor. Daoist brother has now reached the realm of a 4 tribulations true immortal. As for the 5 elements great tribulation, it seems only the water tribulation is left to overcome. Niao Longhu stored away the jade token, and from his sleeve, he produced a blue scale armor the size of a millstone. My master once slayed a Xuanwu, hence he was entitled North Spirit. Over years of alchemy, the flesh and blood of Xuanwu have been depleted. I entered the door late and received a few scale armors. Now, there's only one left, although its spiritual energy has faded over the long years. This item is abundant in water element essence qi. By using the method of qi absorption or as a medicine, it can nourish yin and strengthen kidney function, which should be beneficial for you to overcome the water tribulation. Xuanwu Scale Armor, 9th rank/incomplete originated from an expired 9th rank perfect Xuanwu. Although most of its essence energy has faded, it remains a rare treasure. When ground into powder and ingested, it can soothe the soul, prolong life, and temper the body. Irrepressible, 0/10,000. Looking at the information transmitted by the spiritual eye, Xuan caught his breath, subconsciously speaking out, "This treasure, isn't it too valuable?" This is the first time he has seen a fragment of a 9th order creature. Moreover, it's not an ordinary item. A 9th order perfect Xuanwu could be on par with a holy beast from a top-notch immortal king. Although that Xuanwu was quite powerful, it has been dead for many years. If it were as fresh as it once was, even if you offer me a top-quality immortal treasure, I wouldn't exchange it. Xuanwu waved his hand and handed over the Xuanwu scale armor. Just then, not far away, Xuanwu slowly opened his eyes, looking somewhat confused at the scene. Xuanwu noticed the noise, turned around and gently closed his eyes, whispering, "No worries, just sleep a bit longer." Xuanwu passed out again, sinking back into a deep slumber. Xuan came back to his senses, hesitated for a moment, but still accepted the Xuanwu scale armor into his palms. "This item is indeed very useful for me now. I will boldly accept it. Currently, immortal treasures are the most abundant items I possess. Other than that, I have nothing of more value, which I'm afraid isn't of use to Taoist brother. What he has the most on him are merely some common low-grade immortal treasures, things that, to Xuanwu, might as well be useless." With a thought, Xuan suddenly brightened his eyes, flipping his hand to retrieve a jade token, which he handed to Xuanwu. "This object was something I acquired by chance. It's of little use to my current cultivation level. Now, it shall serve as a favor for smooth relations. Please, Taoist brother, do not disdain it." The Emperor Jade Wall comes from the Myriad realms, a supreme treasure in the field of medicine, with a quality at least equivalent to that of a mid-grade immortal treasure or higher, forged from innate spirit jade within the chaotic starry sky, and it aids in cultivation. Within it also are contained medical scriptures such as 4 Qi regulation scripture and Yin Yang Wan Xiang Luan, which Xuan, with his ever-growing cultivation, no longer needs. "You speak too seriously," said Xuanwu. Xuanwu, noticing the change in how Xuan addressed him, felt a slight joy when he saw the jade wall that Xuan handed over, and couldn't help but exclaim lightly. After carefully examining it for a while, his face grew more smiley. "This item is indeed quite useful to me. In the Myriad realms, the field of medicine holds a unique status. Although not many are strong, their connections are extensive. This object serves as a medium of inheritance in medicine, and with it, one can exchange for many benefits from the practitioners of medicine. An exchange that turns out to be joyful for everyone involved." After Xuanwu put away the Emperor Jade Wall, he couldn't help but remind, "There are many forces within the Myriad realms quite interested in you. With you being alone and without support, you should be more careful." Xuan indeed has exceptional talent, but his current cultivation is still too weak. Even if touching upon the space-time domain and becoming a golden immortal, he still lacks any significant influence in a Dao war. "What Taoist brother said, I will keep in mind," responded Xuan. Xuan nodded in agreement, knowing the road ahead might get tougher, but having groped his way to this day, he could only continue walking forward with determination. Xuanwu said no more, woke Xuanwu up, then settled on a nearby meteor to begin his cultivation. His avatar's tribulation was still ongoing, needing to divert some energy to the Chaos Sea. Xuan's thoughts, however, drifted back to that piece of scale armor. Such a 9th rank fragment, if only used for a breakthrough realm, would be too wasteful. now hesitating whether to repair it. A progress of 10,000 for him was way too daunting, especially with the current unstable conditions requiring many years. Moreover, it's unknown if fixing the scale armor would bring him any additional surprises. After a moment of contemplation, Xuan decided to proceed by relying on Qi collection and heaven repairing, drawing out the water element essence Qi from it, then beginning the repair. In the Dantian, the golden scale 9 revolutions pill, nurtured and its Qilin bloodline fully extracted by him, in time he could ingest this pill to aim for the realm of a 5 Tribulation true Immortal. With the aid of essence Qi from the Xuanwu scale armor, overcoming the water tribulation should not be difficult. Once that step is reached, with a complete foundation of the 5 elements within his body, his combat power will undergo another qualitative leap. Thinking of this, Xuan suddenly sighed lightly. His cultivation progress rate is indeed fast, but compared to Taoist Venerable Xingqiu, it is still far from sufficient. If the ancestral Tao truly left something in the Chaos Sea, would it end up in the hands of Xingqiu? A year in the Great Universe is 100 springs and autumns in the Chaos Sea. Moreover, with the convenience of increasing cultivation through the incense fire divine path, the progress rate of Xingqiu's power is at least 100 times that of his. Currently, whether Xingqiu is a friend or foe, Xuan still struggles to discern, and this situation has completely escaped his control. If Xingqiu were to obtain something left by the ancestral Tao, it would be like a dragon gaining wings. Without a doubt, this is a giant rising at an astonishing rate, who will exert an immeasurable influence on him and even on the entire great universe in the future. The vast star river, where stardust drifts like mist scattered in all directions. Xuan's divine sense spread out in all directions, surveying heaven and earth, occasionally gazing far into the star river. The starlight in the distance has dimmed considerably in recent days, as many of the suns within the numerous star domains are gradually extinguishing. As of now, the more than 10 star domains near the boundary have all turned to ash. The universe is too vast. Even with Xuan's exceptional eyesight, the information he receives is significantly delayed. Living creatures of the 8th order cannot participate in a war of this level. Only beings who have stepped into the 9th order can move within a battlefield where star domains frequently perish. The current battlefield is likely mostly on the other side of the boundary. The true giants of the vast universe have not yet crossed over, otherwise, the commotion would not be this minimal. In the cosmos, time flows like water, slipping through fingers without leaving a trace. With his lifespan extended, Xuan now can only feel the passage of time through the stable half-monthly transmissions from Songling Xue. In the blink of an eye, more than a year has passed since reinforcements from the Myriad realms entered the battlefield. The Spirit Moon Great Realm, situated in the far reaches of the Chaos Sea, has once again experienced a spiritual energy tide, and Xuan's incarnation has made a name for itself in the Spirit Moon Great Realm amidst constant turmoil, becoming embroiled in many disputes. Precisely because of this, the tribulation Qi surrounding Xuan's main body has become even more stable, and his desire to endure tribulation and break through realm grows stronger each day. But the timing and circumstances are not right at present. The number of fleeing evil demons is increasing, and the gap at the boundary may very well be expanding. On the outskirts, Xuan feels immense pressure, occasionally getting injured, which shows that the current situation for the great universe is not very favorable. Nia Longhu and Haomo's cultivation levels are not of much help. At most, they provide some early warnings when Xuan is in meditative cultivation. However, according to the regulations, it won't be long before new Immortal Alliance cultivators come to rotate on guard duty, and then Xuan will have a chance to catch his breath. Taking advantage of this opportunity to endure tribulation is relatively more secure. Just like usual, after slaying a few of the evil demons that slipped through, Xuan casually picked a meteor to begin recuperation. Just less than half an hour after closing his eyes, Xuan suddenly opened them, the hairs on his body standing on end as an indescribable sense of crisis emerged from his heart. His blood seemed to stagnate, making it hard to breathe. Nia Longhu, not far away, also sensed something was amiss, his face pale, and his muscles trembling unconsciously. This is the spiritual perception of a Qi cultivator. After harmonizing with heaven and earth, one naturally obtains an instinctive insight similar to that of a wild beast. This is the spiritual perception autonomously alerting to an unpredictable and imminent danger. Xuan could not afford to worry about much else. He opened the door to the grotto heaven, grabbed Niao Longhu and Hao Mo, and threw them into it. He then left behind a divine sense incarnation and stepped in as well. Before long, a splendid blood-hued glow gradually rose in the starry sky, dazzling and bewitching. Xuan's divine sense looked back at the distance behind him, the specks of starlight soaked by the blood color and gradually approaching. Every instant, the distance the blood light surged over was one that even the radiance of the stars could not cross in its entire lifetime. Majestic waves of energy rose up from the starry space, with many large stars colliding like fish in the star river, igniting a bright display of star sparks. Boom, the next moment, the entire star domain suddenly exploded, like a shattered glass cup, splitting apart along with the void in every direction. Xuan's divine sense was torn apart instantly, plunging into darkness. Within the cave heaven world, Xuan abruptly opened his eyes and looked toward the sky. Crack, the sky shattered, cracking open with web-like fissures. Even though the grotto heaven world is concealed within the interstices of space, it was still affected, the circuit of qi wavering, almost collapsing. Xuan's pupils were dyed with blood, his organs in turmoil, unable to suppress vomiting a mouthful of fresh blood, having suffered serious internal injuries. What has happened? Niao Longhu's complexion was pale, completely unaware of what had occurred, while Hao Mo stood by his side, even forgetting to breathe for a moment, speechless. I don't know. Xuan shook his head, calmed his breath, and carefully reached out with a strand of divine sense through the crack opened in the grotto heaven. The crimson in the starry sky had already faded away, the surrounding cosmos had greatly changed, and wherever his eyes could see, not a single star was visible, almost forming a true void region. After confirming it was safe, Xuan led Niao Longhu and the other away from the grotto heaven, still somewhat discomposed. By now, he had realized that a powerful being must have passed by, crushing an entire star domain underfoot with its trail. But from beginning to end, he hadn't even caught a glimpse of its figure. After a short while, Xuan gradually calmed his agitated emotions. If he had reacted even a bit slower, he might have become cosmic dust along with this star domain. The monitoring jade token at his waist glowed faintly, emitting several messages from the Punishment Authority. The Heavenly Punishment Martial Emperor has ascended to ancestorhood, emerging from seclusion and heading straight for the cosmic edge with the intent to provoke, avoid its sharp edge. The Heavenly Punishment has not entered the river of time and space, traversing the immortal domain with its main body, notify all departments to activate the arrays for self-protection, and seek refuge in grotto heavens to avoid disasters. The Heavenly Punishment has passed the boundary. Message after message, the interval between them no more than a dozen breaths. It was the martial ancestor Heavenly Punishment who had passed through the region just now. Xuan came to the realization, a chill in his heart, just a dozen breaths and the Heavenly Punishment had already crossed the vast expanse of the great universe from the depths of the martial hall to the boundary. What terrifying speed was this? He had never seen an ancestral realm being with his own eyes, and had never had a concrete concept of it in his mind, but now he had finally glimpsed just the tip of the iceberg. Heavenly Punishment Martial Emperor, this name he had heard from Song Lingshua's mouth. The youngest martial emperor in the martial hall, who has now finally ascended to ancestorhood with the help of the winds from the martial ancestor defeating other kinds of all heavens. Moreover, the reason Heavenly Punishment went straight for the boundary upon leaving seclusion was because of the invasion of the vast universe? Looking at the messages in the monitoring jade token, Xuan felt that this matter might be marked with a question mark. Passing through the immortal domain with the main body, from this line it can be seen that ancestral realm beings might have other means when traveling. Judging by the current state of this star domain, it's definitely not just his location that's been affected, the deeper defense lines may also have been torn open. After a while, a series of messages came through the monitoring jade token again. Within just those dozen breaths earlier, 47 names had vanished from the immortal list. That is to say, a total of 47 true immortals perished under the feet of the Heavenly Punishment Martial Emperor. Xuan was slightly startled and fell silent, feeling an indescribable sense of powerlessness in his heart. If true immortals are as insignificant as ants, how many other living creatures that had not reached the rank of true immortal have died? They are not even worth considering as weeds. Facing the empty starry sky, Xuan lost the desire to speak, sitting cross-legged in the void, silently reweaving his divine sense network. Nia Longhu could tell that Xuan's mood was a bit off, but he didn't ask any further questions, simply taking Mo with him to distance themselves a bit more. After about a month or so, 2 true immortals carrying orders from the Punishment Authority came from the periphery. The opportunity for the long-awaited rotation had finally arrived for Xuan. The 2 true immortals who arrived possessed considerable cultivation, both having entered the 5 tribulations, but they were not yet part of the Punishment Authority and were of significant age, lacking somewhat in talent. According to the information transmitted through the spiritual eye, these 2 were temporarily summoned from major realms within the immortal domain. Clearly, the Immortal Alliance had begun to further strengthen this peripheral net in the cosmic edge, indicating growing pressure. Greetings, Inspector. Despite their higher cultivation, the 2 still performed a respectful salute. To them, being 5 tribulation true immortals was almost at their limit, but for an inspector of the Punishment Authority, it might just be the beginning. As the sharpest blade within the Immortal Alliance, the status of an inspector of the Punishment Authority far surpassed that of a true immortal with 9 tribulations perfection from ordinary major realms. Thank you both, Xuan responded with a salute. The change of guard finally allowed him a moment to breathe, offering a chance to overcome the water tribulation and reach the 5 elements perfection. It's our duty. Here is the coordinate of the starship. Please proceed quickly, Inspector, for if missed, it would be a long wait. The 2 true immortals waved their hands repeatedly, giving Xuan a set of coordinates, and then shared another piece of information. A heavenly judge mentioned that after the recent change of guards, all inspectors and heavenly judges of the Punishment Authority will gradually rush to the front lines of the battlefield. The evil demons are vicious, do take care, Inspector. Xuan's heart stirred slightly. The monitoring Jade Order had yet to send any information, so this change of guard should still afford him some rest before sending him to the front line. However, he needed to seize the time to transcend the tribulation as the front lines and the outskirts differed significantly, with inevitable greater dangers where he would need stronger power to protect himself. Having guarded the peripheral battlefield for 4 years, he had slain a considerable number of evil demons, likely accumulating substantial military exploits. He needed to return to the Immortal Alliance to check, potentially exchanging his exploits for useful items like immortal treasures for protection. Thank you both for the information. Xuan expressed his thanks and looked up towards the distant, much-dimmed starry sky, his thoughts vast and manifold. Since ancient times, countless have defended the boundary, laying their bones in the cosmic edge. All true immortals who had ventured from the Cangyun realm to this place had been here, with only Shang Cangyun and Zhao Tingxian surviving to this day. As for him, perhaps he could be the third. This path was thorn-laden, and he had not truly embarked on it yet, but already he could vaguely see a sea of blood and mountains of corpses. After all, it was nothing more than a struggle for a chance at survival. Going to the core area of the battlefield could also be a peculiar opportunity for him, who had the ability to repair panels, where he could encounter more regaining his senses. Xuan looked towards Nia Longhu nearby. Daoist brother, the 2 of you. If Nia Longhu was considering retreating to the rear for some rest, it should not be a big issue since this place was ultimately somewhat unsafe. You may go yourself, no need to worry about us. Our coming here was to fend off the invasion from the vast universe, and over this period, I have received much care from you. Nia Longhu shook his head, declining Xuan's kind offer. Qi cultivators usually walked alone, and unless bound by sect relationships, it was better to maintain some distance. Hearing this, Xuan did not say more and directly clasped his fists in salute. Daoist brother, then this is where we part ways. May we meet again if destiny allows. May we meet again if destiny allows. Nia Longhu returned the salute with clasped fists and transmitted his voice. Take great care, fellow Daoist. I hope your path is smooth, and one day, you may ascend to be an ancestor. Xuan was no ordinary person, his life was destined to be legendary, but whether this legend would abruptly end remained to be seen. If there truly comes a day when Xuan ascends to be an ancestor, witnessing it would be a great fortune in his life. Leaving the peripheral battlefield, Xuan headed towards the coordinates of the starship. Without the starship, not to mention the insurmountable distance, merely discerning the direction would make it impossible for him to return to the Immortal Alliance's domain on his own. After half a month's journey, Xuan finally approached the vicinity of the starship. Before he could get closer, a faint mirror light swept over him from his body. The mirror light was intangible, yet it instantly penetrated his limbs and bones, touching his divine soul. Soon, the mirror light slowly dispersed, and at the same time, a spatial portal slowly opened in front of Xuan. Clearly, the earlier mirror light was verifying his identity to ensure he was not possessed by evil demons. Xuan stepped inside, saving some energy, and went straight into the starship. Within the starship, an immortal venerable presided, making it a relatively safe place on the outskirts of the battlefield. There were many true immortals and some 10,000 realms cultivators coming and going, most of whom looked unwell, either with injuries or weighed down by heavy thoughts, presumably just having rotated off the battlefield. Mixed in among them, Xuan was one of the few whose complexion still looked decent. The surroundings were filled with a faint presence of evil. The arrays on the four walls of the starship were continuously operating, trying their best to expel the evil aura. The atmosphere was slightly heavy. Xuan found a corner to sit down in and waited quietly. About half a month later, the starship started its journey back. Clearly, this was not a place suitable for rest and recuperation. Half a day later, the starship gradually halted and arrived in front of a heaven pass, the very place from which Xuan had previously departed. After disembarking the starship, just as Xuan was about to enter the heaven pass, a cultist of Immortal Tribulation passed through the crowd and walked straight towards Xuan, bowing in a salute. "Inspector Xuanwu greets you, please come with me." Xuanwu, nearly 40 years old, was obviously arranged by the Immortal Alliance to receive him here, judging by his attire. "Thank you for your troubles," nodded Xuan. "Inspector, you flatter me." Without further conversation, Xuanwu simply turned and led the way. Halfway there, suddenly a telepathic message from Xuanwu resounded in Xuan's mind. "Inspector, do you need dual cultivation? Currently, there are 14 true immortals with this need, and there happen to be a few cultivators on the Joyful Union path from the Myriad realms who just retreated from the battlefield and are seeking a suitable dual cultivation partner to relieve their divine souls. If needed, I can help you arrange a meeting with priority, perhaps you'll find a suitable one." Xuan was stunned for a moment, but after understanding, he shook his head. No need. During his previous stay, he had occasionally heard some rumors about this. This was just a temporary diversion after the war, very common in the cosmic edge and had many benefits for injury recovery. If the individuals found mutual attractiveness, forming a pair of Taoist companions wasn't uncommon. "If interested, you can look for me anytime later," said Xuanwu. Without further words, Xuanwu directly led the way. Moments later, the two entered a treasure hall. The glazed dome suspended a portrayal of the star sea, and 72 coiled dragon pillars upheld the radiant heavenly lights, magnificently splendid. This place was for calculating war merits. In the cosmic edge, there are many ways to record war achievements, and the monitoring Jade Order is one of them. There was only one true immortal in the hall, a woman, who appeared to be over 40 with not much of her lifespan remaining. "Inspector," the woman in black bowed slightly and then extended her hand over the jade token. Xuan took off the monitoring Jade Order from his waist and handed it over to the woman. The jade token bloomed with immortal radiance, revealing lines of text. "Xuan, rank, Inspector." The woman's eyes flashed with spiritual light, and she softly spoke, "This time, you have slain a total of 2,048 evil demons. Of those, 1,452 are below the 8th order, equating to 14 merit points. From the 8th order first layer to the 3rd layer, totaling 577, equating to 577 merit points. 8th order 4th layer, 17, equating to 1700 merit points. 8th order 5th layer, 2, as this was a cross-dire battle, tripling the merit points, equating to 6,000. Your total calculated merit points this time come to 8,291. After reporting Chu Zhang's battle achievements, the woman in black asked warmly, "Is there any discrepancy with your own estimation?" Chapter 521-361, Xian Water Tribulation. This is Chu Zhang's first time exchanging battle achievements, but looking at the specific conversion ratio of merit points, the Immortal Alliance seems to encourage many true immortals to engage with stronger evil demons. The more outstanding the talent, the more resources they can obtain, perpetuating the strength of the powerful. There is no discrepancy. Chu Zhang slightly shook his head, with a hint of anticipation. With the current merit points, what can I exchange for? Currently, what he lacks most are protective immortal treasures. The Tianqian mace previously issued by the Immortal Alliance, for his current level of cultivation, has become somewhat insufficient. The woman in black raised her hand and took out a scroll, unfolding it in the void, and streams of information continually emerged, appearing before Chu Zhang. Various wondrous treasures, followed closely by the required points for exchange. Dragon Power Pill, First Tribulation Immortal Elixir 1, Phoenix Blood Life Extending Dew, First Tribulation Immortal Elixir 1. 9 Yang Immortal Bow, 5 Tribulation Immortal Treasure 1800, Purple Jade Treasure Bottle, 6th Tribulation Immortal Treasure 3500. Soul Locking Heavenly Saber, 9 Tribulations Immortal Treasure 17 million, Demon Slaying Sword, 9 Tribulations Immortal Treasure 49 million. There aren't many items useful for true immortals, and immortal treasures are generally categorized, so Chu Zhang quickly scanned through them all. For those useful for true immortals from the 1st to 3rd Tribulation, they generally range from 1 to about a dozen merit points, and the highest don't exceed 100 points. For Chu Zhang currently, items that could be of some use start at 100 points. As for treasures beyond the level of Immortal Venerable, Chu Zhang didn't see any, indicating that he's not yet able to access them. Suddenly, Chu Zhang's gaze paused on a line of text, somewhat surprised. Ancient Ancestor's Essence Blood, the Essence Blood of the Ancestor of Ancient Immortals? Why isn't there an exchange point listed behind it? The Ancestor of Ancient Immortals perished shortly after the war in ancient times ended. Unexpectedly, the modern Immortal Alliance still preserved his immortal blood. The woman in black glanced over and explained, the Immortal Ancestor's blood doesn't require merit points. By relying on one's own abilities to fight across 2 realms, and not being a pure-blooded immortal descendant, one can directly receive a portion. Within the 8th order, 2 realms mean that Chu Zhang must defeat an 8th order 6th layer evil demon. The disparity between 2 realms, within the 8th order domain, could have nearly a 10,000-fold difference in cultivation levels. The weakest 8th order 6th layer evil demon, in terms of cultivation foundation, possesses at least 1,000 times more than that of a 4 Tribulations true immortal at perfection. Add that 4 Tribulations true immortal has not fully acquired the 5 elements within, further reducing their combat effectiveness. This is an essentially impossible task. Even if we consider the most exceptional geniuses within the martial path, it's still highly unlikely. Moreover, the requirement is to rely on one's own capabilities, meaning using overly powerful immortal treasures won't work either. This requirement is exceedingly stringent. Apart from the essence blood of the ancient ancestor, Chu Zhang also saw many other immortal descendants' true blood. Immortal blood, 6th Tribulation true immortal 480,000, immortal blood, 9 Tribulations true immortal 170 million, compared to immortal treasures and immortal elixirs of the same level, the value of immortal blood is clearly much higher. Immortal descendant true blood is the key to the door of Immortal Venerable, but being a creature of Cangyun realm, Chu Zhang cannot merge with immortal blood. However, he is currently practicing qi cultivation techniques. Whether this path is feasible ultimately depends on the future. Glancing over various wondrous treasures, Chu Zhang's gaze flickered slightly as he asked, "Can immortal treasures be exchanged for merit points?" Of course, creating immortal treasures for the Immortal Alliance is also a merit, and so is producing immortal pills. The woman in black nodded, not all cultivators are fond of slaughtering and fighting. A considerable number are not good at combat but excel in other areas with outstanding talent. Creating immortal treasures and immortal pills for the Immortal Alliance is naturally meritorious, and it is a significant merit, as these are war resources that require time to accumulate. Immortal treasures and immortal pills are always the most sought-after consumables. Even though broken immortal treasures can be repaired, those powerful enough to repair them would not focus their energy on such trivial matters. Chu Zhang's thoughts stirred slightly, but he suppressed some ideas in his heart. He had intended to take out all the unusable low-grade immortal treasures and directly convert them to merit points. Previously in the lower heavenly domain, he collected many fragments of low-grade immortal treasures, and as his cultivation level increased, repairing low-grade immortal treasures became increasingly simple, which naturally accumulated quite a number in his possession, now at least 100 pieces. However, these fragments of immortal treasures were all from the 10,000 Realms battlefield, where the circle of true immortals is only so big. Once re-entered into the battlefield, they could easily be recognized, and if someone intentionally investigated, it would be quickly discovered that they came from him. Thus the matter of repairing immortal treasures became somewhat conspicuous. Although repairing is not an exclusive technique, some top experts can even create objects from void, using immortal chi to conjure immortal treasures out of thin air, but his current cultivation level is far from that extent. As Ancestral Dao has just died not long ago, he had nothing behind him. It is better to stay low-key right now. Finally, after much deliberation, Chu Zhang exhausted all his merit points and exchanged them for a great seal. Evil-breaking seal, 8th order. A seal forged with soul-eating crystal as the main ingredient, having endured 6 great tribulations, contains a small cave heaven within, with abundant yang qi and damaging yin god spirit soul upon contact. The evil-breaking seal is versatile for both offense and defense. If he is about to go to the main battlefield of the vast universe, it is relatively suitable given his current cultivation level. It will come in handy after he surpasses the water tribulation. Having obtained the immortal seal, Chu Zhang did not linger much and left with Zhang Yi. In the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, Zhang Yi brought him to a secret chamber and then took his leave, saying, "The inspector may rest first. The arrangements hereafter should be notified by someone else, and I shall take my leave now." Chu Zhang thanked him, closed the chamber door, and adjusted his state in seclusion. At this moment, he began refining the medicine power of the Golden Scale 9 Revolutions pill, waiting for the right moment to initiate the tribulation. After spending almost half a month in seclusion, a new message transmitted through the jade token at Chu Zhang's waist. You are granted 4 years of rest and can visit home. Return here in 3 years to ascend the boundary pass. If not confident, manage your affairs first. The message was concise, but the final words, manage your affairs, were filled with an ominous presence. Clearly, he needed to prepare for the possibility of dying in battle. Chu Zhang glanced at the message, his expression unchanged, and directly stepped into the secret chamber, heading out of Heaven Pass. It took him more than 10 days to traverse the starry sky, reaching a desolate star domain devoid of any life. His state was already at its peak, having refined the majority of the Golden Scale 9 Revolutions pill. The water element chi in the Xuanwu scale armor was also ready. With stable tribulation chi around him, the moment was ideal for crossing the tribulation. Chu Zhang took a deep breath, looked up at the vast starry dome, and shouted, "Come." The starlight faded, darkness enveloped all round, profound and too dense to see, filled with a bone-chilling damp cold. The starry sky rippled in waves, collapsing into a flowing black water curtain during the tremors. Countless stars turned into red-black droplets, roaming around and eventually gathering in one place, filling the star river. This was the final tribulation of the 5 elements Great Tribulation, the Xian Water Tribulation. Just like before, the catastrophic event spanned a vast range, more than 10-fold greater than when he previously crossed the Golden Tribulation. Everything in sight was shrouded in Xian water. Each drop of Xian water weighed as much as the stars and carried an astonishing chill. True immortals with weaker cultivation would perish upon contact. Chu Zhang took a deep breath, opened all 108,000 pores of his body, accepting everything without rejection, and absorbed all the water element chi transformed from heaven and earth primordial chi into his body. The dark waves infiltrated his meridians, stirring the lung gold chi to further stimulate the growth of water element immortal root, gradually suppressing the fiercely burning heart fire. Just like when crossing the golden tribulation, the water element immortal root quickly became unsustainable, conversion growing increasingly difficult. When water overflows, the unconverted water element primordial chi flowed straight to his kidneys, causing Chu Zhang's spine to stiffen slightly and a chill to surge at his waist. At the same time, his immortal blood continuously surged from his heart, flowing several times before entering the lung meridians and further nurturing kidney water. The heart governs the fire element, and the kidneys control water, resembling the two sides of yin and yang. Now, as kidney water surged, heart fire dampened, much like the waxing of yin and waning of yang. With each tribulation experienced, Chu Zhang grew more adept, retrieving a treasure bead shrouded in black mist and swallowed it into his stomach. This was essence chi extracted from Xuanwu scale armor, which was extremely beneficial for his water element immortal root. Xuanwu, as the holy beast of the water attribute, had its scale armor refined to the highest purity on its body. Upon receiving this essence chi, the water element immortal root instantly expanded several times. The water element chi entering his body began transforming at a remarkable speed, entering his organs and integrating into the five elements cycle. The growth of the water element immortal root required some time, however, the influx of Xian water exceeded Chu Zhang's carrying capacity. In response, Chu Zhang could only replicate his previous method, operating the chi refining technique to refine it as much as possible. The previously stable tribulation chi around him began to surge rapidly. The heavenly immortals had far too many tribulations to endure. The Eighth Order marked a realm of qualitative change, where each tribulation significantly bolstered their cultivation, making the accompanying tribulation chi exceedingly daunting. To this end, Chu Zhang could only place his hopes on his spirit tree avatar, diverting all tribulation chi to it. The tribulation chi he could suppress in a day, his avatar would have at least 100 days to dissipate due to the time difference of 100-fold. At the moment of crossing the water tribulation, inside Chu Zhang's cave heaven world, devastating changes were occurring. A fissure tore through the sky, and waves cascaded down, flowing freely on the ground, bringing in new vitality. Amid the ancient forest, Bai Yan leaned against an ancient tree, watching the torrential flood below. He took out a jade book and began to write, Origin Calendar, Year 51, after 4 years, Zhang has achieved cultivation and entered the realm of the 5 tribulation true immortal, attaining 5 elements perfection in the grotto heaven. After recording this, Bai Yan flipped through the previous pages of the jade book, feeling a bit emotional. In just a few years, the ancestral Tao collapsed, immortal martial arts were transformed, the universe shattered, and all heavens face extinction. Although Chu Zhang was young, everything he witnessed and experienced was of cosmic significance. Compared to the events of the past million years, the last few decades were exceptionally eventful. Chu Zhang's cultivation talent, compared to the ancient books he had perused across the myriad realms, was unmatched and could be called demonic. It was unclear whether this was a precursor to chaos, attracting extraordinary individuals, or if these individuals' emergence caused the chaos. Regardless, he, merely a common man, had no regrets witnessing and feeling all of this through Chu Zhang's power. 2 days into a steady tribulation crossing, Chu Zhang suddenly felt uneasy. His avatar sent a warning, encountering great trouble. Spirit Moon Great Realm. Amongst the continuous floating islands, an ancient tree reaching the sky took root in the void, its canopy spanning millions of miles, its branches and leaves like mythic dragons hidden in 9 layers of clouds and mist. From all directions came deafening battle cries. Everywhere one looked, there were towering pillars of fire and blades and swords flashing across the sky. The spirit wood's branches were set ablaze, leaves entwined with fire fell like shooting stars, plunging into the layered clouds without leaving a trace. Countless living creatures surrounded the spirit wood, employing various attack techniques, leaving scars upon it. These living creatures rightfully belonged to a faction of the Emperor dynasty. For reasons unknown, they had been relentlessly pursuing the Spirit Tree avatar for several months. With his main body crossing a tribulation and needing to dissipate tribulation chi, Xuan manifested the Spirit Wood's main body, choosing to directly confront them instead of hiding. However, the confrontation led to unexpected results. Though some tribulation chi was dissipated, the raid was overwhelmed by new influx. Now, the tribulation chi grew stronger, rapidly transforming into a death tribulation, but Xuan couldn't find its source. Stuck in this predicament, he had no choice but to endure passively. Xuan surveyed his surroundings, continuously searching for hidden dangers while wielding his branches to sweep away swaths of living creatures, reducing them to bloody mist. As time passed, the bloody mist thickened, with 6 great suns shining down, transforming the sky into an inverted scarlet ocean, reflecting a fierce blood-red light. Suddenly, a cold gleam emerged, tearing through millions of miles of sky, stirring the clouds and wind, shattering the bloody sea, clearing heaven and earth instantly. Before the light reached him, Xuan felt a bone-chilling killing intent, and the tribulation chi around him began to boil violently, instantly triggering a tribulation. Crack! A silver spear extended from beyond the heavens, piercing through the heart of the Spirit Wood, pinning Xuan firmly in the void, immobilizing him. The location of the silver spear's penetration was critical, instantly severing his meridians. A figure stepped out of the void, appearing around 60 years old, with long beard hanging down to his chest, a pronounced forehead, and dragonesque features. Xuanwu, 8th Order Bone Age of 151,231 years, 8th Order 9th Layer Cultivation, highest-ranking leader of Fengyue Army in Holy Moon Dynasty, main practitioner of True Dragon Transformation Technique, has cultivated True Dragon Treasure Body, only a step away from becoming a true dragon. Seeing the information about the person in front of him, Xuan realized that the death tribulation had manifested through this individual. The Spirit Tree avatar's ability to contain tribulation chi was ultimately limited. If tribulation chi couldn't be dissipated timely, it turning into death tribulation was only natural. The 8th Order 9th Layer was equivalent to the top tier 9 tribulations true immortal, possessing the power to overturn star domains. Within the Spirit Moon Great Realm, he was atop the pyramid. Beings who reached the 9th Order were rare in the Spirit Moon Great Realm. Though the spiritual energy tide could nourish the entire realm, its heavenly environment couldn't support further cultivation for 9th Order beings. Any creature who reached the 9th Order and had ambition would mostly choose to leave for other great realms to seek further advancement. Thus, few 9th Order beings chose to remain. You bunch of fools, if you damage the Spirit Wood, what will we use to carve the Emperor's coffin? Xuanwu scanned the battlefield, issuing a low growl. Silence fell over the land, even breath sounds vanished in an instant. Hearing this, Xuan understood suddenly. No wonder the people of the Holy Moon Dynasty had been persistently pursuing him. The Emperor had passed away, lacking a coffin. Naturally, his Spirit Tree avatar was the most suitable material. Xuanwu had no intention of indulging in conversation with Xuan. He raised his hand and clenched it, severing the void. Within mere breaths, the towering Spirit Wood transformed into a small sapling, falling into his palm. Soon, Xuan experienced an incredibly novel way of dying. After being taken through the void, Xuanwu delivered him to a palace and handed him to a group of people. The tree's roots and excess branches were cut off, with the trunk preserved. Then, it was split open, hollowed out, and this group of people inscribed arrays upon it for a long time. As vitality slowly diminished, Xuan's sensory ability grew weaker. In the final blurry moments, he seemed to catch sight of a corpse adorned in an emperor's robe being hurriedly placed inside. As he was buried in the tomb, Xuan's last trace of divine sense was extinguished, his avatar's soul scattered. Chapter 523-363, Return to Cangyun. The tribulation chi that an avatar can bear is ultimately limited. Exceeding this limit naturally triggers uncontrollable tribulations. Fortunately, this time the death tribulation also dissipated a lot of tribulation chi, ensuring that Xuan did not immediately fall into a dangerous situation. At the moment when the avatar completely perished, Chu Zhang's Xian water tribulation also neared its end. As the final drop of Xian water entered his body and was converted into immortal power by the immortal root, the dark water curtain that shrouded the starry sky gradually faded, revealing the dazzling cosmic starlight again. The water element immortal root, nourished by Xuanwu essence qi, underwent some variations, manifesting scales on the immortal root while a phantom image of Xuanwu coiled in the kidney palace, constantly inhaling and exhaling immense water element essence qi. Although 90% of the spiritual energy dissipated, the Xuanwu scales, originating from a holy beast comparable to a top immortal king, significantly impacted Chu Zhang's current state. The abundant essence qi brought by the water tribulation elevated Chu Zhang's qi refinements cultivation to the mid-stage of heavenly immortal. The remaining tribulation qi left some traces on his body, but it was still within manageable levels. After becoming a 5 tribulation true immortal, Chu Zhang's sensations altered significantly, different from before. The 5 elements within him achieved perfection, circulating immortal power ceaselessly. Even without using the qi refining technique, he could remain active in the cosmos for a long time. Immortal power is the capital to traverse the universe. Although a 5 tribulation true immortal cannot detach from the earthly environment for too long, he is much stronger than before. However, Chu Zhang was still uncertain whether the path he followed was indeed the immortal path. Maybe it warranted a question mark. His highest-grade immortal cultivation technique was the Taixuan divine fire scripture, but its rank was only 8th order. Currently, his cultivation in the immortal path mainly relied on his intuition for qi circulation, converting it into immortal power or internal yuan qi, guided more by the eternal Calamity treasure records qi circulation methods. Whether he used immortal power to activate divine skills or yuan qi to drive immortal laws, there was no noticeable obstruction. The cultivation methods of the two paths are inherently similar, making them hard to distinguish now. With the supplementation of Xuanwu essence qi and the assistance of the Golden Scale 9 Revolutions pill, Chu Zhang was more stable during the water tribulation compared to the golden tribulation, sustaining no injuries at least. He now faced the yin-yang tribulation. Compared to the 5 elements Great Tribulation, the yin-yang tribulation showed some changes, transitioning from an external-internal approach and beginning internally. After achieving perfection in the cave heaven 5 elements, subsequent evolutions involve interpreting yin and yang, distinguishing the turbid and pure qi, manifesting the sun and moon, and segmenting the day and night, further expanding the cave heaven towards a true great realm. If yin and yang could be unified, harmonizing into one, it results in becoming an 8 tribulations true immortal. Back when Zhao Tingxian mastered the heavenly Tao of the Cangyun realm, his cultivation reached this level. After unifying yin and yang, creating myriad heaven and earth laws from one becomes a 9 tribulations true immortal. As for how a 9 tribulations true immortal ascends to immortal venerable, there is no record in the Taixuan divine fire scripture. Currently, the only immortal law Chu Zhang possessed was a part of the vast earth-nourishing spirit scripture obtained from the primordial spirit Holy Land, which ranked 9th order. It allows gathering earth spirit vein qi to nurture one's true spirit, rather profound. However, this law required substantial time and energy to repair, and Chu Zhang had no intention of cultivating this method. Qi refining technique emphasizes the balance of the 5 elements, while the vast earth-nourishing spirit scripture overly favors the earth element, being detrimental to qi refining technique, requiring much more effort for subsequent balancing. Resorting again to the immortal alliance for collecting 5 elements immortal skills would be too time-consuming and not worthwhile. Having walked the wrong path once, Chu Zhang was not foolish enough to repeat it. The immortal venerable domain signifies another qualitative transformation, where a turn of the hand could shroud a star domain. To enter it, immortal blood seemed an insurmountable medium. Judging from Zhao Tingxian and Shang Cangyun's words, being born in Cangyun meant being unable to merge with immortal blood. Chu Zhang shook his head slightly, not dwelling on it much. Initially, he didn't even have an immortal bone, and yet he is now a 5 tribulation true immortal. Therefore, why worry about immortal blood? If the path proved impassable, he would push his qi refinements cultivation to mysterious immortal first, even if not becoming an immortal venerable. he would still attain that stature. To forge a path through every mountain and bridge over every water, now he just needed to go with the flow. Coming to his senses, Xuan identified the direction, his brow exuding a glow, a strand of divine sense separated, merging into a passing starlight, and then tracing the starlight upstream. This strand of divine sense would travel along the starlight towards the Chaos Sea, searching for a suitable great realm for tribulation. An avatar's tribulation couldn't cease, especially since he was heading to the core battlefield of the boundary, where tribulation chi would add numerous uncertainties. With prior experience from the spirit-wood avatar, this time, he aimed to find heavenly and earthly treasures with more robust innate foundations, such as immortal gold or precious jade. However, whether these two could serve as avatars remained uncertain. Compared to spirit wood, these two items were not truly living creatures. Serving as avatars requires the ability to absorb the sun and moon essence. Specific attempts were necessary to find out. The Immortal Alliance granted ample time, and gazing at the starry sky ahead, Xuan felt a moment of bewilderment. He suddenly felt a sense of directionless emptiness. Buzz, suddenly, a fluctuation came from his chest. Xuan's thoughts snapped back. It was a message from Song Lingxue. The message content was mostly the same as before, asking about his recent well-being, assuring safety, and sharing some of her updates. Her cultivation had greatly improved. However, how advanced Song Lingshua's current cultivation was, Xuan wasn't certain. Each time, she merely mentioned some progress. He had asked once, but Song Lingshua's reply was vague, only stating significant progress. With the time flow in the Chaos Sea, it had been at least 500 or 600 years since Song Lingxue entered the Chaos Sea. Given her previous cultivation pace, becoming a martial saint wasn't impossible. Following the usual routine, he sent a reply, informing Song Lingxue that he had overcome the 5 elements' Great Tribulation. With determination, Xuan had a sudden idea. Perhaps, he could take advantage of this period to return to Cangyun for a visit. It had been over 2 decades since he left Cangyun, and with constant turmoil, he wasn't sure about the current state of Taixuan Holy Land or the conditions of Fu Quanliang and Song Lingqing. His current identity posed no issues, allowing him to return to the Cangyun realm openly. With a thought, Xuan began sensing the world coordinates of the Cangyun realm, soon obtaining a result. The distance was immense, traveling solely by his cultivation would be impossible in time. However, with his identity as Chief of Punishment Department, he could use the teleportation array within the Immortal domain, which wouldn't take too long. Chapter 524-364, Cangyun Heavenly Way. Within the Immortal Alliance, there was a supreme treasure known as the Boundary Wheel. The Boundary Wheel connected countless star regions under the jurisdiction of the Immortal Alliance, reaching far and wide. This was to facilitate the members of the Immortal Alliance to quickly reach various realms and suppress anomalies when they occurred. Without the Boundary Wheel, it would undoubtedly be extremely laborious for the Immortal Alliance to govern such a vast star territory. Xuan immediately returned to Heaven's Gate, and after expressing his intention, he passed through several teleportation arrays and quickly arrived before the Boundary Gate opened by the Boundary Wheel. The light gate, spanning billions of miles, hung beneath the dome of the starry sky, with hazy illusions inside, reflecting layer upon layer of starry curtains. With his current cultivation level, Xuan could sense more things. Within the Boundary Gate, there were extremely intense fluctuations of space laws, extending towards the great universe, like a giant net covering the sky and earth. The identity of an Immortal Alliance inspector was very useful. After presenting his monitoring jade order, Xuan passed through smoothly and directly stepped into the Boundary Gate, embarking on the road to Cangyun realm. After half a day of traveling, Xuan arrived in the star region where the Cangyun realm was located. This star region, where Cangyun realm was located, was named Sword Lion, which governed over 100 great thousand worlds and countless life stars, already considered the heartland of the entire Immortal domain. The Boundary Gate was still some distance away from the Cangyun realm. Back then, it took Xuan nearly half a year, traveling through many teleportation arrays, to get from the Cangyun realm to here. After determining the direction, Xuan directly tore through the space barrier, spanning the star universe, and rushed straight towards the Xuanwu realm. With his current cultivation level, his speed of crossing the starry sky was much faster than the usual teleportation arrays. After just half a day, a familiar continent appeared before Chu Jing's eyes. The journey that once took him more than half a year to complete, he now finished in just half a day. Looking at the continent before him, Chu Jing felt a surge of emotions, and for a moment, he couldn't help but feel as if a lifetime had passed. After more than 20 years away from the Xuanwu realm, he had finally returned. In the great universe, more than 20 years had passed, while the years spent in the Chaos Sea amounted to over 2,000 years. Back then, his cultivation level was merely at the Taixuan stage, and he was forced to flee in embarrassment by Xuan, who was at the 8th order of the Immortal Tribulation realm. Afterwards, he encountered the Eastern Victory Demon Immortal. If not for the projection of Cangyun, he would have barely escaped the Calamity. He never expected that it would be so long before he returned since leaving back then. He had very little sentiment for Cangyun, as the years of transfigured tribulations and experiences had been too long. His memories of the Xuanwu realm had become very faint. In this realm, there was surely a great hidden secret. From ancient times to now, only Xuanwu and Zhao Tingxian had emerged as anomalies. Moreover, the Ancestral Dao's various plans, including those involving Taoist Venerable Jingqiu, were all related to him. This time returning, perhaps he might catch some clues. Standing in his current position, he could somewhat understand the significance of Xuanwu organizing the great tournament of 10,000 sects. Instead of endlessly producing true immortals who would go to the cosmic edge to die, it was better to concentrate all hope on one person. This way, perhaps a few prodigies might emerge. Zhao Tingxian had previously suppressed many cultivators in the Xuanwu realm from crossing the Immortal Tribulation, possibly considering this as well. They had all walked a path full of thorns and knew how difficult it was. Instead of letting later generations die in vain, it was better to block the path, at least to live safely in this lifetime. However, the subsequent changes had clearly exceeded their expectations. After calming himself, Chu Jing released Bai Yan from the cave heaven world, then took a step forward and entered the Xuanwu realm. This place was also Bai Yan's homeland. Although Bai Yan cultivated in the historian school and counted as a heretic cultivator, the Myriad realms and the Immortal Alliance were still in an alliance, so there shouldn't be any major issues. The moment he crossed the boundary wall, Chu Jing clearly felt a divine sense sweep over him, originating from the heavenly Tao of this realm. Please stop. Accompanied by a sound transmission, a figure descended from the sky and approached Chu Jing. It was a middle-aged man, about 40 years old, dressed in blue, with ink-black hair like clouds, and an elegant demeanor. Shi Ling, 8th Order Bone Age 47,955, Cultivation Level 7th Tribulation True Immortal Perfection, Yin Yang about to unite, Immortal Alliance Breaking Kill Army 3rd Camp Commander, majoring in Rain Cloud Sword Manual, Modern Master of the Xuanwu Heavenly Tao, can rival Immortal Venerable within the realm. With a glance, Chu Jing recognized the background of the person before him. I am Shi Ling, greetings to Inspector Chu. Shi Ling had a slight smile on his face, cupped his hands and saluted, then looked at Bai Yan beside Chu Jing, nodded, and made a greeting gesture. How do you recognize me? Chu Jing felt slight surprise. As an inspector of the punishment authority, with your level of cultivation and such youthful appearance, I know all of them. But I have never seen you, so I figured you were a newly appointed inspector, and recently there is only you. Shi Ling shook his head slightly and sighed softly. Moreover, with the current turmoil at the boundary, for a territory like the Xuanwu realm, without me sending a request for aid, no inspector would come unless it's a serious matter. The implied meaning was clear. If the inspector came here, it wasn't for official business, then it could only be for personal reasons. An inspector with personal affairs in the Xuanwu realm could only be the newly appointed Chu Jing. I am here merely to look for an old friend, and I will leave within 2 or 3 years. I apologize for the disturbance, fellow Taoist Shi. Chu Jing cupped his hands in return. Shi Ling's posture was very humble, but he couldn't truly look down on him. With the cultivation of 7th Tribulation True Immortal Perfection, about to step into the 8th Tribulation, he was far stronger than Xuan, by tens of thousands of times. Plus, he was the acting master of Cangyun Heavenly Tao, with combat power capable of rivaling Immortal Venerable. The current Cangyun was essentially Shi Ling's domain. Xuan was a foreigner here. An inspector returning home, how could it be considered disturbing? I am merely under the orders of the Immortal Alliance. In the future, the Cangyun realm might be handed over to fellow Daoist. At this point, Shi Ling's smile slightly faded, swallowing the latter part of his words. Just like Zhao Tingxian back then. This statement was clearly not appropriate now, especially since Chu Zheng's current identity was still so sensitive. Shi Ling didn't say much more, he cupped his hands and bowed, then I won't disturb you further. If Inspector needs any help, feel free to send a message. Fellow Daoist is too kind. Chu Zheng naturally wouldn't take these words to heart. After Shi Ling left, Chu Zheng immediately used the heavenly divination technique and quickly sensed Song Lingqing's location. He didn't hurry to find Song Lingqing. After discerning the direction, he took Bai Nian and went straight to the southern region, heading towards the direction of the Great Zhou dynasty. That was the place where he was born, and Zhao Tingxian also came from there. Perhaps now he could find something different from before. Moreover, in Luofeng City, where the Song residence once stood, Daoist Venerable Jingchu might also have left traces. On the journey to Great Zhou, Chu Zheng spread out his divine sense, encompassing heaven and earth, collecting information, and soon became aware of some recent changes in the Cangyun realm. With a strong cultivation, digesting and deciphering information became effortless. Secrets that were difficult for ordinary people to uncover were as clear as day to Chu Zheng now. Since the unsealing of the Cangyun secret realm, the Cangyun realm had undergone great changes, making some cultivation methods other than the immortal path appear in the world once again. With the shackles of the immortal bone lost and most of the high-end combat power drawn away by the Immortal Alliance, over the past 20 years, Cangyun had a new generation of cultivators growing rapidly in astonishing numbers. For these heretic path practitioners, Shi Ling, who governed the heavenly Tao, did not use severe means to purge them directly, obviously opting for more gentle methods instead. The laws of heaven and earth had changed somewhat, but heavenly fate was still predominantly held by the immortal path. Under such circumstances, the cultivation efficiency of other paths was naturally low and would gradually fade over time. It just needed some time to slowly adjust and control. For mortals without a mortal bone, cultivating other Taoist orthodoxy was the only way out now. Overall, the current Cangyun was a thriving scene of 100 schools contending. Compared to before, the biggest difference was the sharp decline in the number of strong practitioners. Fourth-order cultivators became rare experts, and Chu Zheng had not seen any along his journey through vast territories. Most cultivators were quite young, with third-order cultivators being the top figures of the times, and no one mentioned the great tournament of 10,000 sects anymore. Originally, in the southern region, the 5 great holy lands had all perished except for Tianke and Golden Glass, with primordial spirit wiped out, Taixuan removed, and Taisu going into seclusion. These 2 holy lands had also lowered their profiles in recent years, similar to the state of Taisu Holy Land, gathering their disciples for recuperation. Before he knew it, Chu Zheng had arrived near the old site of the Great Zhou dynasty. The space channel leading to the vast universe had been resealed, and the evil qi had been gradually dealt with. The previously occupied Spirit Land also showed signs of human activity again. The Great Zhou dynasty was long gone, and the region was now divided among more than 10 family sects, each ruling their own territories. Disinterested in these matters, Chu Zheng led Bai Nian to Luofeng City. Luofeng City. Gazing at the mottled inscription on the city gate, Chu Zheng's expression momentarily dazed, a faint sense of familiarity surged in his mind. Regaining his composure, Chu Zheng shook his head, dissipating the strange feeling. After all, he had walked out from this very city, so the feeling was quite normal. The city was now occupied by a small family, who cultivated not the immortal law but a body-refining technique similar to martial arts. The family had a young second-order cultivator, less than 30 years old, with some fame within a radius of several hundred miles. As Chu Jing and Bai Nian entered the city, the bustle of human activity greeted them. At dawn, the streets were still wet with the night's dew. The shops along the street were already open, tea houses emanated steam, and the chatter of tea drinkers combined with the aroma of tea, drifting through the streets and into Chu Jing's ears, bringing him back to the human world. On the streets, there were also some ragged refugees. Chu Jing walked slowly along the long street and stopped before the former Song residence. The Song residence of old had left no trace, replaced by a lake pavilion, serene with surrounding pavilions and terraces. Heavenly Lake Pavilion. Looking at the plaque on the pavilion, Chu Jing sighed softly. Only 20 years had passed, yet the stark shift in the world was never clearer. Chu Jing turned and left, spreading his divine sense, scanning Luofeng City inch by inch for clues. Passing by a wonton stall, Chu Jing halted. Several tables and chairs were set up beside the stall. The steam rising from the pot blurred the sunlight filtering through the trees. The stall was run by a father and daughter. The father, in his 40s, had graying temples, and the daughter, a young girl in her late teens, had a graceful figure and wore simple gray clothes with a freshly picked begonia in her hair. There were few customers at the stall. The girl deftly cleared the bowls and chopsticks, then quickly took a bowl of wontons to a corner of the alley. In the alley corner curled a small beggar, about 11 or 12 years old, with crippled legs drawn close. "Little beggar, dinner time." The girl called softly, pouring the wontons from her bowl into the beggar's tattered bowl, and then turned back to attend to other customers. Chu Jing watched the girl's figure intently, his eyebrows furrowed, as a momentous wave surged within his mind, something deep inside seemed ready to emerge. Fragments of blurred memories flashed across his mind, fleeting and elusive. 2 bowls of wontons. Chu Jing stepped forward and spoke softly. The girl, while tidying up the bowls and chopsticks, didn't look up and said, "Please find a seat, it will be ready soon." Chu Jing and Bai Nian found an empty table and sat down. A short while later, the girl brought 2 bowls of wontons, and upon seeing Chu Jing's appearance, she froze on the spot. The man before her had moon-shaped eyebrows, eyes like deep pools of cold water, slightly upturned corners of his eyes like phoenix feathers, and wore a dark brocade robe, like an immortal painting come to life. The girl, momentarily dazed, then quickly lowered her eyes in panic, fearing she might have offended a nobleman. "Please enjoy." The girl muttered a few words, turned, and stumbled away without daring to look back. This man didn't seem to belong to this city, or even this world, and was not someone she could provoke. Chu Jing withdrew his gaze, sipping the wontons silently, trying to dig out the fleeting memory fragments, but they remained unclear. The recent experience was too strongly evocative, making it hard for him to ignore. He used to encounter wontons, and whenever he had free time, he would have 2 bowls, a seemingly ordinary habit. But upon deeper reflection, he realized something was amiss. In his past life, he didn't particularly like wontons, so how did he develop this habit? "What's the matter?" Bai Nian sensed Chu Jing's strangeness, glanced back at the father and daughter a few times, finding nothing unusual, and became even more puzzled. Chu Jing snapped back to reality and casually asked, not expecting much, "You've read many ancient books. Do you have any insights on past and present lives?" Chapter 526 After the modification -365, the transformation of Taixuan. Past lives and present lives? Why did you suddenly ask about this? Bai Nian mused for a moment before replying softly, "During those 10 years in the Myriad realms, I did glimpse some scriptures on the path of reincarnation. In today's great universe, the yin and yang are in disarray. The living creatures within the vast universe are neither fully dead nor have they entered reincarnation. Their past lives and present lives are no longer traceable. In the ancient times, however, the realms of yin and yang were separate, life and death were orderly, and each had its own path to reincarnation. With enough cultivation, one could reverse yin and yang, bringing the dead back to life, or reborn with memories intact. But those are just old legends now." After thinking quietly for a moment, Bai Nian concluded, "Connecting past lives and present lives has become nearly impossible now. It's like flowers in a mirror or the moon in water, existing only in legends with no recent examples. Xuan remained silent, for he certainly retained memories of his past life, a fact he could not deny. Although his innate wisdom had been sealed for 17 years, his memories of his past life were still clear. Yet now, he was uncertain whether those memories were complete. The existence of the vast universe replaced the underworld, causing chaos in yin and yang. Wars erupted from time to time, and the reincarnation road was thoroughly disrupted. Perhaps in the future, when some orthodoxy governs the heavenly fate alone, this situation might change. Maybe then, wars will cease, yin and yang will be orderly, and all living creatures will no longer struggle for a way to live. Let's go. Xuan shook his head slightly, placed half a spirit stone at the bottom of the bowl, and rose to leave. After a while, a young girl came to collect the dishes and discovered the half-piece of spirit stone at the bottom of the bowl. She quickly glanced around, seeing no one noticing, and discreetly hid the spirit stone in her sleeve, her fingertips trembling slightly. This half-piece of spirit stone was enough to change the fate of Immortal. Xuan slowly walked through the long street, gradually withdrawing his divine sense. Throughout the whole Luofeng city, he had dug 3,000 feet into the ground and sought any clues, but found none. The memories of the 10+ years he spent here, however, became increasingly clear. With his innate wisdom sealed earlier, his spiritual perception was dull, naturally making him appear somewhat slow and straightforward. He vaguely remembered being sold into the Song residence by a black-robed person whose face he could not see clearly. According to Song Lingxue, that person was Taoist Venerable Jingqiu, or perhaps the Ancestral Tao itself. If that unknown existence had deliberately made these arrangements, then the repair panel and his reincarnation here might indeed be connected. The existence of the repair panel itself was more like a seed filled with many branches of divine skills, gradually taking root and sprouting within him as his cultivation grew. When he crossed into the 9th order of Repair Master, there might be new changes. Xuan did not linger, leaving Luofeng City with Baiyan in tow. Xuan raised his hand to open a space channel, glancing at Baiyan. "Will you visit your home?" While Luofeng City might be his homeland in this lifetime, it was not Baiyan's. Baiyan's home was in the illusory spirit city, under the phantom spirit sect. Baiyan hesitated for a moment before nodding. "If it's convenient, then I'll take a look. It's just a step away, no inconvenience at all." Xuan led Baiyan across the space channel, and in a flash, they stood before a giant city. His divine sense drifted around, and in moments, Xuan knew the recent changes in Phantom Spirit sect. The sect's power had grown significantly compared to its early days. However, there were only 2 divine infant elders left, both newly advanced from soul-condensing monks. The rest of their strength was likely borrowed by the Immortal Alliance and might not return. The sect's chief disciple now was Wei Chongqing, possessing high-quality immortal bone, and already in mid-soul condensation realm. At this pace, he might reach divine infant realm before 100 years old. Though he had only met Wei Chongqing once, Xuan had a deep impression. His true identity was a Taixuan Holy Land true inheritor candidate. Joining the Phantom Spirit sect could have been an intentional arrangement by the Taixu Holy Land, even sealing his memories on purpose. Now, however, many things had changed. The Taixu Holy Land had sealed its gates, and Wei Chongqing might have already become a forsaken pawn. Illusory Spirit City was bustling, with many mortals and an increased number of cultivators. The distribution of power had not changed much. 20 years was not overly long for cultivators. Following his memories, Baiyan walked to his former residence. The original house had new occupants, the courtyard walls were refurbished, and it no longer looked like it used to. The Bai family was once a distinguished clan in Illusory Spirit City, with an ancestor who was an inner sect elder in the soul-condensing realm. But the family declined, leaving only this branch in the city. After generations of single heirs, finally, Baiyan's father, Bai Wending, appeared with low-grade immortal bone. Bai Wending joined the Phantom Spirit sect, cultivating to Spirit Spring realm. When he had hope of reviving the family, he suddenly disappeared during a sect mission, presumed dead. According to Chu Jing's current deductions, Bai Nian had no close blood relatives alive, and Bai Wending had long since died. Staring at the refurbished house for a long while, Bai Nian turned to Chu Jing. Where to next? Is that enough? There might not be another chance to return here. Chu Jing asked softly, his gaze calm. This trip back to Cangyun was on a whim. He didn't know when he would return again. By then, who knew what illusory spirit city or even Cangyun realm might become? Moreover, if one day he got entangled by tribulation chi and died in the vast corners of space, it wouldn't be surprising. Why come back? Bai Nian shook his head, equally calm. The past is untraceable. I just need to remember it and leave it for the future. Without another word, Chu Jing opened another space channel and led Bai Nian through it. In an instant, Chu Jing brought Bai Nian to a corner on the southeastern edge of the southern region. Song Lingqing and Fu Quanliang were both here. Before a small peak over 200 feet tall stood a stone stele inscribed with Taixuan in 2 characters. Chu Jing extended his divine sense, scanning the sect archives in the treasure house, getting a general understanding of the recent events in the Taixuan sect. 2 years ago, the last 2 divine transformation elders of the Taixuan Holy Land had passed away, and Fu Quanliang instantly became the most senior disciple, still managing sect affairs as the chief of the inner sect. Under Fu Quanliang's arrangements, the Taixuan sect became increasingly low-key, recruiting 2 batches of disciples in recent years to gradually fill the sect's vacancies. 3 years ago, Song Lingqing successfully stepped into the divine infant realm and was still in seclusion now, surpassing even Shang Zoling's progress, which was considered extraordinarily swift. With a glance at the small peak ahead, Chu Jing sighed lightly and stepped through the array, reaching the summit. A Dao field had been opened at the summit, where a dozen disciples were cultivating, with several great halls scattered around, containing all sorts of equipment despite their modest size. Chu Jing concealed himself and led Bai Nian through the Dao field into one of the great halls. The hall was empty, with Fu Quanliang sitting cross-legged below the jade steps, engrossed in cultivation. Limited by his talents, his cultivation was not very high, just in mid-soul condensation realm. Fu Quanliang seemed to sense something and slowly opened his eyes. Seeing Chu Jing nearby, his expression became extremely complex, his eyes reddened slightly. He tried to rise, but his legs turned weak. Propping himself up with his arms, he bowed low. Inner sect chief disciple Fu Quanliang greets the Holy Master, welcoming the Holy Master back to the sect. Rise, there's no need for such grand courtesy. Chu Jing raised Fu Quanliang with a wave of his hand, letting out a long sigh. The current state of Taixuan is entirely my fault. How can I bear the title of Holy Master? Over the years, you have labored greatly for Taixuan. The situation of Taixuan today is largely due to his own doing. Without him, at least Taixuan could have maintained its dignity as a holy land, rather than being pushed to its current, near-disbanded state by the Immortal Alliance. Gung Yang handed this foundation to him in the beginning, but he never fulfilled his duties as Holy Master. Initially, it was because Taixuan got pulled into his tribulation, which then led to Gung Yang's downfall. Over the years, Fu Quanliang has poured a lot of heart blood into Taixuan, and Song Lingqing has also contributed significantly. Without the Song clan's intervention, Taixuan would have perished long ago. Along the way, he has been helped by many noble people, yet he has always been unable to repay their kindness, which he feels deeply ashamed of. Without Holy Master's help, I would have perished in Great Zhou long ago. What I've done now is merely my duty. Fu Quanliang repeatedly shook his head. To me, Taixuan belongs to the Holy Master, not the Holy Master to Taixuan. Without the Holy Master, Taixuan's current state might be even worse. Taixuan, having lost its fresh blood, is doomed to decline. The strongest of the new generation of disciples is only in the soul-condensing realm, far from having grown up. At least now, borrowing the name of the Song clan, the inheritance has been preserved. Over the years, many disciples' cultivation expenses have also come from the resources left by Chu Jing. The merits and faults should be left for later generations to say. At least, now these Taixuan disciples are enjoying the blessings left by Chu Jing. I can't stay long this time, at most 2 or 3 years. Taixuan's foundation is unstable now and should not be too ostentatious. I will leave some immortal treasures and a batch of immortal jade as the foundation. You know the gravity, so I trust you can properly arrange them. After a moment of contemplation, Xuan solemnly said, the old holy master Gung is still around. When the war calms down, he will return to Cangyun to handle Taixuan's affairs. If the two of us do not return, you may act as holy master yourself, at least ensuring the continuation of Taixuan's legacy. He wanted to rebuild Taixuan, but he didn't know how long he could stay in the Immortal Alliance, and he was uncertain about his final situation. Keeping Taixuan in its current state was undoubtedly a better choice. The Immortal Alliance has already settled accounts once. If he were to make a big fuss now and help Taixuan regain its momentum, even if it achieves temporary glory, it would inevitably suffer because of him in the future. The Shang family and the primordial spirit Holy Land are the best examples. It is more dangerous outside for the Holy Master than in Cangyun, so don't worry about Taixuan. Hearing Xuan's words, Fu Qiuanliang's expression was not alarmed. He merely shook his head slowly and assured, the position of Holy Master, I am not worthy of. If the Holy Master encounters misfortune, I will find a suitable disciple to cultivate to ensure Taixuan's legacy remains intact. Over the years, he has seen many storms, having nurtured a certain fortitude. From Xuan's words, he could already hear some underlying meanings. The external turbulence was evident from the fact that the Cangyun realm now only has young cultivators, giving a glimpse of the tip of the iceberg. Even if Xuan and Gung Yang truly encountered mishap, he would find a way to ensure Taixuan's continuity. That would be good. Xuan nodded, said no more, and opened his palm, a small flame dancing at his fingertips. This was a fire seed he had extracted from his fire element immortal root, removing the fire poison within it. Its foundation was equivalent to a common immortal flame. As long as the Taixuan divine fire scripture reached the 7th layer and cultivation reached the Taixuan realm, it could be refined. With the profoundness of the Taixuan divine fire scripture, refining this fire seed could grant cultivation qualities comparable to superior immortal bone, making becoming a true immortal quite probable. Keep this fire seed well. If your cultivation is sufficient, you can directly refine it. Otherwise, if there is a suitable disciple, you can pass it on. I will remember. Please rest assured, Holy Master. Fu Quanliang bowed to accept the fire seed, solemnly saying, the two superior immortal bone holders from the martial hall, Fu Xian and Rong Yutsuan, are still in the sect, their cultivation having reached the late stage of the soul-condensing realm. Do you wish to see them, Holy Master? Xuan thought for a moment, then slightly shook his head, no need. Although the current environment of Cangyun realm is much better, it would still be hundreds of years before these two superior immortal bone holders grow up. He was not in the mood to deal with these trivial matters now. After that, Xuan took out 2 low-grade immortal treasures and a storage ring containing a batch of immortal jade. A long sword and a jade steel, one for offense and one for defense, plus the immortal jade, were sufficient in the current Cangyun realm. Later, he would set up a mountain protection array, thinking it could protect Taixuan without worry. Fu Quanliang left with the 2 immortal treasures. They were the foundation of Taixuan and needed careful placement. Casting a glance at the empty hall, Xuan turned and looked at a corner of the sect gate, sending out a message. In just over 10 breaths, a figure hurried over. Looking at the figure standing in the hall, Song Lingqing opened her mouth slightly, hesitating for a moment. She did not know how to address Xuan after more than 20 years of not seeing him. After receiving the message, she came in a hurry, her aura still unsettled, spiritual power surging within her, making her breath short. After a moment of silence, Xuan spoke first, "How have you been lately?" "So. Song Lingqing had many things to say, but did not know where to start. She wanted to ask about Xuan's adventures over the years, whether his cultivation went smoothly, if he encountered any dangers, and how her sister and father were doing in the martial hall. She often worried due to the long lack of news. After her family and Xuan left the realm one after another, she felt as if a part of her heart was empty, like a rootless drifting plant, resembling a wandering soul with no place to return. She seemed to once again feel those days in the phantom spirit sect when her immortal bones shattered, alone. After a long silence, Xuan spoke again. Do you want to change environments? I know of some greater realms better than Cangyun, and I can send you there. The current Cangyun realm, with its tumultuous heavenly fate, was no longer so suited for cultivators of the immortal path. However, during his travels, Xuan had learned of several famous greater realms, able to nurture immortal kings and even immortal monarchs. There, Song Lingqing would obviously have better development. At this moment, Xuan had realized that Song Lingqing had probably had a tough time over the years. At least he occasionally communicated with Song Lingxue, but Song Lingqing was truly alone. Song Lingqing shook her head and pushed down the question she wanted to ask. After deliberating for a moment, she asked, I once heard a true immortal say that the living creatures of the Cangyun realm cannot break the bloodline chains. Have you found a way? I haven't reached that point yet, but I have some clues. Xuan nodded, saying, Rest assured, I will find a way. Song Lingqing, upon realizing, subconsciously clenched her palm. She did not mean that. Chapter 528-367, A New Path. She just wanted to know whether Xuan's journey on the Tao path was smooth and if he had encountered any trouble. For a moment, Song Lingqing wanted to explain, but didn't know where to start. After a brief hesitation, she changed the topic. How is sister doing? Is father well lately? Lingxue is now in Chaos Sea, father-in-law is in Martial Hall. With Lingxue's current status, I don't think anyone will trouble her. At this point, Xuan couldn't help but sigh lightly. 4 people, yet separated across 4 sections of the Star Sea, powerless against it. He is currently an Immortal Alliance Inspector, a 5 Tribulation true immortal. Swallowing stars and devouring the sun was now commonplace, but standing in the context of the great universe, he was still too weak. Previously, when the heavenly punishment martial Ancestor passed by, if not for his keen spiritual perception, he would have been nearly trampled to death, akin to an ant. You'd better leave Cangyun. Xuan hesitated for a moment and spoke in a low voice, I can't stay in the Immortal Alliance for long. If you stay in Cangyun, there might be trouble in the future. The future development is unpredictable, the Immortal Alliance is clear about his background. Once he has any issues, Song Lingqing could easily be implicated. Previously, a true immortal from the Immortal Alliance already questioned me, but it had no effect, after all. I'm not sister, and I know nothing about you. Song Lingqing shook her head. She didn't want to leave Cangyun right now. With her family and close relatives no longer around, if she left this homeland, she feared she might get lost in the Star Sea and never find her way home. Additionally, there are too many uncertainties outside the realm, which might affect her cultivation path. Since stepping into the immortal path, she always had an inexplicable obsession, valuing cultivation above all else. At least in Cangyun, there's still the Song clan, and she still has the qualification to enter the Song family's secret realm, which would allow her to grow faster. Now she had already formed her divine infant, which was the best proof. Although Xuan's rapid growth shocked her greatly, her determination to pursue the Tao had not wavered at all. The cultivation path has an end, although Xuan may be quick, she wasn't certain she couldn't reach that step. Even if it takes hundreds or thousands of times longer, she would eventually reach the top one day. If that's the case, weigh it yourself. Xuan didn't persuade her much. Some things were of no use to say more, and Song Lingqing wasn't someone who would be swayed by a few words. What he mentioned were just possibilities, not certainties, and now he needed to consider potential future changes more. To have enough say, he needed sufficient strength and heavenly fate as support. Compared to repairing the panel, the luck-stealing skill might be his greatest reliance for survival in the future. Killing and stealing luck would inevitably cause a chain reaction. Coupled with the identity of a chi cultivator, Xuan already had some foresight about his future situation. But this path, he would surely walk. Without sufficient heavenly fate protection, he might die in calamity in the future. Luck determines fortune and misfortune. If luck is too weak, calamities that could have been crossed might become death tribulations. Now that the vast universe is knocking on the gate, this might be good news for him. At least it further delayed the time for Dao War, giving him more time to cultivate. Similarly, once stepping on the path of killing and contending the Dao, he'd be truly making enemies all over the world. There would be no aid, no allies, similar to Dao Ancestor's situation in the late primordial era. But Dao Ancestor still had helpers. Someone forcibly opened the gate of spacetime from the future to find aid. In fact, he always had some doubts about this. With today's great universe, he really couldn't imagine who would be willing to help Dao Ancestor. The cultivation to the point of crossing time and space, the heavenly fate on them was already considerable. In the Dao War, all were crucial figures. What benefit would such people get from helping a Qi cultivator? I will stay in Xuanwu for 2 years. During this time, if you encounter any bottlenecks in your cultivation, feel free to ask me. Xuan had no plans to leave Xuanwu at the moment. During this period, he wanted to see if he could find any clues from the area around Xuanwu's secret realm. It was where he received Dao Ancestor's legacy, so there might be some gains. However, this probability was very low. If there were any traces, the Immortal Ancestor should have noticed it long ago when they personally deduced it. Okay. Song Lingqing agreed, hesitated for a moment, didn't speak again, and turned to leave. Wait. Xuan called her, took out a treasure bead with a flip of his hand, and handed it over. What is this? Song Lingqing was puzzled. A lower quality immortal treasure, can convert immortal power, assisting in cultivation. This bead could convert a certain amount of immortal power, which was nothing compared to Xuan's current circulating qi, clearly of no use to him anymore. But for Song Lingqing's cultivation, it would be greatly beneficial. This is too valuable. Hearing it was an immortal treasure, Song Lingqing withdrew her hand, feeling a bit awkward. Something belonging to a true immortal, such items were rare even in the entire Song clan. Moreover, this was an immortal treasure that assisted in cultivation, which were rare even among immortal treasures. This seemingly inconspicuous treasure bead could create a true immortal noble family given enough time. Xuan didn't say much, raised his hand, and implanted the treasure bead into Song Lingqing's dantian, assisting her in refining it, and said gently, "It's just a lower quality immortal treasure, though beneficial for cultivation, and you'll need it now given your current level." I understand. Song Lingqing's eyes dimmed a bit, she thanked him, and turned to leave. Xuan's generosity now made her almost unrecognizable. Watching Song Lingqing leave, Xuan sat down cross-legged and split off an avatar heading towards the Xuanwu's secret realm. Meanwhile, he transferred part of his divine sense into the Chaos Sea. The strand of divine sense undergoing tribulation had found a suitable avatar. The dusky sky, devoid of the sun, was filled with blood-red afterglow. The jagged land was covered with cracks, with battle armor and skeletons scattered all around, flags dyed with blood. The skeletons had turned to bones, flesh turned to mud, and it was utterly desolate and silent. Clearly, this great battle happened ages ago, and the bones remained unattended. Crunch, suddenly, a skeleton clad in battle armor slowly sat up, and fine tendrils grew from the armor, fluttering in the air like long hair. After a moment, the battle armor slowly stood up, the skeleton within scattered to the ground with a light rattling sound. The battle armor shimmered with a faint light. Feeling his current state, Xuan couldn't help but find it novel. The true spirit of the skeleton was lost, unable to awaken spiritually, but the battle armor mutated, absorbing all the essence of flesh, becoming a rare living creature in this world. Armor Demon. Chapter 529-368, Attempt to Transform Calamity. This time, the great realm where Xuan's avatar was undergoing tribulation was somewhat special, with very peculiar heaven and earth laws, thus nurturing some very strange living creatures. The battle armor absorbed the essence of flesh and blood, and such acts of spirit communication and demon transformation were very rare in the great universe. Most weapon armors of high quality possessed self-awareness. These spiritual treasures could absorb the essence of flesh and blood to nourish themselves, but Chu Zheng's current avatar situation was entirely different. When Chu Zheng first inherited the Taixuan Divine Fire scripture, he used the power of the Tongxian spiritual treasure to assist him in crossing his first great tribulation. But even if weapons possessed spiritual awareness, they remained weapons. Even with immense power, upon reaching the Eighth Order, they would be shackled, unable to exhibit their full power without a living being to control them. This was because in the great universe, no weapon could actively occupy a share of heavenly fate. Without anyone paving the way, upon reaching the Eighth Order, they would naturally revert to their original state, losing the ability to move freely. However, Chu Zheng's current situation was entirely different. Under the peculiar heaven and earth laws, his armor fused with the flesh and blood of a living creature, making him a new kind of living being. From an inanimate object to a living creature, it was a fundamental transformation. Originally, Chu Zheng had not thought about becoming an armor demon, but the environment of this place provided him with such a possibility. Initially, he only wanted to experiment, never expecting that he would truly turn a set of battle armor into an avatar. At this moment, his state was very mystical. Relying on the tendrils extending from the gaps in the armor, he continuously communicated with heaven and earth, absorbing the heaven and earth primordial qi. The heaven and earth primordial qi seemed very compatible with him, with no barriers to refining, but the absorption efficiency was extremely low, vastly different from the qi refining technique in terms of cultivation. Even with the intent to actively control and absorb spiritual energy, it would take at least 1,000 years to form enough combat power to transcend the tribulation, which translates to about 10 years in the great universe. Chu Zheng found this growth rate somewhat unacceptable. In another 3 or 4 years, he would have to enter the boundary battlefield, and this speed was something he couldn't afford to wait for. At most, 300 to 400 years, he must push the combat power of this avatar to the Eighth Order. Chu Zheng wasted no time and began to deduce a suitable method for operation. However, this time the difficulty was 100 times greater than when he had the Spirit Tree avatar. The Spirit Tree had the Spirit Vortex as its foundation, but this armor demon, a bizarre entity, had no concept of spiritual power flow, and even its form was unstable. Although it appeared as battle armor now, in fact, the interior of the armor had long decayed, essentially just a mass of writhing flesh. Despite this, Chu Zheng gritted his teeth and started to delve deeply into research. In the blink of an eye, more than 20 years had passed. Chu Zheng gained nothing and had no choice but to give up. He stopped pursuing this dead end and left the battlefield, beginning to seek a new direction. There was no need to waste time in this place. In this great realm, the 100 countries were in a state of fragmentation and frequent warfare. City massacres and village annihilations were common sights, and scenes of corpse mountains and seas of blood were everywhere. Major countries, hidden behind the scenes, manipulated the small countries to fight each other, thereby plundering resources and population on a large scale to continuously grow stronger. Armor demons like Chu Zheng could also be frequently seen. Broken battle armors enveloping mutilated corpses roamed the battlefields, acting on instinct, attacking the living out of a thirst for fresh blood, and seeking new bodies to continue wandering. In general, armor demons used corpses as their vessels, surviving and growing through a form of parasitism. As time passed, the bodies that armor demons inhabited would become ever stronger, and their combat power would naturally increase accordingly. This realization gave Chu Zheng some inspiration. He could look for a suitable body to try opening the meridians and operating the qi refining technique. Given the armor demon's affinity for the spiritual energy of this great realm, as long as he could operate the qi refining technique, he was confident he could grow rapidly in a short time. Chu Zheng spent several years crossing vast battlefields, attempting to parasitize corpses, but the results were ultimately unsatisfactory. The corpses' primordial spirits had perished, and their yang qi was lost. Even with forced control, he could only absorb yin qi, which was different from the path of the zombie he had walked previously. Chu Zheng was now an armor demon, a living creature, not in a divine soul state. The environment and heaven and earth laws of this realm were also inappropriate for the growth of the zombie lineage. Thus, he could only look for a living host. However, the parasitic method of an armor demon was very different from possession. It was a symbiotic relationship with the corpse. Corpses did not speak or resist, but the living would. Faced with this dilemma, Xuan quickly made a decision. After one last attempt, if it truly failed, he would abandon the armor demon body and find a new path. Months later, Xuan stopped in a mountain forest, following the scent of blood to a mass burial mound. Two soldiers in armor were each holding a leg, dragging a young man whose blood had turned the dirt to mud. The young man was not yet utterly dead, gasping hoarsely with a sword wound through his heart and lungs, his body pierced by more than a dozen feathered arrows. Xuan's eyes flickered, finding a suitable candidate. People willing to share their bodies with an alien species were not easy to find, except for those on the brink of death, hovering at the edge of the Yellow Springs. Xuan waited for a moment, and as soon as the two soldiers left, he transformed into a wisp of black light, gradually enveloping the young man's body, completely consuming him. The young man struggled to open his eyes, staring at the dim sky, his pupils unfocused. Amidst the blur, a voice echoed from the depths of his heart, "I can save your life, but you'll have to give me half of your body. Do you agree?" The young man widened his eyes, pupils contracting, and summoned his last breath, his voice barely audible, "I agree, as long as he could live, any price was worth it." As the words fell, the black light emerged from the young man's body, forcibly lifting him. The sword wound through his heart and lungs healed in an instant, and the arrows embedded in him were consumed by the black light. Before the young man could regain his senses, the voice from before sounded again, "From today onwards, you are called Xuan. I will give you strength and help you do anything you want. In exchange, your life belongs to me. How long you live depends on your fate." In the next moment, the young man's face twisted in intense pain, his chest as if something was prying it open. The pitch-black breastplate grew like a second layer of ribs, pushing aside the flesh and emerging. This sensation was extremely bizarre. He could seemingly feel every piece of armor growing. His shoulders connected to his collarbones gradually swelled, pushing out dragon head carvings, while the scales that appeared between his ribs overlapped like dragon scales. A layer of black light extended from his spine, with 3-inch iron spikes popping out from each vertebra. When the final neck armor completely locked in place, the chilling metal pressed against his Adam's apple, and a strong scent of blood filled his nostrils. This scent of blood did not disgust him, instead, it was refreshing, like drinking nectar and divine dew. The pitch-black tendrils had already silently invaded every part of the young man's body, converting his meridians completely into part of Xuan. With this, Xuan finally sensed the path for operating the chi refining technique, and he had an even greater gain. Now, he and the host were one. If the Avatar's tribulation was effective, even if the host died during the ordeal, he would still have enough room for maneuver, and could even seek a new host again. If everything went well this time, his gains might be far greater than they were in the Spirit Moon Great Realm. Chapter 530-369, Moonlight Immortal Ancestor. In an instant, Xuan completely took control of the host's body. Using the body as a medium, the operation of the chi refining technique had no shackles anymore, and the speed of absorbing heaven and earth primordial chi was extremely astonishing. This time, Xuan's cultivation method was entirely different from before. He didn't worry about the spiritual energy entering the body too quickly causing damage to the body or consider any foundation. He used a near-drenching method to forcibly elevate the host's cultivation. A large amount of spiritual energy poured in, quickly causing the meridians and the dantian to crack, and the body manifested numerous fractures with the abundant essence chi endlessly leaking out. Supported by the repair panel, the cracked meridians instantly healed, forcibly locking the heaven and earth primordial chi within the body. The armored demon's affinity with nature's spiritual energy, coupled with the existence of the chi refining technique, caused an extremely fierce transformation. In the blink of an eye, the host's body had completed the 100-day spiritual transformation, and the bones in the limbs shone with a jade-like luster. 1 day later, Xuan had already pushed the host's cultivation to the chi refining second realm, reaching the jade bone stage. 3 days later, the host had condensed the Tao embryo. On the 14th day of merging with the host, Xuan increased the host's cultivation to the 4th realm, the Golden Core realm. With the massive infusion of spiritual energy, the forcibly compressed and flushed Golden Core had only 4 apertures, barely considered middle quality, but it was enough. In just half a month, Xuan made a living creature ascend to the heavens in one step, transforming from immortal to a 4th order being capable of destroying cities and nations at will. The Golden Core realm is equivalent to the immortal path divine infant, already worthy of being called a great power, possessing great divine skills of moving mountains and filling seas. Upon entering this realm, the increase in cultivation significantly slowed down. However, at this speed, it would take at most 100 years to cross into the heavenly immortal realm, which was quite astonishing. The only pity was that this was the host's cultivation, not representing Xuan's own order, but it was of no matter. The armored demon's strength order was difficult to determine, and spiritual energy was hard to retain, so the main combat power had to rely on the host. Half-day spiritual transformation, 3-day jade bone, half-month golden core. At this progress, even if the current host died in the tribulation, he could find the next host and start over. Of course, the premise was that this method of transforming tribulation would be effective. With the golden core helping to sort the spiritual energy entering the body, the state of the flesh body soon began to stabilize. The man slowly opened his eyes, looking at the black armor wrapping around him and the surging yuan qi within his body, feeling momentarily disoriented. After a while, he lowered his head, muttering to himself, "Am I now called Xuan?" "Yes." A voice came from the depth of his heart, directly reaching the mind. "Whatever I want to do now, you will help me?" The man only felt his throat dry and asked with difficulty, "If I want to become the ruler of a country?" "You already have the power to do whatever you want. How long you can live depends on your luck." The armor demon coexists with the host. As long as the host is a living creature, apart from leaving the host, Xuan could only affect a very small part. Soon, his main body was about to go to the battlefield, a matter of life and death, requiring most of his energy to be focused on the main body, with no room for mistakes. Therefore, after this, Xuan would not interfere much in the host's free activities. His only purpose was to transform tribulation. He didn't want to bother with anything else. When an ordinary creature suddenly gains the power to change the world, the extreme imbalance can only lead to great disaster. After leaving the mass burial mound, the man immediately sought revenge, annihilating an entire army, killing more than 1,000. His homeland had been completely shattered, the village was turned into scorched earth, leaving behind only remnants and ashes. After wandering alone for months, he began to test the limits of the energy hidden in his body, becoming increasingly unrestrained in his actions. In just half a month, with his own strength, he conquered a small country, became its ruler, established a new era, and ruled over miles of rivers and mountains. Xuan had no intention of interfering with the process. Once he confirmed that the tribulation qi had fluctuated, he gradually retracted his divine sense. Cangyun realm. In the blink of an eye, 2 years had passed. During this time, Xuan's avatar traveled across the 4 domains and 5 seas of Cangyun, and even turned over the territory belonging to the Cangyun secret realm twice, but with little to show. Although he found some traces left by ancient era qi cultivators, they were of little use, just a few qi refining heart methods and some cultivation insights, overall, not very useful. During this period, Xuan did discover many fragments of high-grade treasures, but, as before, he did not see any fragments above the 9th order. Wondrous treasures of that level wouldn't be so easily damaged. Even if damaged, unless the breakage was too severe, they would slowly repair themselves by absorbing heaven and earth primordial qi, making them hard to find. Seeing that the time was almost up, Xuan retracted his wandering divine sense avatar, found Fu Quanliang, gave a few instructions, and prepared to leave. Song Lingqing was still in secluded cultivation. Xuan sent a message and waited a moment. Receiving no reply, he did not wait any longer and tore open the void, heading straight out of the Cangyun realm. Time was tight, and if he did not hurry, he might delay arriving at the boundary. Upon leaving the realm, Chuzheng saw Xi Ling again, still dressed in blue, with ink-black hair like clouds, and eyes with restrained brilliance, looking very peaceful. "Fellow Daoist Xi, it seems we meet again by fate." Chuzheng clasped his hands in a salute, preparing to leave. There was nothing much to discuss between him and Xi Ling. "Inspector, please wait." Xi Ling spoke softly, with a hint of doubt in his expression. "May I ask if the inspector has been searching for something in the Cangyun realm during these 2 years? Do you need my assistance?" "Fellow Daoist, she misunderstands." Chuzheng had no intention of explaining and didn't take Xi Ling's words seriously, replying perfunctorily, "The battlefield is dangerous. I might not return again, so I just wanted to see the mountains and rivers of my homeland carefully." In these 2 years, his actions were impossible to conceal from Xi Ling's eyes. If he truly wanted to help, he would have intervened long ago. Hearing this, Xi Ling's eyes flashed slightly. He did not ask further, bowing slightly. "May our immortal path be ever prosperous, the Immortal Alliance victorious, and the inspector return home in glory." Chuzheng said no more, returned the salute, and tore the space barrier, stepping into the cosmic void. Staring into the void, Xi Ling was silent for a while. He raised his hand, compiling Chuzheng's actions over these 2 years into a detailed message, sending it across the starry sky. Using the boundary wheel, the speed of travel was extremely fast. Just a day later, Chuzheng had already crossed the endless star domain, reaching the Heaven Pass where he first arrived. Before even entering the pass, Chuzheng was stopped by a woman. "You must be Chuzheng?" The woman glanced at Chuzheng, her eyebrows slightly raised, showing a bit of interest. She took out a jade scroll, her tone slightly raised, a hand decree from Moonlight Immortal Ancestor. Chapter 531 Modified -370, Apart from heavenly fate, all is but dirt. The girl looked no more than 16 years old. She wore a long green dress, her brows and eyes still carrying a touch of innocence. Among her ink-black hair, there was a hint of purple, shimmering with immortal light. At the center of her forehead was branded a red immortal seal, inside which seemed to have sealed a red butterfly, lifelike and vivid. Her eyes split into 2 colors, gold and blue. Her right eye seemed like golden glass glazed with starlight, while her left eye was a watery blue, reflecting a great thousand world, extraordinarily majestic. This was a woman born too exquisite. Even among the ranks of immortal path cultivators with godly appearances and jade bones, she was a rare peerless beauty. Taixuan, 9th Order Bone Age of 19,562, Mid-Stage Immortal Venerable Cultivation, primarily cultivates the heavenly soul scripture, born with 9 souls and 21 spirits, split into 3 parts, this being one of the incarnations, a pure-blooded immortal descendant of the Tai clan. Seeing the information about the woman, Chuzheng's heart tightened. Mid-stage immortal venerable, under 20,000 years old. Compared to the lifespan of immortal venerables, which often spanned millions of years, she was terrifyingly young. Chuzheng did not know much about these immortal descendant families of the Immortal Alliance, but anyone who could nurture such talent was certainly extraordinary. 20,000 years, to an immortal path cultivator, to become a 9 Tribulations true immortal was already considered an exceptional prodigy. Moonlight Immortal Ancestor? Thinking of the name the woman mentioned earlier, a flash of confusion crossed Chuzheng's eyes. The Immortal Alliance had a total of 4 ancestral realm figures. The Immortal Ancestor stood aloof from worldly affairs. The other 3 held the 3 positions of the principal and deputy alliance leaders. Which one of them was this Moonlight Immortal Ancestor? Seeing Chuzheng's puzzled expression, Taixuan frowned slightly, shaking the jade scroll in her hand before speaking again. "This is an edict from Moonlight Immortal Ancestor, Deputy Alliance Leader and Chief of the Punishment Department of the Immortal Alliance." Chuzheng was stunned for a moment, then he bowed slightly and extended his hands. As the Chief of the Punishment Department, she was his highest superior. But why would someone of this level give him an edict? The jade scroll fell into his palms with a touch of warm sensation. Chuzheng did not hesitate, slowly unrolling it. The jade scroll transformed into a stream of light, drilling into Chuzheng's forehead. In the next instant, Chuzheng's divine soul quivered slightly. The world before his eyes tilted, transforming into a fairy palace. The glass dome reflected the stars of the circuit of Qi. A whole starry sky was refined within, faintly visible were giant beasts roaming within, trapped like swimming fish. Suspended in the air were jade steps, with each step engraved with immortal patterns that Xuan couldn't discern. The jade steps extended upward, ending at a jade table. Behind the table sat a figure whose appearance was unclear. Xuan opened his spiritual eye, scanning the surroundings, but saw nothing and gathered no information. Hesitating for a moment, Xuan bowed and saluted. Inspector Xuan of the Punishment Department, greets the chief. The identity of the person before him didn't need guessing, one could naturally know. Regardless of the current situation, it was never wrong to pay respects first. I didn't originally intend to see you, but I happened to have some time, so I summoned you. A slightly ethereal voice slowly resounded, unmistakably feminine. You are indeed extraordinary. With a Tao seed in you, your talent in the Qi refining lineage is remarkable. Even under the suppression of the heaven and earth laws of the immortal domain, you managed to condense a 9-orifices golden core, which is quite unusual. The Tao seed in you is very peculiar, making me unable to see through it. You could practice immortal law by reversing the birth of an immortal bone using the Qi refining technique with your postnatal skills. The Tao seed must have played a role. You must have noticed that the cultivation skills of the immortal path and the Qi refining lineage have many similarities. From my deductions, they should have the same origin. Yet, the great universe does not allow the Qi refining lineage to exist, so your destiny is fraught with difficulties. It's interesting, not long ago, you met Cangyun. Suddenly, Moonlight Immortal Ancestor's previously calm tone fluctuated. I gave Cangyun a chance as well, but he still chose another path. It's a pity. The heavenly fate of the vast universe dissipates, difficult to gather. Reaching the mythical realm is the limit, after which one must wait for the end and return to the cycle, whereas in the great universe, one could wait for the Tao War to begin when heavenly fate fluctuates. You still have an incarnation in the Chaos Sea. Incarnations undergoing tribulations is a common method in the Qi refining lineage, but it can only protect you up to the golden immortal stage. Beyond that, paths are hard to traverse, regardless of past or future, there's hardly a place for Qi cultivators. The ancestral Tao left the Chaos Sea as a lifeline for the Qi refining lineage, but it's only a narrow glimmer. It's a dead end. Even if you gather all heavenly fate and become an ancestor, you can't break through the chains left by the ancestral Tao. You would only wait for death there or enter the vast universe, ultimately facing the same end. Your comprehension is excellent. If you can use the Qi refining technique to break the bloodline chains left by the ancestors of ancient immortals, it wouldn't hurt to abandon the Qi refining technique, choosing the immortal path and refining the Tao seed directly. It may be more favorable. Your life and death are no longer significant now, but some in the Immortal Alliance want you dead. I blocked them, but if you insist on not walking the immortal path, I may not be able to help. Moonlight Immortal Ancestor did not ask any questions, only speaking plainly, recounting Xuan's past experiences like familiar anecdotes. Xuan bowed his head in silence, with a cold heart. Having met Wu Tong, and the heavenly punishment martial ancestor before, he had already guessed the formidable power of the ancestral realm to the best of his ability. But now it seemed the power of ancestral realm beings far exceeded his imagination. In just an instant of meeting, Moonlight Immortal Ancestor had nearly seen through him completely. The Tao seed in you shields your destiny. I cannot predict your future or guide you. After a moment, Moonlight Immortal Ancestor seemed to have finished examining Xuan's past, her tone carrying a trace of regret. We still have a cup of tea's time, do you have anything to ask? Chief, what is a Tao seed? Xuan raised his head. If he had guessed correctly, the Tao seed mentioned by Moonlight Immortal Ancestor was most likely the repair panel. Then, what was this Tao seed? Tao seeds are divided into innate and acquired. Innate Tao seeds are only born during epochs intersections, mostly residing within wondrous objects of heaven and earth. Acquired Tao seeds originate from the living creatures. When a living creature steps into the ninth realm, Tao traces condense within the body. Entering the 10th realm and touching time and space, the Tao traces transform into a Tao seal. In the second step of the 10th realm, one reaches the mythical realm, where the Tao seal further transforms into a Tao vein. Until entering the ancestral realm, it condenses into a Tao seed. The one in you should be an acquired Tao seed. An acquired Tao seed, so it's a legacy from the ancestral realm? Chu Zhang's breath paused. Such a precious thing, if exposed, wouldn't it invite great trouble? Seemingly sensing Chu Zhang's thoughts, Moonlight Immortal Ancestor's tone carried an unmistakable disdain. It's just a Tao seed, not half of heaven's fortune. Since ancient times, countless have perished in the ancestral realm. Even the same Tao seed holds no value to those in the ancestral realm, much less the one you have, which isn't even an immortal Tao seed, lacking value for comprehension. In the great universe, the most valuable thing is always heaven's fortune. Everything else is but dirt. Chapter 532-371, The Origin of Tao Seed. Hearing Moonlight Immortal Ancestor's words, Chu Zhang hesitated for a moment before asking his question. Can you see the origin of the Tao seed within me, Master? An acquired Tao seed cannot be separated. If not intercepted by the vast universe, it is highly likely to reincarnate with the living beings. Perhaps you were one of the beings in the ancestral realm of the vast universe, or even an ancient ancestor from ancient times. Now that the reincarnation road is severed and living creatures cannot touch it, I cannot deduce the karma of your past life for you. Moonlight Immortal Ancestor spoke softly, her tone indifferent. The ancestral Tao once left traces in Cangyun realm. It is possible that the Tao seed within you is his, which wouldn't be surprising. Slight discrepancies in the news about his death over the decades are normal. Chu Zhang could not understand the hidden meaning in these words, feeling even more confused. If the Tao seed cannot be separated, why did he not notice anything unusual in his past life? If the ancestral Tao paved the way for him, does it mean he had a connection with the ancestral Tao in his past life? Moonlight Immortal Ancestor's words only added to his confusion. According to the earlier news from Miao Longhu, many people should be interested in the Taoist collection left by the ancestral Tao. However, Moonlight Immortal Ancestor seemed completely uninterested in him. Regarding Chu Zhang's current thoughts, Moonlight Immortal Ancestor seemed to have a clear understanding and spoke calmly. Even if the Tao seed within you truly belongs to the ancestral Tao, what of it? Whether the ancestral Tao is truly dead or faking death, even if he is hiding, if he dares to show up and the Tao war starts, he would be the first to die. Do you think this is still ancient times? Do you think someone would help him a second time? Do you think he can start over again with such ease? At this point, Moonlight Immortal Ancestor's tone turned slightly indifferent. As for you, the rules of the great universe are now decided by 14 beings in the ancestral realm. The Immortal Alliance holds 4, the Martial Hall holds 5, the Myriad realms now have 1 Tao Ancestor, equal to the Immortal Alliance, and the All Heavens have only 1 struggling Dragon Ancestor. Their destruction is imminent. You cannot obtain heaven's fortune, and without access to the ancestral realm, you have no authority in the great universe. Even if you become a primordial golden immortal and step into the Immortal Emperor realm, killing you would be as easy as lifting a finger. Can you really rely on a single Tao seed to protect you? Living beings in the ancestral realm cannot even sway the situation to their will, let alone an unknown ancient ancestor who died a long time ago. Moonlight Immortal Ancestor's words were direct and uncompromising, yet they struck Chu Zhang like a bell, instantly clearing his mind of distractions. The ancestral realm was completely different from other living beings, as it controlled the present age. All his previous concerns were meaningless. Until he obtained enough heaven's fortune and escaped the game board, he did not need to worry about the player's intentions. To control his destiny, he must first cross the threshold into the ancestral realm, only then could he sit and converse with Moonlight Immortal Ancestor and the other unseen powerhouses of the ancestral realm. Junior thanks Moonlight Immortal Ancestor for enlightening me today. Chu Zhang bowed deeply, setting aside his punishment authority identity and expressing his gratitude as a pure cultivator. Letting go of some unnecessary worries, his divine soul felt clearer, with a sense of relief. On his journey, knowing many secrets had made him overly cautious, always having unclear thoughts with doubts lingering over him. When he first set foot on the cultivation path, he knew that hesitation and overthinking were major taboos, yet he had forgotten this over time. There was no need to consider these causal relationships. His current task was to gather as much heaven's fortune as possible through various methods. Since Moonlight Immortal Ancestor did not bring up the existence of the luck-stealing skill, he naturally would not be foolish enough to mention it himself. Though powerful, the beings in the ancestral realm were not all-knowing and omnipotent. Otherwise, not so many of them would have perished. Your comprehension is indeed exceptional. Moonlight Immortal Ancestor said no more, gesturing with her hand, time is up. As soon as the words fell, the world around him abruptly dimmed. Xuan felt as if he was falling into an abyss, everything turning dark, and he lost consciousness. When he regained his senses, Xuan was already standing before the heaven pass. The jade scroll before him unfolded, revealing only a single line of small script. If you can break through the shackles and become an immortal venerable, I will support you in becoming an immortal emperor. Xuan's heart trembled slightly. The decree's meaning was very clear, combined with Moonlight Immortal Ancestor's earlier words to him, it was now unmistakable. Someone in the Immortal Alliance had intended to kill him, but Moonlight Immortal Ancestor had intervened. This was an olive branch, a very straightforward recruitment without any pretense. If he could break the shackles left by the ancestor of ancient immortals and step into the immortal venerable realm, he would have Moonlight Immortal Ancestor as his strong backing within the Immortal Alliance. An immortal ancestor who was also the master of the punishment authority would be an exceptionally strong protective umbrella. Xuan had no thoughts of refusal, not even a hint. He did not have the capital to refuse. Without accepting the olive branch, losing Moonlight Immortal Ancestor's protection meant his death was imminent. Moreover, to him, Moonlight Immortal Ancestor, whom he had already interacted with, seemed much safer compared to all the other beings in the ancestral realm. Xuan put away the jade scroll and bowed towards Taixuan. Thank you for the trouble of delivering the message, Immortal Venerable. For an Immortal Venerable to personally deliver a message, Moonlight Immortal Ancestor had shown him considerable face. It was on the way. We are all under Moonlight Immortal Ancestor, so we are family. Taixuan nodded slightly, her golden blue eyes filled with a smile, waving her hand as she turned, see you around. We will likely meet again soon. Her actions and demeanor were free and casual, nothing like someone nearly 20,000 years old, still maintaining a girlish playfulness. Xuan withdrew his gaze, looking at the heaven pass in front of him. He took a deep breath and stepped slowly forward. Beyond the heaven pass, what awaited him might be the real boundary battlefield. In the glazed Immortal Palace. After sending Xuan off, Moonlight Immortal Ancestor raised her eyes to the vast starry sky. Her voice, like an arrow through time, reached the heavens beyond. Candle Star, have you considered what I said earlier? Would you rather be captured and killed by the Martial Hall or join the All Heavens in my immortal alliance? After a moment, a dragon's low murmur came from the depths of the starry sky. Even if the immortal path gains half of heaven's fortune, it cannot contend with the Martial Hall. With the universe under siege, the Martial Ancestor has no time for other matters. When did I ever mention the Martial Ancestor? Moonlight Immortal Ancestor laughed coldly. Fu Pinglan has gone to ancient times. Once he retrieves his eyes, the first thing he will do is chop off your head. There was silence in the depths of the starry sky before the voice re-emerged, tinged with doubt. You are willing to help me fend off Fu Pinglan? If you join the Immortal Alliance, with the Immortal Alliance and the Myriad realms having 4.5 parts of heaven's fortune, if Fu Pinglan dares to come, then with his ancestral blood, we will sharpen our blades. Moonlight Immortal Ancestor's tone carried a murderous intent. With this half of heaven's fortune, we can start the war directly, then crush the Martial Hall and shatter the Chaos Sea, completing the eternal grand enterprise. Will it truly be this easy? From the depths of the starry sky came a response. The Myriad realms and the immortal path are ultimately different ways. Now that 2 parts of heaven's fate are missing, it remains a hidden danger. So what would you do then? Moonlight Immortal Ancestor seemed to have run out of patience, with a hint of anger in her tone. back then, you took the initiative to start this, invited us to explore the primordial era, seeking traces of ancestral Tao, planning to kill him, but halfway through, you fled, causing Fu Pinglan to lose her eyes. Now the Martial Hall won't tolerate you anymore, and you still want to be a fence-sitter? How could she not know that once this 2 parts of the heaven's fate were obtained by the Martial Hall, the heavens would collapse in an instant? If the Martial Hall got hold of 5 parts of heaven's fate, the Martial Ancestor alone could kill all the beings in the ancestral realm of the current great universe. He was a giant who had survived since that great war in the primordial era, half an era before even the immortal ancestor, his cultivation unfathomable. Moonlight, you and I have known each other for so long, there's no need to say these pointless things. Although I initiated it back then, all of you agreed. Fu Pinglan lost her eyes because she insisted on seeing what she shouldn't have in the primordial era. What does that have to do with me? The whispers from the depths of the starry sky remained unchanged, still calm despite the attitude of Moonlight Immortal Ancestor. I wanted to join the Immortal Alliance initially, but the Immortal Alliance didn't want to offend the Martial Hall and overlooked me. Now that the Martial Hall is unstoppable, you remember me. Now although the Martial Ancestor has killed Yu Xian and Lin Xing, his own life force is nearing its end. If the Martial Ancestor dies, what happens then is beyond your control. How could I not worry that you might destroy the bridge after crossing it? Moonlight Immortal Ancestor subdued her earlier anger and spoke calmly, state your terms. Joining the Immortal Alliance is acceptable, but I want the Immortal Ancestor to swear with the true spirit of the Immortal Path's heavenly fate, grant me a life-preserving decree, and hand over the Holy Spirit Disk to me as collateral. In exchange, I will relinquish half of heaven's fate of all heavens. Really? Moonlight Immortal Ancestor's voice had a hint of surprise. Giving up half of heaven's fate was completely different from simply joining the Immortal Alliance. Once a being in the ancestral realm loses the protection of heaven's fate, their realm would fall to half ancestor realm, a step akin to falling into a chasm with no hope of crossing it again. And this half of heaven's fate was enough to elevate the Immortal Alliance to the same level as the Martial Hall even without the Myriad realms, a significance of great magnitude. I know the importance of things. At this point, the Tao War in all heavens is over. I only wish to live my later years in peace. A black shadow slowly approached from the starry sky, revealing a blurred dragon head. Between each scale flowed a myriad of colors woven by the space-time law, blending together, forming almost a celestial waterfall. Moonlight Immortal Ancestor did not hesitate in the slightest, nodding, for this matter, I will agree on behalf of the Immortal Ancestor. But now the Immortal Ancestor is in the great realm of the universe and cannot come. This will take some time, can you hold out until then? You need not worry about that. Once I receive the Holy Spirit Disk and the Immortal Ancestor's decree, I will find a way to join the Immortal Alliance. As the words faded, the black shadow in the starry sky gradually dissipated, eventually disappearing without a trace. Holy Spirit Disk. Moonlight Immortal Ancestor looked up at the starry sky above her, her eyes slightly narrowed, and then turned to walk into the void. Amidst a vast starry river neighboring the Chaos Sea, thick chaotic. She pervaded the whole of the star dome. A golden true dragon, covering the starry universe, slowly curled its body. Mysterious ancient characters roamed along each dragon scale, its dragon head slightly lowered, its vertical pupils sparkling like stars and fire, gazing at a corner of the star domain, speaking in a deep voice, Martial Ancestor, are you pleased now? A figure stood atop the star river, wearing plain clothes, hair entirely silver, appearing around 30, with a faint yellow in his eyes, exuding an indescribable overwhelming sense of ancientness. Including this last half of heaven's fate of all heavens, the Martial Hall has secured 3 parts, almost equal to the primordial era. I think that should be enough. The true dragon spoke again, with a hint of reluctance, you are now half an evil body, barely clinging to the mortal world, fearing the impending celestial punishment. Rather than experiencing a fate worse than death, you should rest early and pass on peacefully. This half of heaven's fate originally belonged to the Martial Path. It was merely deposited with you. The Martial Ancestor's expression was indifferent, his tone like eternal ice, carrying a bone-chilling coldness, once you get the decree of the Immortal Ancestor, the Immortal Alliance will naturally protect your life. Hand over the Holy Spirit Disk to me, and the remaining matters will have nothing to do with you. Candlestar bids farewell. The true dragon sighed, said no more, and swam into the depths of the starry sky. The martial Ancestor looked towards the distant chaos sea, the coldness in his expression gradually fading, revealing a hint of desolation. The scene you once spoke of, I fear I will never witness it. Boundary Gate. The vast starry sky was like torn brocade, with countless rifts ripped open by billions of purple lightning bolts. Nearly liquefied evil chi seeped from the cracks, flooding into the starry sky like flowing water. On the other side of the starry dome, there was a blinding blood light entwining, spilled by the immortal emperor, the emperor's blood winding and condensing into immortal patterns extending for billions of miles, locking down a large segment of the starry sky, blocking the ceaselessly invading evil chi. The starry sky was a scene of desolation, floating with endless star corpses, mingled with the broken feathers of divine birds, broken immortal treasures left by true immortals, law fragments still struggling. Although true immortals have died, the spirits of the immortal treasures have not entirely perished, and a fierce aura surged forth. Just crossing the boundary gate, the scene before him struck Xuan with great impact. Before coming to the boundary gate, Xuan had received some information when preparing at Heaven Pass. There had not yet been any beings of the 10th Order crossing the boundary gate, and the battlefield was still within a certain controllable range. But now it seemed, on the other side of the boundary gate, an immortal emperor had already fallen. With Xuan came over 100 true immortals, each of them now showing ambiguous expressions, with varying reactions. An immortal venerable stepped out of the void, his face stern, giving no time for the true immortals to react, and began to call out names and assign tasks. Xingjia, Xiong Ziqing, Lung Qi, you go to Green Qixing Domain, seek Qinghe Immortal Venerable, assist in repairing deformation patterns. Feng Jinsi, Qibai, Lin Yu, you go to Yao Platform Star Domain, seek Treasure Toad Immortal Venerable, and intercept the vanguard of the vast universe, do not retreat a single step without orders. Lian Wenyu, Chu Zheng, by Xing'an, you go to Yunfu Immortal Domain, seek 10,000 worlds blazing fire Dao Venerable, and be ready to support as per orders. The task assignment's pace was so astonishingly fast, barely giving any true immortals time to catch their breath or adjust. In just a few moments, all the true immortals were allocated tasks. The boundary gates leading to various star domains were already in an open state. Wait. A figure approached by starlight, looking at the many true immortals, speaking in a calm voice, where is Xuan? Chapter 534-373, The Other Kind of Burial Valley. Xuan looked up upon hearing the voice, his expression slightly stunned, then he stepped out from among the true immortals. The newcomer was none other than Taixuan, whom he had just seen not long ago, but with some differences in appearance. At this moment, Taixuan looked much more mature, appearing to be in her early 20s, clad in a black immortal robe with golden patterns, with blood staining her lapels. The red butterfly pattern on her brow was exceptionally clear, her aura cold and forbidding. Moreover, her cultivation had become much stronger, now a late-stage immortal venerable. Evidently, this was another incarnation of Taixuan, and there seemed to be significant differences between these incarnations. Are you Xuan? Taixuan glanced at Xuan, then at the monitoring jade order at his waist, and said plainly, "Follow me." With that, she turned and waved her sleeve, tearing through the starry sky to open a space channel and stepped into it. Xuan looked towards the immortal venerable stationed earlier, his gaze questioning. After all, Taixuan could ignore him, but that didn't mean Xuan could. He didn't know how long he would stay on the battlefield, so it was best not to make enemies over trivial matters. The immortal venerable's expression softened slightly. He raised his hand to signal Xuan to leave, then looked at the other true immortals and said solemnly, "Set off." As the many true immortals entered the space channel one after another, Xuan caught up with Taixuan. After passing through the space channel, they arrived at a vast unfamiliar star domain. 3 heaven passes stood in the starry sky, incredibly far from one another. Judging by the distance to the boundary, this place was closer to the vast universe great realm than before, and the evil chi in the starry sky had grown much denser. This is the chi water star domain, very close to the front lines of the vast universe great realm. There are 3 heaven passes ahead. The first heaven pass is guarded by me. Any evil demons above the 9th order will be intercepted by me. The second heaven pass is garrisoned by a 9 Tribulations true immortal, with over a dozen true immortals between the 7th and 8th order, who will try to stop most of the late-stage 8th order evil demons. You go to the third heaven pass. It is the last line of defense in Chi Water Star domain, mostly 4th to 6th Tribulation true immortals, with a few initial realm true immortals assisting in the repair of the arrays. With that, Cangyun casually tossed a palm-sized jade talisman to Xuan, saying indifferently, "Demon extinguishing jade, it can ward off the evil chi that erodes the immortal body." Xuan took the demon extinguishing jade into his hand, and the evil chi enveloping him began to fade rapidly, blocked by a layer of immortal light. You are now under Moonlight Immortal Ancestor's command. Naturally, I will help you, but the battlefront is tight, and I have my hands full. I risk falling at any time. Without waiting for Xuan to speak, Taixuan continued, "If you were an immortal path cultivator, I could take care of you a bit and send you to the rear. But you are a chi cultivator, and helping to shield your tribulation may cause uncontrollable variables, so you can only rely on yourself. Don't worry. This place is safer than other star domains, at least until I fall in battle. No evil demons above the 9th order will be able to cross the heaven pass." Throughout, Taixuan's expression remained largely unchanged, cold to the extreme, like a porcelain doll devoid of any vitality. Chi cultivators are not tolerated by heaven and earth, facing constant disasters. Shielding their tribulations has already cost the Immortal Alliance a heavy price in blood. Besides, with the current war against the vast universe great realm, any variables would have more significant impacts. Thank you, Immortal Venerable, for your care. Xuan didn't say much, bowing deeply before hurrying to the last heaven pass. All war deployments by the Immortal Alliance were like this, with the strongest forces always positioned at the forefront. Just like the current Immortal Emperors and Immortal Ancestors, mostly on the other side of the boundary, bearing the heavy pressure of the heaven and earth laws to forcefully stop the evil demons who had entered the realm of ancient myths or even the ancestral realm. With such significant differences in realm, even the tactic of swarming numbers could not work. Additionally, the evil demons vastly outnumbered the cultivators. This also meant that if the first line of defense collapsed, it would signify the collapse of the war front. All the living creatures who had perished since ancient times had accumulated in the vast universe great realm, which had been growing stronger day by day over time. The collapse of the boundary was the best proof of this. After half an hour of travel, Xuan finally arrived at the Heaven Pass. The monitoring Jade Order was the best identification, evil demons could not control it. With it, Xuan quickly entered the Heaven Pass. Spanning 1,000,000 miles, the Heaven Pass was fully enclosed by arrays, covering billions of miles of the starry sky. Inside the pass, there were only 47 true immortals, half of whom were below the third tribulation. In the distant starry sky, there were also signs of combat, evidently other true immortals clashing with the living creatures of the vast universe great realm. The final immortal pass was managed by a sixth tribulation true immortal named Pang Tianlei. He was not from an immortal descendant family, nor had he ever been part of the punishment authority, hailing from an ordinary great realm in the immortal domain. Pang Tianlei had been stationed at the cosmic edge for nearly 10,000 years, unaware of recent changes within the Immortal Alliance, and had never even heard of Xuan's name. Moments after Xuan entered the Heaven Pass and exchanged no more than a few words with Pang Tianlei, the array triggered an alert. Evil demons were attempting to breach the array and cross the Heaven Pass. Pang Tianlei looked at Xuan, his expression showing a hint of hesitation. Although he was the commander of the Heaven Pass, he found it inappropriate to easily task an inspector with something. Inspectors were mostly from various immortal descendant families, possessing significant backgrounds that he could not easily offend. "I'll go check it out." Xuan nodded, understanding Pang Tianlei's predicament, and without further words, stepped into the teleportation array within the Heaven Pass. In a flash, he arrived at the coordinates where the array had been triggered. Under the evil chi-infested starry sky, a towering figure strode across the star river. The stars under his feet exploded, with thunderous sounds reverberating as shattered fragments, engulfed in evil chi, transformed into a furious maelstrom in the star sea. Bang! The chaotic flow of stardust clashed with the illuminated layers of the array like a crashing giant star, raising monstrous waves. The array wove into a net, with the formation patterns breaking and deforming under pressure, constantly growing and recovering with the infusion of immortal chi, ultimately halting the figure's steps. As the stardust dispersed, Xuan finally saw the true appearance of this figure. He was 100 feet tall, draped in black beast skin with a massive black blade on his back. His face was rough, standing barefoot in the starry sky, with a calm expression. Yu Qing, 8th Order, a living creature born from a residual soul falling into the vast universe great realm, nurtured in Burial Valley, a death guard under Black Earth Mansion, Cultivation 8th rank 5th layer, skilled in slaughter battle skills, soul loss 7 slashes. Boom, as Xuan received the message transmitted by his spiritual eye, a dark blade light, entwined with shocking evil chi, was already cutting towards him. Xuan took a deep breath, his internal immortal power surging slightly, and he summoned a large crimson seal with a wave of his hand. Evil-breaking seal, an immortal treasure of the 6th Tribulation he had exchanged for battle merits, had yet to be used. Today was the perfect opportunity to test it. Yu Qing's blade, the immortal seal, crossed the sky like a blazing great sun rising among the star river, with scorching yang chi evaporating and emitting radiant immortal radiance, instantly dispersing the evil chi surging within billions of miles of the starry sky. The evil-breaking seal was already a 6th Tribulation immortal treasure, and as long as the immortal power was abundant enough to unleash its full potential, it could rival a 6th Tribulation true immortal. For Xuan's current cultivation, it was more than sufficient. Ka! The incoming blade light was shattered by the immortal radiance in an instant. Yu Qing's burly figure retreated continuously, his hands trembling slightly, almost unable to grip the massive blade in his hand. With every step, he crushed a piece of void, leaving 2 dark footprints among the star river. After retreating over 10 steps and stabilizing his posture, his eyes swept past the evil-breaking seal, a hint of fear flashing in his eyes, but his actions didn't pause for a moment. The veins on his body bulged as he swung the pitch-black massive blade again. Kill! Buzz, the starry sky erupted with a muffled howl of wind, and the evil chi that had been dispersed was forcibly gathered once again by an invisible force, condensing into a pitch-black war blade that slashed towards the slowly descending immortal seal. This strike was qualitatively different from the previous one. Boom! Xuan's expression was slightly surprised, his palm trembling slightly as he felt the evil-breaking seal being lifted by a terrifying colossal strength and being completely shaken, resulting in a shift. The power of this blade strike had already exceeded the limit of the 8th Order 5th layer by tenfold. The evil demon before him possessed the potential to fight across realms. In just an instant, the void in front of Xuan rippled, and the 100-Zhang demonic body squeezed into the starry sky, with evil chi boiling like thunder fire, and the pitch-black massive blade like a mountain slashing towards him. Yu Qing's battle instincts were astonishingly sharp, seizing the moment of the evil-breaking seal's disturbance, instantly reversing the situation of the battle. Before the blade light arrived, the extremely terrifying killing intent invaded Xuan's sea of consciousness, causing a significant impact on his divine soul, almost making him lose his focus for a brief moment. Thankfully, his divine soul's strength far exceeded that of cultivators of the same realm, and he quickly recovered. Coming to his senses in an instant, Xuan's eyes grew colder, and the 5 elements primordial chi surged within him, directly unleashing the Dharma phase. Now, with 5 elements perfection within him, plus cultivation breakthrough, once again unleashing the law of heaven and earth, its power was immensely stronger than before. The azure-faced, fanged Dharma phase stood in the starry sky, and in an instant, the stars seemed like dust, the 100-Zhang body before him was like an ant. Puff! A blade light capable of splitting the star river slashed into the Dharma phase, tearing open a terrifying chasm like heaven and earth, but it did not injure Chu Zhang's main body at all. Yu Qing's expression froze for a moment, then without any hesitation, he retreated violently, fleeing crazily towards the direction of the vast universe. With each step, the Star River reversed, as if riding the wind and transforming into a blade, his speed astonishingly fast. He had already recognized the difference in strength. In this fierce battle, each of his thoughts was extremely decisive, whether attacking or retreating, there was no hesitation, like a natural battle machine, terrifyingly calm. Chu Jing similarly did not hesitate, urging the Dharma phase, taking 2 steps to catch up with Yu Qing, raising his hand to press the evil-breaking seal down forcefully. Within the starry sky, immortal radiance surged, the immortal patterns on the evil-breaking seal fully unfolded, crushing the universe. Star River reversed, blinding immortal light slicing through billions of miles of the star dome, surpassing the lagging advance, completely enveloping Yu Qing's figure. Yu Qing stopped in his tracks, raised his eyes, and looked at the immortal seal overhead, letting out a long roar, flinging the pitch-black massive blade into the depths of the starry sky, then raised his arms to shield his heavenly spirit, intending to resist it with his physical body. Crack, the immortal seal descended, Yu Qing's arms instantly shattered, white bone fragments piercing his chest and abdomen, black blood continuously sprayed out, scattered into the rolling Star River. Although heavily injured from just one blow of the evil-breaking seal, Yu Qing's body didn't completely collapse. Relying on his physical body, he forcefully endured this strike and barely survived. A hint of surprise flashed in Chu Zhang's eyes, using the physical body to resist an immortal treasure? Moreover, it was the 6th Tribulation immortal treasure activated by him in the Dharma phase form. Even martial cultivators couldn't achieve this. Suddenly, his spiritual perception fluctuated, raising his head abruptly, looking towards the distant starry sky. Several figures emerged, walking on evil qi, collecting the pitch-black massive blade that Yu Qing had thrown earlier, then turned and left. Chu Jing hesitated for a moment, glanced at Yu Qing, killing intent rising in his eyes, decided not to chase, and raised the evil-breaking seal once again, die. Puff. The immortal seal descended again, and this time Yu Qing evidently had no power left to resist, being directly crushed into a puddle of blood. At the moment Yu Qing died, Chu Jing sensed the invisible luck-stealing skill in operation, but as before, his heavenly fate remained unchanged. The starry sky gradually returned to silence. Chu Jing retracted the Dharma phase, his complexion slightly pale. Although the law of heaven and earth was powerful, the consumption was ultimately too great. Even with a repair panel, quick decisions in battle were necessary. Despite winning this battle, Chu Jing felt no joy. In the few short exchanges earlier, the perils were indescribable. If he wasn't mistaken, Yu Qing had likely utilized the true martial path's great momentum during the battle. In martial path, only those with outstanding talent could cultivate great momentum. Once the martial path great momentum condensed, there was a possibility of entering the Great Saint realm. It's unclear whether Yu Qing was a martial cultivator in his lifetime or had encountered the martial path in the vast universe after his death. Today, if it had been another 5 Tribulation True Immortal or even a 6th Tribulation True Immortal facing Yu Qing, they would likely have perished in the Yellow Springs. How many such living creatures remain in the 128 divine mansions of the vast universe is beyond knowledge. Chu Jing shook his head slightly, raising his hand to collect a wisp of black blood winding through the starry sky. The blood had no warmth at all, like a dead person, cold and eerie. Yu Qing, 8th order residual soul fell into the vast universe, a living creature born in Burial Valley, has been personally slain by you, his soul has entered reincarnation, irreparable. Looking at the information returned, Chu Zhang's expression froze for a moment, his soul had entered reincarnation. When living creatures in the great universe die, they resurrect in the vast universe. Only after dying in the vast universe can they enter true reincarnation? The deceased ancestral Tao should have been reborn in the vast universe now. Had he once stayed in the vast universe? And had his memories been wiped? The mysteries on him could only perhaps be unraveled on the true reincarnation road. But now, with yin-yang reverse chaos, even the ancestral realm cannot touch the reincarnation road. He still had a long way to go, and it was uncertain if he could uncover the truth in this life. Xuan looked towards the distant starry sky, a hint of doubt flashing in his eyes. Yu Qing's previous actions left him puzzled, using his own life to protect a war blade. What was the meaning of that? Buzz, before Xuan could ponder further, another message came from the Heaven Pass, evil demon warriors dividing into multiple forces, attempting to break through. Xuan opened the space channel, following the coordinates, ready to assist, when suddenly his mind was touched. His avatar far in the Chaos Sea had a reaction. Chapter 536 Revised -375, Metamorphic Transformation. Xuan did not intervene excessively in the current incarnation due to its particularities, allowing its development freely. However, now the tribulation chi of the incarnation had reached an uncontrollable level and was about to turn into a calamity. At this point, Xuan needed to divert some attention. The armored demon was very special. As long as there was a trace of flesh and blood remaining, he could completely repair himself using the repair panel, equivalent to being reborn from a drop of blood. If the host died during the tribulation, he could easily transfer his consciousness to a new host and start anew. This would save Xuan a great deal of time, otherwise, searching for a new incarnation would consume a lot of time again. Being on the battlefield, he really didn't have the energy for this, and he couldn't allow the tribulation chi to become an unexpected factor interfering with his situation. The blazing sun hung high in the sky, marking the peak of summer. The Zhaoyang Palace, perched atop a 100-zhang-high platform, glittered under the scorching sun. Its glazed jade tiles shone with a dazzling light, as if flowing gold was surging beneath. Unlike the scorching heat outside, the palace's interior was icy cold, permeated with a faint scent of blood. Over a dozen corpses were scattered inside the hall, their fresh blood staining the jade steps red. 2 squads of armored cultivators stood silently at the foot of the steps. A man clad in black armor sat behind the dragon desk, gazing at the expansive map before him with a calm expression. 3 years in the great universe, over 300 years had passed in the Chaos Sea. 300 years were enough to bring about earth-shattering changes in a great realm. Xuan sorted through the memories of the armor demon incarnation, and only then did he understand the sequence of events. The place he was currently at was the royal capital of the Sea Heart dynasty, and his host's current identity was the emperor of the Shixing dynasty, with a cultivation level at the early stage of heavenly immortal. In just over 300 years, he had ascended from being immortal to a heavenly immortal, and was now on the verge of reaching heavenly immortal perfection. Such unprecedented progress could never have been achieved without the armor demon's exceptional affinity with the heaven and earth primordial chi. During these 300 years, the fusion between the armor demon incarnation and the host had deepened further, making them almost inseparable. The current appearance of the host was almost indistinguishable from Xuan's main body. Correspondingly, the host's desires grew incessantly with his increasing power. In 300 years, he went from being a ruler of a small country to conquering cities and kingdoms, annihilating countless dynasties until he became a true overlord in his realm. This great realm, called Ancient Crossing, where the 100 countries divided the region, and the Shixing dynasty commanded an immense territory stretching millions of miles, with countless subjects, was already among the prominent nations, almost reaching midstream. After a while, Xuan slowly closed the map in front of him and looked at the armored cultivators below the steps, speaking softly. Within a month, integrate the Sea Heart dynasty entirely into our dynasty's territory. He did not ask if it could be done, he merely issued an order. Yes. The cultivators bowed in unison, without any objections. Wait. A low shout came from outside the hall, and a middle-aged man strode in, dressed in an official's robe trimmed with purple, his figure tall and slender, in his 40s. He frowned at the sight before him and asked sharply, "The Sea Heart dynasty is a vassal state of our Tiantong dynasty. Who gave you the guts to lay hands on our vassal state?" His voice was loud and imperious, clearly not putting anyone in the hall in his eyes. The armored cultivators glanced at Xuan on the dragon throne. Seeing no reaction from him, they immediately understood and silently stepped back half a step. Xuan looked at the newcomer with interest. "So the Tiantong dynasty, only sent you alone? I am Qiao Zhong, Vice Governor of the Bureau of Publicity and Administration of the Tiantong Dynasty. The middle-aged man glanced at everyone in the hall, his expression icy. You have sent troops without cause, trespassing on our vassal state. This crime cannot go unpunished. Chuzheng tilted his head slightly, his smile growing wider. What will you do? You must be Chuzheng, the ruler of the Shisheng dynasty. Xiao Zhong raised his eyes to examine the man on the dragon throne, frowning. Now that the Sea Heart dynasty has been annihilated by you, your Shisheng dynasty should submit to us on its behalf. As the ruler, you are the primary culprit and should bind yourself to return with me to the capital for judgment by our emperor. With that, his brows relaxed, and he spoke softly. My lord is magnanimous, he probably won't be too harsh on you. The Tiantong dynasty was one of the 6 great dynasties within the 100 countries, eyeing them like a tiger, and as its envoy, he had the confidence to speak thus. Chuzheng gradually lost his smile. Finished speaking? Xiao Zhong sensed the killing intent emanating from Chuzheng, his face changing instantly. How dare you? Plop. Before the echo of his words faded, Xiao Zhong's head was already severed, blood spurting 3 feet high before it fell to the ground with a thud. Even with his head cut off, Xiao Zhong's life force did not immediately dissipate, and he still had the strength to roar, killing our envoy, you will surely bring upon yourself a great calamity. Chuzheng remained impassive, lowering his hand and speaking calmly to the cultivators below the steps. Proceed according to my earlier command. The cultivators bowed and obeyed, exiting the hall slowly. Chuzheng rose and walked down the jade steps, gazing at Xiao Zhong's enraged eyes, and suddenly chuckled softly. Where is your lord? Bang! Under his boot, Xiao Zhong's head was instantly crushed into a pulp of blood and flesh. The heavens have granted me an extra 326 years. With the 4 seas under my control, even if I were to die tomorrow, what would it matter? The nearly maniacal laughter echoed through the hall, lingering for a long time. Witnessing this scene, Chuzheng was silently thoughtful. In the moment the host attacked, Chuzheng suddenly sensed the change in the surrounding tribulation chi. A pull on one thread moves the whole web. This envoy from the Tiantong dynasty was precisely the catalyst for the calamity. Now, the tribulation had begun. He also realized something was wrong. The host's mental state had started to deteriorate. The rapid rise in cultivation had not been matched by growth in his mental state, and his amplified desires had completely eroded his sanity. Through the resonance between the chi refining technique and heaven and earth, this imbalance in his mind was further magnified. Chuzheng could do nothing to intervene, he could only watch. Half a month later, a phantom figure clad in a dragon robe descended upon the Shisheng imperial city. With a single palm, it suppressed the entire imperial city beneath the 9 netherworld. The emperor of the Tiantong dynasty made a move across space, burying the once glorious Shisheng dynasty with a single palm. Many of the vassal states rebelled one after another. Within a few days, the once prosperous Shisheng dynasty crumbled like a castle in the air. The name Chuzheng gradually faded to oblivion, merely a fleeting ripple in the vast turmoil of the 100 countries. In the blink of an eye, several months had passed. Amidst the gradually stabilizing situation, deep within the desolate mountains, near a turbulent mountain stream, a blood-soaked youth struggled to stand. His gaping wounds were healing rapidly. As the youth gradually regained consciousness, his eyes were filled with confusion. From today on, my name is Chuzheng. Chapter 537-376, Changing the Pattern. When the incarnation of the emperor of the Tiantong dynasty arrived at Shisheng imperial city, Chuzheng already had a premonition. At the moment of the host's death, he abandoned most of his flesh and blood, retaining only a small portion, which turned into a blood fog and seeped into the ground. As he expected, after completing the repair, it did not affect him at all. Moreover, as the host had cultivated for over 300 years, the strength of this armored demon's incarnation also underwent a qualitative change, becoming equivalent to an 8th-order creature. This meant that as long as the next host completed the fusion with the armored demon, the speed of cultivation growth would become extremely exaggerated, accelerating the growth of many subsequent hosts. The most crucial point was that the host's death during tribulation caused the tribulation chi around Chu Zheng's main body to dissipate considerably, nearly equal to the consumption of the incarnation during the death tribulation. This was the greatest harvest for Chu Zheng. As long as he continued to find new hosts, he could rely on the armor demon's body to completely save the time needed for an incarnation to grow from scratch. This time, during the ancient crossing realm tribulation, he essentially found a shortcut beyond the chi refining technique, allowing his main body to be free from the disturbance of tribulation chi for a long time. However, the successive tribulations of many hosts in the ancient crossing realm would soon attract the attention of some top-tier experts. Given the same name and nearly identical appearance, it wouldn't take long to draw some attention. At that time, many would likely believe that Chu Zheng was not thoroughly dead. However, Chu Zheng didn't need to concern himself with this for now. Dissolving the tribulation chi as much as possible was the priority. Besides, experiencing the feeling of having the whole world as an enemy in advance wouldn't be of much harm to him. Boundary. Chi Water Star Domain. To Immortal Path cultivators, the cosmic edge was a bitterly cold land. Apart from the heaven passes enshrined within arrays, maintaining normal cultivation was difficult, and replenishing battle consumptions was also strenuous. Fighting here for years would gradually wear away one's foundation. Chu Zheng sat cross-legged under the starry sky, continuously operating the chi refining technique, extracting the 5 elements primordial chi from the surrounding dead stars to nourish his internal organs. The dead stars lacked complete 5 elements, usually containing earth element primordial chi and the gold element primordial chi precipitated by earth chi birth gold. The 5 elements primordial chi in the starry sky had not yet been converted for the immortal path's use and couldn't be directly absorbed. Even a 5 tribulations true immortal needed to store it in a grotto heaven and spend some time converting and decomposing it to obtain immortal power. But Chu Zheng had no such restriction. Once his internal 5 elements circulation took shape, now any kind of primordial chi was a great supplement for him, eliminating the worry of internal 5 elements imbalance. This was the enhancement of the immortal path on the chi refining technique. As the cultivation level rose, the immortal path began to completely return the favor. Moreover, having temporarily lost the disturbance of tribulation chi, his chi refinement's cultivation grew almost daily. The primordial chi and immortal power could now be freely transformed within him. His immortal path cultivation continued to steadily rise in the spiritually barren land, steadily advancing toward the 5 tribulations perfection realm. After achieving 5 elements perfection, the next stage would be Yin-Yang realm and Yin-Yang tribulations, beginning from within. Unlike ordinary immortal path cultivators, his 2 paths were cultivated simultaneously, and his primordial spirit was already divided into 2 sides of Yin and Yang. Additionally, due to the chi refining thunder technique, he had long been exposed to the transformation of the 5 elements into Yin and Yang. The Yin-Yang tribulation posed little difficulty for him, being nothing more than a natural progression. Buzz, the monitoring jade token's fluctuations brought Chu Zheng out of meditation. After glancing at the message, his eyes narrowed slightly. All factions are to cease hostilities. The martial Ancestor and the immortal Ancestor have re-established the alliance to jointly resist the vast universe. The martial hall's reinforcements will soon arrive at the boundary. Inform all divisions that if provoked, they must unconditionally retreat and set aside all public and private grievances for now. The immortal Ancestor is seeking a method to repair the boundary, and has made some progress. The few transmitted messages contained a lot of information. The Immortal Alliance and the Martial Hall had broken apart previously. The people from the Martial Hall he had encountered could not be isolated examples. It was evident that the Martial Hall had been intentionally seeking opportunities to provoke disputes, directly initiating a Dao war. The boundary had been shattered for some time. If the pressure from the vast universe was really that great, the Martial Hall would not have taken those actions previously. This clearly was not the main reason. What could make these 2 factions put down their grudges and negotiate peace? It likely means some unknown changes had occurred. According to Chu Zheng's own speculation, there might be a certain imbalance of power between the Immortal Path and Martial Path. Either the Immortal Alliance had gained some new power, leading the Martial Hall to compromise, or the Martial Hall's strength had further increased, forcing the Immortal Alliance to bow. However, from the message, the latter seemed more likely. As for repairing the boundary, it shouldn't be a huge problem. The boundary was initially established by the Ancestral Tao, Ancestor of Ancient Immortals, and Ancient Martial Ancestor together. At that time, the second Fold Immortal Martial was at its peak, advancing side by side. With the Ancestral Tao, they gathered nearly 90% of the Great Universe's heavenly fate to create the boundary. The Great Universe relied on the boundary to stabilize the yin-yang barrier, blocking the calamity of the vast universe at the cosmic edge. Without the boundary, a passage to the vast universe could open anywhere in the Great Universe, which would be true purgatory. Now, the second Fold Immortal Martial, along with the Myriad realms, held the same 90% of heavenly fate, enough to recreate the glory of the past. Less than half a month after receiving the message, Martial Hall reinforcements arrived in the Chi Water Star domain. The Heaven Pass station where Xuan was located was the last line of defense, and the first stop upon entering the battlefield. Bang, the starry sky tore open a gap, with fiery, glass-like cracks emerging. A six-winged celestial horse wreathed in flames stepped out of the space channel first, its hooves radiating divine brilliance capable of melting stars. When the celestial horse fully stretched its wings, it nearly obscured the entire starry sky. The surrounding arrays lit up with ripples, almost unable to withstand the pressure and threatening to shatter. The bronze ancient war chariot followed behind the celestial horse, rolling out of the space channel and hovering quietly above Heaven Pass. On the chariot stood numerous figures, their overwhelming blood chi sweeping across the Star River. Xuzheng and Pang Tianlei, accompanied by the true immortals within Heaven Pass, looked on with solemn expressions. Suppressing the spiritual light in his eyes, Xuzheng felt a slight tremor in his heart, realizing that none of the beings atop this chariot were to be taken lightly. The celestial horse pulling the chariot alone was an Otherkind strong enough to rival a 9 Tribulations. True Immortal. Leading them was an initial stage great saint named Ji Shanming, accompanied by 241 martial saints. These martial saints, despite their young age, were the Martial Hall's elite warriors. The leading great saint of martial path stepped off the chariot in a single stride, appearing before Xuzheng and the others, his gaze coldly sweeping over the true immortals present. After a while, his eyes settled on Xuzheng. To be precise, it was on the monitoring jade token hanging from Xuzheng's waist, Punishment Authority. Hearing this, Xuzheng stepped forward, slightly bowed, and cupped his hands in salute. Immortal Alliance, Chief of Punishment Department, Inspector Xuzheng, greets Great Saint. Xuzheng, upon hearing the name, Ji Shanming's expression changed slightly. After pondering for a moment, his expression changed dramatically, and he said with undisguised surprise, "You are Xuzheng?" Chapter 538-377, Great Saint. Ji Shanming's light exclamation drew the attention of the martial saints on the chariot. In an instant, all the martial saints' gazes fell on Xuzheng. Their expressions varied, some curious, some scrutinizing. Many looks were quite subtle, making it difficult for Xuzheng to discern their intentions. For a moment, Xuzheng furrowed his brow. After confirming that there was no fluctuation in the tribulation chi beside him, he felt slightly at ease. The relationship between him and the Martial Hall was far from cordial. At least 2 great saints of martial path had died because of him, and those in the Martial Hall who held goodwill toward him were likely few and far between. After a brief examination, Ji Shanming's expression visibly softened, truly a peerless talent, with a majestic bearing like a dragon or phoenix. The great saint flatters me. Momentarily bewildered, Xuzheng became even more vigilant. He knew it was wise to be cautious about seemingly unwarranted kindness. Just as Xuzheng felt a mix of suspicion, a voice transmission sounded. It was from the great saint before him, "You are a chi cultivator. The Immortal Alliance is fickle and will never truly treat you sincerely. Consider seeking a chance to come to our Martial Hall. With your talent, you will surely have a place among us in the future." Xuzheng was momentarily stunned, and his expression changed. Was this an attempt to recruit him? If it had been before he met the Moonlight Immortal Ancestor, he might have considered Ji Shanming's words. But now, he was somewhat indifferent to it. His sights were set on the ancestral realm. As long as he could become an immortal venerable, the Moonlight Immortal Ancestor was willing to protect him until he became an immortal emperor. There was no need to worry about threats from within the Immortal Alliance. He could also use the Immortal Alliance as a protective umbrella to avoid many dangers. As for the Martial Hall, the situation within it was too complicated. A great saint of martial path had already been sent to kill him. Whoever could command a great saint must be someone high up in the Martial Hall. Moreover, Song Lingxue was also in the Martial Hall, adding too many uncertainties and high risks. Although he hadn't fully grasped the depth of the Immortal Alliance, at least one ancestral realm had spoken to him. Comparing the Moonlight Immortal Ancestor to the great saint before him, it was clear who held more weight. After a moment of hesitation, Chuzheng sent a voice transmission. The great saint must be joking. He decided not to take Ji Shanming's words seriously and prepared to dismiss the matter vaguely. The next moment, Ji Shanming's voice rang out again, "I'm not joking. Junior sister Song is now the Hall Master's true inheritor. In just a short time in the Chaos Sea, she has ascended to the Great Saint realm. With her talent and yours, there's a place for both of you in the heavens, past, present, and future." Chuzheng was about to respond instinctively, but was shocked at what Ji Shanming had just said. "You're saying Lingxue has already become a great saint? It just happened recently. Few in the Martial Hall know about it. She's highly valued by the Hall Master. I trust you understand the implications, so I won't elaborate." With that, Ji Shanming turned back to the chariot. The six-winged celestial horse spread its wings again, and the chariot rolled across the starry sky, heading to the next heaven pass. Some martial saints with relatively lower cultivation stayed behind, 53 in total. Obviously, Ji Shanming had already assessed the situation of the Qi Water Star domain, understood the positions of the 3 heaven passes, and had made appropriate arrangements. Looking at the martial saints left behind, Chu Zhang's mind was a bit unsettled. In Song Lingxue's previous transmissions, she always mentioned her progress, but whenever he inquired in detail, she would brush it off lightly. Over time, he stopped asking. But now, upon learning she had ascended to the Great Saint realm, he wondered why he wasn't informed at all. Though this was joyous news, Song Lingxue never hinted about it in her transmissions. He didn't even know when she entered the Martial Saint realm. Soon, Chu Zhang's expression grew heavier. Song Lingxue not telling him about her breakthrough to the Great Saint realm indicated that it wasn't enough to change her situation. She must have learned something he didn't know. Otherwise, the pressure wouldn't be this great, nor would she be in such a hurry to advance. Since entering the Chaos Sea, nearly 1,000 years had passed. In those 1,000 years, she went from not even being a semi-saint to becoming a great saint, a speed that was excessive, even for the martial path. The Great Thousand World within the Chaos Sea was far more complex than the Great Universe. And advancing in martial path greatly impacts one's vitality and longevity. Achieving such progress in 1,000 years must have come with heavy, unknown costs. "You've entered the Great Saint realm?" Chu Zheng sent a voice transmission and then instinctively wanted to ask why she hadn't mentioned it before. After hesitating for a moment, he suppressed the thought. If Song Lingxue hadn't mentioned it, there was likely a reason. With different flows of time, a response wouldn't come immediately. Chu Zheng gathered his thoughts, looked at the martial saints before him, and approached with Pang Tianlei to explain the array near the Heaven Pass. Martial saints were generally difficult to deal with, but to Chu Zheng and Pang Tianlei's surprise, these martial saints were very cooperative and obedient. Perhaps it was Ji Shanming's instruction, or maybe there was another hidden reason. Due to the significant time difference, it was a few days before Chu Zheng received Song Lingxue's transmission. The content surprised him. "Where are you now? Have you seen the Hall Master of the Martial Hall? Has he done anything to you?" The wording was filled with concern. From this, it seemed Song Lingxue had only informed the Hall Master about her breakthrough. How, then, did Ji Shanming know? After some thought, Xuan replied with a transmission detailing his encounter with Ji Shanming. After a few more days, he received Song Lingshua's response. This person shares the Hall Master's surname, suggesting he is a descendant and may not know much. However, he likely has no ill intentions. The Martial Hall is now divided into two factions, some wanting to kill you. Whenever possible, stay away from martial people. I had a fortunate encounter and managed to break through, though I received some minor injuries. I plan to recover first and then tell you. I should be able to join you soon. Wait for me. Reading the content, Xuan silently wrote a transmission. What trouble have you encountered? After hesitating for a long time, he dismissed the transmission without sending it. If even a great saint of martial path couldn't resolve the trouble, what could he do about it, other than adding to his worries? Perhaps this was why Song Lingxue had chosen not to mention it. Remembering the last two lines of her transmission, a flash of surprise crossed Xuan's eyes. The Ninth Order was the limit to entering the Chaos Sea. If he were in Song Lingshua's position, without reaching the 10th Order's threshold and without external disturbances, he wouldn't leave easily. So, what level had Song Lingshua's cultivation reached now? For the news that Song Lingxue had already become a great saint, Xuan still felt somewhat dazed. A great saint of the martial path, equivalent to an immortal Dao immortal venerable, in terms of combat power, even surpassing it. The last time in the 10,000 Realms battlefield, Song Lingshua's cultivation was merely at the level of martial arts god, equivalent to the immortal Dao profound, but now she had already become a great saint. However, thinking about the 1,000 years that had passed in the Chaos Sea, it was not entirely incomprehensible. Regarding his own cultivation speed, if all went well, becoming an immortal venerable might not take 1,000 years. But his situation was very special, with the repair panel on him, completely different from Song Lingshua's situation. Xuan did not dwell on this too much. Song Lingxue becoming a great saint was ultimately a good thing. Now he needed to focus more attention on the battlefield in front of him. With the aid of many martial saints, the originally struggling defensive line suddenly became much more relaxed. But as time passed, the number of evil demons breaking through increased gradually. Whether it was the Immortal Alliance Great Realm or the Martial Hall, casualties were increasing rapidly. The monitoring jade token at Xuan's waist would show a name of a true immortal removed from the immortal list every day, disappearing in an instant. Months later, a new decree was conveyed to the various great realms under the Immortal Alliance. The order in the decree was quite simple: upon encountering prodigies with extraordinary cultivation speed, report immediately, and do not harm them in the slightest. Anyone who disobeys, 9 generations up and down will be held accountable, their clan wiped out, their seedlings extinguished, even the immortal descendant families. A true immortal can already influence part of the immortal Dao's heavenly fate. In such a short time, the death of many true immortals had already caused the heavenly fate of the immortal Dao to gradually converge. During this period, in various great realms of the Immortal Alliance, a genius with unparalleled talent might be born. These people would be the core high-level candidates of the next generation of the Immortal Alliance, the fresh blood with the potential to advance to the highest realms, extremely important. Among them, there might even be individuals who could affect the outcome of the Dao War. No matter what grievances, in the grand scheme of the Dao struggle, they should be put aside. For any reason, the Immortal Alliance would not allow anyone to harm these immortal seedlings. This was tantamount to digging out the roots of the immortal Dao, intolerable. For the Martial Hall, it was likely the same. As for the Myriad realms, although there were also significant losses, their heavenly fate was scattered, and the cultivators of various Taoist orthodoxy mixed. Whether accidents would happen, no one could predict. The possibility of rare prodigies emerging was not excluded, but to which Taoist orthodoxy they would belong, was a question mark. Eventually it could only be up to fate. In the blink of an eye, another 4 years had passed. Even with the repair panel on him, in successive battles, Xuan still felt a wave of indescribable fatigue. The situation for other true immortals and martial saints was far worse than his. Almost everyone was injured, and evil qi in their wounds continually corroded their bodies, hindering recovery. This was one of the reasons why the Myriad Realm's cultivators did not want to face the living creatures of the vast universe Great Realm. After being injured, the evil chi in the wounds was hard to handle. Even if forcibly dispelled, some hidden injuries would remain, affecting their lifespan. Moreover, after slaying evil demons, apart from battle merits, there were no other gains. Thus, Xuan had helped many times, clearing the evil chi from their bodies. It did not consume much effort, all absorbed by the repair panel. As early as in the Cangyun realm, he discovered that the repair panel could absorb the evil chi of the vast universe Great Realm for its own use. As his cultivation improved, operating the repair panel had become easy. Helping these cultivators heal was a mere lift of his hand. In such a battlefield, helping others was helping oneself. In this process, the true immortals and martial saints of Heaven Pass had mostly received Xuan's favor. Their relationship became much closer, forming a certain bond. Although in the grand scheme of things, this force was insignificant, it might come in handy in the future. The experience bar of the 8th Order Repair Master had long been full, but Xuan had not yet advanced to the 9th Order Repair Master. Because he was limited by his own cultivation. The span of the 8th Order domain was simply too vast, each layer exceeding the span between Tribulation and Immortality, like an insurmountable chasm. According to this calculation, for him to become a 9th Order Repair Master, his cultivation would have to reach the level of 9 Tribulations True Immortal. He had a long way to go. However, he no longer cared much about it. The essence of the repair panel was a Tao seed, containing various divine skills. With the improvement of his cultivation, he would eventually be able to master all of them. He was somewhat looking forward to it. If one day, he could fully control the Tao seed, he might be able to acquire something beyond divine skills. Perhaps fragments of memories from his past life. Previously in Luofeng City, that intense déjà vu was hard for him to ignore. He must have forgotten something. From the information on these evil demons, Xuan discovered a total of 16 evil demons under different divine mansions. Compared to the 128 divine mansions of the vast universe Great Realm, this was just a fraction. The vast universe Great Realm had clearly not committed its full strength, and within it, there were definitely some divisions. It couldn't be a monolithic block. Boom, the starry sky trembled. Xuan was startled awake, his eyes snapped open. A burly figure, riding the wind and commanding chi, was heading straight towards his location. It was an evil demon at the 8th Order 5th layer, named Wu Li, from Burial Valley, with cultivation equivalent to Xuan. Seeing the evil demon running through the starry sky, Xuan's eyes narrowed slightly. The evil demon carried a pitch-black giant blade that looked extremely familiar. Xuan did not hesitate, immediately took action. In his palm, the 5 elements transformed into yin and yang, concealing a world of thunder. He lifted his hand and pressed down directly. Thunder rumbled, grinding through the starry sky, pressing down upon Wu Li. Confronted with the raging sea of thunder above, Wu Li seemed oblivious, bathed in thunder, allowing his body to be torn by the scorching electric light. His muscles and bones stretched, like a true dragon soaring, mobilizing all his strength into a single point, flinging out the pitch-black giant blade from his mouth. The giant blade sliced through the starry sky, tearing apart a corner of the array, falling into an empty star field, and then instantly transforming into a black mist. Rolling evil chi corroded the starry sky, creating a gap, barely constructing a space channel. This is a space coordinate? Looking at the space channel before him, Xuan's face changed instantly. Without thinking much, a hunched figure slowly walked out from it. Tu Jingchuan, 9th Order Yin God resurrected and awakened in the Soul Origin Pool, with cultivation at the 9th Order 3rd layer, about to condense a Tao seal and reshape the flesh. Red Leaf Mansion Imperial Guard Commander, has undergone blood ash, chi collapse, acupoint seal, spirit erosion, 4 tribulations, reincarnation limit approaching. 9th Order 3rd layer, an existence that only an immortal king could contend with. Chapter 540-379, Shattered Heaven Pass. Looking at the information relayed by the spiritual eye, Xuan's heart skipped a beat, and his blood ran cold. In the Nine Realms domain, a supreme being who has taken the third step is already absolutely invincible, standing at the pinnacle of the pyramid, apart from the living creatures in the space-time domain. In the great universe, the giants who touch the space-time domain are always elusive. Xuan had only seen a few of them due to various coincidences. Beneath them, the evil demon before him had already reached the top. It was only now that Xuan realized why Yuqing had sacrificed his life to protect this warrior. Only by crossing the Heaven Pass would the space channel not be immediately interrupted by the array. When Yuqing was stopped by him back then, it might have just been a coincidence, not anticipating the disparity in strength, resulting in an unexpected outcome. Now, in the continuous war, even though true immortals frequently maintain the Heavenly Pass array, it was no longer as stable as before, having been torn open. Xuan immediately felt the tribulation chi beside him, which was as calm as before, without any ripples. This time, the efficiency of transforming into a tribulation was too high. His chi refinement's cultivation growth simply couldn't keep up with the speed at which tribulation chi was resolved, far from triggering a tribulation. As Chu Zhang's thoughts were moving rapidly, the hunchbacked figure had already walked out of the space channel slowly, with hair disheveled and face indistinguishable, body emaciated, eyes closed, like a mummified corpse drained of essence. From the information previously relayed by the spiritual eye, it was known that the Yin god in front of him, named Tu Jingchuan, had undergone the 4 declines of blood ash, qi collapse, acupoint seal, and spirit erosion. His body was dry, yuan qi scattered, all 7 orifices and 5 senses sealed, and his spirit soul had begun to erode. Back in the Chaos Sea, Xuan had followed Wu Tong in and out of the vast universe many times and had some understanding. The living creatures in the vast universe also had limited lifespans. They wouldn't age, but there was a great limit. Living creatures in the great universe, if their lifespan was near its end, had various methods to prolong life, but if an evil demon reached the great limit, any method to prolong life would be ineffective, and after experiencing 5 declines, they would completely disappear from the world. Ordinary evil demons wouldn't easy to withstand 2 declines. Tu Jingchuan had undergone 4 declines and could still live, which was already quite astounding. The final decline, God exhaustion, couldn't be avoided. Obviously, this evil demon wanted to exert its residual heat on the vast universe or the red leaf divine mansion behind it before the great limit arrived. Buzz, ripples appeared in the starry sky, and the moment the space channel was constructed, the first heaven pass guarded by Cangyun reacted. In just a few breaths, the entire heaven pass crossed the star sea, arriving overhead. Arrays lit up in layers, locking the void, directly severing the fragile space channel. Cangyun stepped out of the heaven pass, with tightly furrowed brows, looking at Tu Jingchuan not far away, with a trace of obvious solemnity in her golden blue eyes. Xuan turned around and glanced. Where the heaven pass previously was, a crimson flame lit up. It was evident that Ji Shanming had replaced the heaven pass before him, guarding the front line against the continually invading evil demons. Wu, gale winds rose in the starry sky. Cangyun didn't hesitate, choosing to attack proactively. The red butterfly on her forehead suddenly flashed brilliantly, spread its wings, grew against the wind, reflecting millions of rays of immortal light and auspicious colors under the starry sky, causing the whole star sea to tremble. At the same time, the formation patterns placed on the 2 heaven passes simultaneously began to operate, switching from a defense array to a heaven-burning killing array. Strands of immortal flame emerged from the void, igniting the starry sky, instantly interweaving into an immortal fire cage, trapping Tu Jingchuan within. Facing Cangyun's proactive attack, Tu Jingchuan appeared calm, slowly raising his hands. From his almost decayed limbs and bones, thick black mist suddenly poured out, evil qi obscured the starlight, corroding the formation patterns, with billowing smoke and dust rising, and the fiercely burning immortal flames were extinguished in an instant. The black mist continued advancing like a furious sea wave, swallowing a large portion of the starry sky, sweeping towards the dancing red butterfly. Cangyun's expression turned grim, her originally cold demeanor now exuded a terrifying killing intent. She reached into the red butterfly's wings, condensing immortal light into blades, stepping in the void, flying up, with blade light following closely, like dragging two red rivers, directly entering the black mist. The blade light leaped over billions of miles of starry sky, stirring up large swirls of stars, dispersing a large portion of the black mist in an instant. The immortal light shone again, many formation patterns in the array were repaired, allowing the killing array to resume operation, with the battle situation seemingly improving. Witnessing this scene, Chu Zhang's expression remained solemn. Even though Taixuan was in the later stage of Immortal Venerable, she was only in the 9th Order First Realm, 2 major realms below Tu Jingchuan. With such a significant gap in cultivation, even if Tu Jingchuan was nearly exhausted, Taixuan couldn't possibly be his match. Borrowing the power of the Heavenly Pass Array to hold on for a T's worth of time was already showcasing her extraordinary talents. The next instant, a sinister green fire suddenly lit up amid the black mist. It was the sole light emanating from Tu Jingchuan's forehead. Boom! A figure was thrown out of the black mist. Taixuan coughed up blood, the twin blades transformed from the red butterfly in her hands trembled and wailed. Her chest and abdomen were almost entirely cleaved open, mostly hollow, with half of her internal organs missing. The depths of her wounds had been thoroughly infiltrated by evil qi. Even if she survived, her immortal body would suffer irreparable damage. Taixuan's face was as pale as paper. Sweeping her gaze over the numerous true immortals and martial saints on the Heaven Pass, she let out a long cry, "Flee!" Faced with such a level of evil demon, it was utterly meaningless to fight head-on. Preserving one's life was the only proper course of action. She forcefully halted her body, once again charging into the black mist. The red butterfly shattered, transforming into millions of streams of fire, perforating the entire starry sky, while simultaneously slashing open countless spatial fissures. She was doing everything possible to carve out a path of survival for those true immortals and martial saints. A few breaths later, Tu Jingchuan walked out of the black mist, filthy black blood flowing from his 7 orifices, resembling a vengeful ghost. He held a bone spear in his hand, the tip pierced Taixuan's heart, lifting her high. Immortal blood continuously dripped along the white bone, without any sign of life. Tu Jingchuan's expression remained unchanged, gripping the bone spear, exerting force with his arm, flinging Taixuan's corpse along with it towards the not-so-distant Heaven Pass. Boom! The layers of array were instantly penetrated, the starry sky collapsed. The next moment, the entire Heaven Pass exploded instantly, turning into countless fragments, mixing with the immortal venerable war blood, nearly tearing the entire Qi water star domain completely apart. Seeing the Heaven Pass exploding before him, Chu Zhang's heart sank, countless debris and fragments like meteors approached him, brushing past without a single contact. He was utterly unsure of the situation before him. The state of affairs was already precarious, yet the tribulation Qi beside him remained without any ripples, making it impossible for him to use the tribulation qi to find a path to survival. Gazing at Tu Jingchuan standing beneath the starry sky, like a ghostly god, Chu Zhang furrowed his brow deeply. Without tribulation, how could there be a path to survival? Chapter 541 Modified -380, Ancient Ancestor crosses realms. The Qi water star domain has been thoroughly shattered. A blood-red haze spread across the distant starry sky, suddenly fluctuating. Ji Shanming, positioned at the forefront of the star domain, clearly sensed something was amiss. However, he was evidently entangled by other evil spirits, making it difficult to break free and return to aid. Ting Jingchuan's cultivation realm was already comparable to an immortal king. Even though his end was near, and both his body and spirit soul were decayed, his combat power was not affected in the slightest. Even with the aid of the Heavenly Pass Array, Taixuan barely managed to hold on for a few breaths before falling into the Yellow Springs. He was a peak expert at the late stage of an Immortal Venerable. Though he may have been just an incarnation, his ability to suppress the Qi water star domain for so long indicated his remarkable strength, demonstrating the fathomless power of Ting Jingchuan. Numerous true immortal martial saints did not hesitate for a moment, beginning to frantically flee towards the outside of the Qi water star domain through the space fissures previously opened by Taixuan. With Taixuan's prior warning and facing an overwhelmingly stronger foe, this could no longer be considered desertion. Their priority now was to preserve their lives at all costs. Such a disaster could only be quelled by the arrival of an immortal king or an upper realm great saint. Staying here would only mean a gratuitous death. Xuan also did not linger. After sending a message to the punishment authority through the monitoring jade token, he tore open a space channel leading to an unknown place through a space fissure. He then further utilized the great divine power of shrinking Earth into inches to push his state to its peak, accelerating his escape from this starry sky. Although he did not know why the tribulation chi beside him had not fluctuated, he did not want to risk his life. With such a commotion, the Immortal Alliance would undoubtedly soon take notice. Strong individuals were expected to arrive shortly to handle the matter, which was far beyond his capability. Xuan stood silently in place, not pursuing the fleeing true immortal martial saints. He slowly raised his hand and pointed 2 fingers, piercing the void. 2 black spear auras traversed the starry sky, plowing through the endless starlight and striking the 2 remaining heavenly passes. At the moment the spear aura touched the heavenly pass, the array suddenly lit up, tightening like a chain of tempered black iron. However, in just a moment, cracks like spider webs appeared. Ka-ka-ka, the heavy array emitted a piercing shriek on the verge of breaking under the unbearable pressure. SSSSS, the 2 heavenly passes were pierced almost simultaneously, gradually twisting and deforming, making a sound like cracking porcelain. Boom! In just one breath, the heavenly passes forged from immortal gold exploded in succession. The flying fragments scattered into the void, splashing blood waves. Nearly 100 messages poured out from the monitoring jade token at Xuan's waist. Nearly 100 true immortals were removed from the immortal list, their souls falling into the 9 netherworld. Countless martial saints had also likely met the same fate. After effortlessly shattering the remaining 2 heavenly passes, Xuan sat cross-legged, his back further hunched. His disheveled hair hung down to his legs, completely covering his face, and he muttered softly, "Today marks my end. Let me conveniently send you all into the universe. No need to thank me." As his voice fell, an ancient language uttered from his mouth. After a few breaths, his withered body began to disintegrate, transforming into black talismanic patterns, soon crawling all over the starry sky. After a moment, he barely lifted his head. His hair parted to reveal a handsome face, looking no older than 20. He swept his gaze inch by inch across the starry sky ahead, as if trying to uncover some clues, with emotions churning in his eyes. After a while, Xuan let out a long sigh. No traces of the past life, the cause and effect are severed. What is the point of us living in vain? Invisible ripples spread from the starry sky, freezing the slowly moving stars, the flying starlight, the remnants of flesh, all in an instant. Figures were squeezed out from the space channel, frozen in place. Xuan, who was rapidly fleeing, suddenly stiffened, being squeezed out of the space channel. In that brief moment, he had already completely escaped the Qi water star domain, but at this moment, an unseen force had affected him. His limbs, immortal power essence Qi, and even divine sense were all immobilized. Even the duration of his thoughts seemed infinitely prolonged, as if time and space had been completely frozen. The black talismanic patterns in the distant starry sky gradually solidified, completely shrouding the entire star domain, transforming into a star whirlpool. Sticky black water slowly oozed from the star whirlpool, forming a lake that soon transformed into an ocean. In the pitch-black ocean, there were no ripples, like a mirror, swallowing all the starlight coming from above and below, from all directions. Eternal youth, an illustrious life, and all that the vast universe granted you, is this still not enough? A whisper echoed beneath the starry sky dome, as a figure stepped out, nearing 30, with long hair tied up by a black jade crown, dressed in a black robe with a golden dragon. Dozens of reverse-scale golden threads extended from his collar to his waist, with lifelike scales, each interstice shrouded in faint black mist. Don't know where you come from, don't know where you return to, just a wandering ghost. Ting Jingchuan sneered, looking at the man before him with nothing but scorn. You, an ancient ancestor dominating the 5 mansions, now are just a wild dog, still crawling through the hole I made for you. The end of his lifespan was near, and the so-called ancient ancestor meant nothing to him anymore. That your lifespan ends so soon means you reached your limit in your previous life. I had high hopes for you, but alas, you were innately deficient, having died prematurely in your past life. Despite the offensive words, the ancient ancestor did not get angry, only shook his head slightly, his tone filled with regret. If it weren't for the shattering of the Tao seal above the boundary, you wouldn't even qualify to be a dog hole. Look at this starry sky. Perhaps before you have time to reincarnate, this era will end. End. A wild dog is just a wild dog. Ting Jingchuan looked towards the distant starry space and sneered, the dog beater is coming. As he finished speaking, his remaining head dissolved into a pool of black water. The ocean of black water below shattered in an instant, and the road the ancient ancestor came by had already disappeared. The ancient ancestor looked up at the distant starry sky, squinting his eyes, his expression tense. He instinctively turned his head and looked towards the boundary. In just an instant, he withdrew his gaze. Even many ancient ancestors working together had failed to break the vast universe's seal. This path was no longer viable. Ka, a crisp cracking sound echoed in Chu Zhang's ears, and his thoughts returned to normal. The yuan qi inside him flowed again, with the immortal power once more circulating. The scenes just now flashed in his mind, his expression changed drastically, and his heart sank. Was that an ancient ancestor crossing realms? Before he could think further, a figure abruptly stepped into the shattered starry sky, clothed in plain garments, with silver hair, appearing to be in his 30s. His eyes were sallow, and his body carried a heavy aura of decay, starkly contrasting with his youthful appearance. Chu Jing tried to open his spiritual eye, but he could not see any information about the newcomer. The distance seemed both near and far, separated by a star sea, yet at the same time, by an ancient eternity. This sense was far more terrifying than when he first faced Wu Tong. Undoubtedly, this was also a supreme being who had crossed into the ancestral realm. Before Chu Jing could think further, the silver-haired man's gaze fell upon him, with a hint of surprise in his somewhat muddled eyes. Jingchu? How are you still alive? Chapter 542-381, The Untouchable Realm. It's the martial ancestor. The martial ancestor himself. Recognizing the newcomer, the eyes of the numerous martial saints immediately lit up, their shouts filled with the ecstasy of surviving a great calamity. The martial ancestor. A title sealed with martial, there was no other in the great universe than the ancestor of martial arts. But at this moment, Chu Jing had no leisure to be astonished by the martial ancestor's identity. The martial ancestor's words connected many threads in an instant for him. The martial ancestor mistook him for Jingchu and was evidently surprised that Jingchu was still alive. Why is this? So you are Chu Jing. The martial ancestor's eyes showed sudden understanding, and he let out a low sigh. So that's how it is. In a flash, he looked through time and saw some of Chu Jing's previous experiences, understanding his origin. Chu Jing's nerves were taut, and the previously calm tribulation chi around him began to surge. The martial ancestor's gaze became extremely complex as he stared at Chu Jing without speaking for a long while. Had it been some years ago, when I was still Yan Feng under master, you would have surely died today. After a while, the martial ancestor retracted his gaze, his voice slightly hoarse. No one in this world can protect you any longer, take care of yourself. Chu Jing remained silent, his breath growing heavier. Just now, he was certain that, for a moment, the martial ancestor had harbored the intent to kill him. The swell of tribulation chi in that instant almost completely engulfed him. Now the tribulation chi had once again returned to calm. Why the martial ancestor ultimately gave up, Chu Jing could neither fathom nor wish to question. He had only one life, and he couldn't afford to risk further angering the martial ancestor. At this moment, he realized why his tribulation chi had no fluctuations. Given his level of cultivation, no matter how immense the tribulation chi accumulated, it simply couldn't affect someone of the ancestral realm. To have Tribulation Chi target a being of the ancestral realm, his cultivation needed to at least reach the primordial golden immortal, the realm of ancient myths. Perhaps only then would he have a faint possibility. All that had happened before him was mere coincidence. Similarly, if the martial ancestor had intended to kill him just now, he wouldn't have found any escape route. Tribulation Chi would have no effect against the ancestral realm. As Chu Zhang's thoughts swirled, the martial ancestor had already walked on the remnants of the heaven pass towards the man in the black robe. With each step he took, the fragments of the heaven pass were drawn back, and the torn star domain slowly returned to its original state. Ji Shanming hurriedly arrived, his expression filled with both surprise and joy at the sight of the martial ancestor, but he dared not speak for a moment. Unlike the other martial saints, there was a hint of worry in his furrowed brow. The martial ancestor was already near his end, with little lifespan left. Now, forcibly fighting further would only worsen his condition, further depleting his life energy. With a tranquil expression, the martial ancestor slowly approached the ancient ancestor and said in a calm voice, "Your surname is Wei, given name Jiqiu. Your father is the sword dragon Taoist ancestor, and your mother is the golden brilliance immortal of Taoling realm. When you were born, you had an innate sword embryo in your mouth, entering the 6th realm, and reached the 8th realm at 100 years old. At 23,760 years old, you stepped into the spacetime domain. At 72,000 years, you became the youngest sword emperor in the history of the sword dragon Taoist sect. At 456,000 years old, you took over the reins of heavenly fate from the sword dragon Taoist ancestor, becoming the new sword dragon Taoist ancestor. How do you know this?" The ancient ancestor's composed demeanor shattered, his face showing shock. "You can deduce the past causes and effects of the beings of the vast universe?" Even for the ancestral realm, the past lives of vast universe beings were unreachable, a forbidden zone. No one, except the master of heavenly fate, could know. The martial ancestor's casual recounting of such things immediately suggested terrifying possibilities. "You've broken through the ancestral realm?" The ancient ancestor's voice trembled, filled with disbelief. "Of course not." The martial ancestor shook his head slightly, stretching his fingers into the space fissure. His muscles bulged like an ancient divine mountain, and his blood chi surged, almost dyeing the great universe red. "I know these things because you died by my hands in your previous life. The sword dragon Taoist sect was the first ancestor court I trampled." Crack, a billion streaks of violet lightning suddenly flashed across the star dome. The martial ancestor slowly drew back his hand, holding half a staff wrapped in chaotic chi in his palm. The greater part of the long staff was hidden in the chaos. Each golden pattern on the staff's body swallowed and spewed the star river, reflecting the universe's shadow. The martial ancestor slowly drew out the long staff, smashing the starry sky as if he were opening an unknown door. A boundless river from the depths of chaos roared down, waves surging. "I heard you've been seeking the secrets of ancient times, wanting to meet the master of heavenly fate. Today, I will send you to witness it with your own eyes." The ancient ancestor, his face dark, the dragon scales on his black robe rising, exuding a profound light capable of slicing through endless time and space. Sword chi rang fiercely. Before he could act, the long staff wrapped in chaotic chi swept across. Boom! Dragon scales and sword chi were shattered in an instant, the black robe on the ancient ancestor exploding, sending him flying into the long river, vanishing without a trace. The long river surged with monstrous waves, almost severed waist deep by the residual power of that staff strike. As the long river appeared, Chu Zhang's thoughts seemed to be abruptly cut off for a moment. When he regained his senses, the figures of the two ancestral realms had disappeared. After realizing this, his expression turned extremely complex. The aftershocks of the ancestral realm's battle were enough to shatter the universe. This place simply wasn't their battlefield. Their battlefield lay in the unknown realms of past and future, far beyond his reach now. An hour later, the strong reinforcements from the Immortal Alliance finally arrived at the Chi Water Star domain. A heavenly king with the title Eternal Knight arrived, for the earlier distress message mentioned only a 9th-order 3rd-layer evil demon. The strength of the Eternal Night Heavenly King was sufficient to handle the situation. Soon, the Eternal Night Heavenly King gathered the true immortals and martial saints, and after hearing about the recent events, he was stunned for a while, barely hiding a trace of horror. If he had arrived a bit earlier, he too would have died on the spot, narrowly escaping a disaster. The sudden appearance of the ancient ancestor led to many discussions among the surviving true immortals and martial saints, but many cultivators soon pointed their suspicions toward Xuan. Xuan was a Qi cultivator, and this sudden great tribulation at the Heaven Pass, which even involved an ancient ancestor from the universe realm, was indeed peculiar. Claiming that this had nothing to do with him was hard to believe. Xuan did not argue or explain. The tribulation Qi was invisible and intangible, only perceptible to Qi cultivators. In this upheaval, an immortal venerable died, not to mention over 200 true immortals and martial saints. These people were the comrades, even relatives and friends, of those surviving here. Without substantial evidence, any explanation would be powerless and would not change the thoughts of others. But this was truly just an accident. Chapter 543 After Modification -382, Boundary. There are many coincidences in the world, countless natural and man-made disasters, but the existence of Qi cultivators turns coincidence into inevitability. Nowadays, most of the true immortal martial saints who are still alive are a bit shaken and have directly applied to be transferred out of the Qi water star domain. Even though Xuan has helped them a lot, they are unwilling to take the risk for it. Eternal Night Immortal King took Xuan aside alone, isolated the area to keep out all disturbances, and said in a deep voice, "I have just reported to the Master. The Master knows this matter is not related to you, but the involvement of the Ancestral realm is a big event, and the news will soon spread across the boundary and cannot be hidden. If you go to other star domains, you may also be ostracized." At this point, Eternal Night Immortal King paused briefly before continuing. Now you have only one path to take. The Qi cultivators from the Myriad realms mostly travel alone, rarely in pairs. You can only follow their path, stay away from the Heaven Pass, and act alone. Of course, this involves a lot of risks. The cosmic edge is different from other regions, plus the boundary is now shattered. Even the ancient ancestors can find a way to cross it, so it is very unsafe to be alone. More importantly, there are Heaven Passes everywhere now. The only way to get away from the Heaven Pass is to go forward or backward. Obviously, the Immortal Alliance cannot allow Xuan to retreat to the periphery. The uncertainties caused by that would be even greater, so he can only go further in. This would bring him closer to the boundary battlefield, with no supplies, no assistance, and given his Qi cultivator identity, the likelihood of encountering trouble is high. Understood. Xuan nodded in agreement. Before entering the Punishment Authority, he was already mentally prepared for this kind of situation. He had no choice in the matter. At least now, with the Immortal Alliance and the Myriad Realms in alliance, they wouldn't take action directly against him, which was enough. Moreover, with his clone undergoing tribulations, he wouldn't be troubled by tribulation Qi, so venturing deeper or staying put made no difference. His luck wouldn't be so bad as to encounter the same situation as before again, and acting alone might be more convenient. Seeing Xuan agree so readily, Eternal Night Immortal King was slightly surprised but said nothing, turning his hand to produce a palm-sized map. This is the star map of the vicinity. You can choose a path yourself. This place is very close to the boundary. Going forward, you should be able to see it with the naked eye. After handing the star map to Xuan, Eternal Night Immortal King added in a low voice, "The Master has given you a special permission. All the battle merits you gain this trip will be calculated at triple the rate. She will compensate the difference." At this, Xuan's heart stirred. Indeed, as expected of an immortal ancestor, she was quite generous. Furthermore, he had not yet become an immortal venerable and still had some distance to go to meet Moonlight Immortal Ancestor's requirements. "Thank you, Master." Xuan looked towards the boundary, bowed, and expressed his gratitude. "Be careful. The Master rarely makes exceptions, but you are an exception." There was a hint of envy in Eternal Night Immortal King's eyes. Being valued by an immortal ancestor, as long as one did not die halfway, the future prospects were limitless. Moreover, Chu Zheng's terrifying record of becoming a true immortal at 42 was right before their eyes. With an immortal ancestor backing him, the future was a straight path. It was just a pity Chu Zheng was still a qi cultivator. Eternal Night Immortal King said no more and turned to leave. Chu Zheng glanced at the star map. Beyond the Qi Water Star domain, after crossing 6 or 7 star domains, he would reach the true Cosmic Edge. That was the original battlefield. Now the defense line had been entirely compressed by the evil demons, significantly expanding the battlefield range. The entire universe in all directions was unobstructed, so it required a large amount of manpower and arrays to contain the scourge of the evil demons within a certain range. Without the array to seal, the previous event of the ancient ancestor crossing the border would be repeated soon. Not to mention the ancient ancestor, even an evil demon like Tu Jingchuan could convert vast star domains into demon lands suitable for the living creatures of vast universe to live in a short time. Gazing at the blurry boundary on the star map, Chu Zheng fell into contemplation. The great universe had 10 parts of heavenly fate. Could there be something similar to heavenly fate in the vast universe as well? After all, the vast universe was also created by a living creature who once gathered all 10 parts of heavenly fate. With all the heavenly fate of the great universe gathered, could it really change the current situation? Chu Zheng put away the star map, tore open the void, and swiftly moved toward the boundary. After taking just 2 steps, a fragment suddenly appeared before his eyes, about the size of a palm, entirely crimson and wrapped in a wisp of immortal flame. Chu Zheng raised his hand to collect the fragment, his eyes flickering slightly. Red Butterfly Burning Heaven Blade, 9th Order / Incomplete Upper Class Immortal Venerable Artifact, engraved with 2 immortal marks. Primary material is red jade and golden, crafted by a great immortal emperor, forcibly shattered by an external force, corrupted by evil qi, significant loss of spirituality, can be repaired, 0/1000000. Immortal Venerable Artifacts are divided into upper and lower classes. Upper class Immortal Venerable Artifacts are the standard weapons used by ordinary Great Immortal Venerables, only second to the weapons of Immortal King level, and even more valuable as it was crafted by a Great Immortal Emperor. This is Taixuan's immortal treasure, shattered by Tu Jingchuan. Chu Zheng collected the fragment into his palm, and his divine sense scanned the surroundings. After spending nearly half a month, he eventually found 7 fragments, reducing the required repair count to 200,000, still a considerable number. Additionally, Chu Zheng discovered many immortal treasures and martial arts battle soldier fragments, about 40 in total, most of high quality. Compared to the number of dead true immortal martial saints, this quantity didn't quite match up, many were likely lost in space turbulence. He could not locate the grottos of the other true immortals either. Without the support of a true immortal, the grottos would eventually collapse, and their inheritances would transform back into pure heaven and earth primordial qi, rejoining the great universe. Now, most of Chu Zheng's daily repair attempts were used on the Star Trace Tower, and in about half a month it could be fully repaired. This top-quality immortal treasure can draw the power of the stars, refine it into star origin liquid, significantly enhancing the cultivation of 8th order creatures, making it highly important for Chu Zheng. Though the qi refining technique already had the divine skill of swallowing stars, having a top-quality immortal treasure as an aid would certainly be like adding wings to a tiger. As for the fragments found now, he temporarily kept them. Even if not repaired, the energy extracted from them would be very useful to him. Whether for cultivation or repairing immortal treasures, immortal qi and primordial qi were essential. After roughly scanning the Qi Water Star domain, Chu Zheng followed the star map given by Eternal Night Immortal King, bypassing the Heaven Pass, and a month later, arrived at the Cosmic Edge. The Cosmic Edge appeared even more chaotic, with powerful living creatures often clashing, the turbulence they stirred up splashing everywhere, no complete stars could be seen anymore. Broken star debris was everywhere, and the boundary leading to heaven and earth came into Chu's view. Having long heard of the boundary's name, it wasn't until today that he finally saw it with his own eyes. Chapter 544-383, first encounter with time and space, martial Ancestor enters the pass. The colossal bronze boundary spanned the endless star domain, a rift like a rip in the star dome, clearly visible, shimmering with a molten dark golden hue. Xuan opened his spiritual eye and scanned the boundary, quickly receiving a message. Cosmic Boundary, 10th Order contains the 100 Ancestor blood seal, fused with space-time fragments, suppressed by the 3 ancestral seals of Immortal, Martial, and Tao. The Tao seal is shattered. With your current ability, it cannot be repaired. The message was clear: the breach in the boundary was due to the shattering of the Tao seal. This boundary was established by the Ancestral Tao, the Ancestor of ancient Immortals, and the ancient Martial Ancestor, representing the Ancestral Tao naturally. The Ancestor of ancient Immortals and the ancient Martial Ancestor had normal successions, but the Ancestral Tao suddenly perished. It seems that due to the sudden demise of the Ancestral Tao, no one could reinforce the Tao seal in time, leading to the present situation. The boundary spanned half of the great universe. What Xuan saw was just a trivial part of it. There were no signs of living creatures near the breach, indicating that the other side of the boundary was sealed off. The creatures near the boundary had noticeably stronger cultivation. Xuan briefly observed, these creatures were at least at the 8th Order 7th layer. Even 6 Tribulation true Immortals would struggle to survive here. Mounds of evil demon corpses mixed with warship fragments scattered everywhere, blended with the remnants of stars and meteors, the evil chi lingering for a long time. The traces clearly showed that when the breach was opened, many evil demons must have burst out from the vast universe, but were now forcibly suppressed back. However, this was already too late. At the beginning, many evil demons must have scattered and fled. The situation Xuan encountered earlier was likely not unique. Other evil demons probably used similar methods to open additional passages, bringing more powerful demons across the realms. This breach in the boundary was no longer the only way through. After a moment of contemplation, Xuan used his shape-shifting divine power, transforming into a speck of dust in the universe, drifting with the occasional space ripples. He restrained his breath to the extreme, blending completely into the starry sky. He did not fear the evil chi. By operating the repair panel, he could completely dissolve it, enabling him to stay here for a long time. In fact, he could retreat to a less perilous distance, but the battlefield relics here were invaluable treasures to him. Moreover, his purpose this time was not merely to save his life. Delving deeper was to gain greater rewards. Immortal Chi is a highly special energy, like primordial Chi, obtainable only from incomplete corpses and fragments of magical battle soldiers. This significantly boosts cultivation progress. To accelerate his cultivation advancement further, Xuan had to be proactive. The battlefield in front of him was undoubtedly the most suitable place, worth risking. He continuously collected fragments and bones, including immortal treasures, martial path battle soldiers, as well as supreme treasure fragments from the vast universe, all of extremely high grades, with numerous 9th Order pieces. During this time, Xuan encountered 9th Order beings repeatedly while traversing multiple battlefields, several times being injured, but fortunately, he avoided fatal danger. The greatest harvest was the discovery of fragments used by immortal kings and upper realm great saints. They contained immortal chi and martial arts true intent were astonishingly dense, and these fragments themselves harbored potent yuan chi, greatly beneficial for cultivation. Xuan attempted to collect some broken star remnants, storing them in the completely repaired star trace tower, soon receiving feedback from its true spirit. These remnants could also be converted into star origin liquid, an unexpected delight. Refining the yuan chi of these stars himself would take considerable time, while star origin liquid could be directly absorbed, saving substantial effort. 3 years flew by in the blink of an eye. The fragments collected by Xuan had exceeded 10,000, with over 100 reaching 9th Order quality. Anticipably, he would not lack magical treasures after stepping into the 9th Order. With the twin supplements of immortal chi and star origin liquid, Xuan's cultivation progressed naturally, reaching the realm of 5 Tribulations true immortal perfection. His internal 5 elements were perfected, and the yin-yang dual chi was beginning to form, approaching the 6th Tribulation. For Immortal Path cultivators, crossing the yin-yang tribulations sequentially from within was far more perilous than the 5 elements' Great Tribulation. However, Xuan had no intention of proceeding step by step. He had comprehended the principles of yin-yang upon initially entering the qi refining lineage, and with deepening qi refining cultivation, he became well-versed in yin-yang dual qi. The yin-yang dual qi was already familiar to him, with his robust foundation of 5 elements perfection and the support of the repair panel. Simultaneously advancing through the yin-yang tribulations was feasible. This would be a leap to the realm of 7 tribulations, a rapid ascent that would exponentially boost his cultivation power 1,000-fold. However, this required careful preparation, an ample reserve of immortal qi and star origin liquid in addition to a solid foundation. The yin-yang tribulations came from within. Without the usual mighty blessings of heaven and earth, inadequate reserves would lead to his body and divine soul being drained by the tribulations. In such a case, Xuan himself would turn into pure yin-yang dual qi, merging into the cosmos. With years of experience, Xuan's courage grew, venturing closer to the boundary, an area devoid of living creatures, with occasional breaths surpassing 9th order. Whoosh, as a breeze whispered by, Xuan clung to the boundary, and in that instant, a thunderous explosion erupted deep within his mind, unleashing countless memory fragments. Time and space froze around him, his divine soul seemed to detach, floating into a vast, boundless void. A long river flowed beneath his feet. In that moment, Xuan glimpsed his past, present, and possibly future. Yet mostly fragmented memories. In the past, a figure shrouded in blood flames opened a door to the unknown, summoning a wisp of immortal light. In the future, the sound of space tearing echoed, vaguely familiar. You are nothing more than rotten wood and decaying grass to me. What right do you have to slay me? The voice and scene abruptly ceased. Xuan jolted awake on the boundary, looking up at the sky. A long river emerged above the boundary, and the recently seen martial ancestor, wielding a long staff, strode along the vast waters, stepping across the boundary into the vast universe. The ancient ancestor seen previously had vanished without a trace. Chapter 545-384, Advancing with Yin-Yang, A Step to Heaven. The martial ancestor entered the pass, and the previous ancient ancestor disappeared without a trace, with a foreseeable end. However, Xuan at this moment had no thoughts to care about these matters. He once again approached the boundary, extended his divine sense, and attempted to relive the sensation he had just experienced. In the previous vision, he seemed to see some very familiar figures, but recalling them now, they were filled with a sense of strangeness. It might be related to his past lives, and moreover, he had even seen parts of his future, but now he could recall none of it. Clinging to the boundary wall for a long time, Xuan ultimately was unable to feel the anomaly from before again. The cold temperature of the boundary wall seeped through his body, penetrating his limbs and bones, with the chill almost reaching his marrow. Thick evil qi lingered around the boundary, denser than within the vast universe itself. Ordinary true immortals coming here would find their immortal bodies unsustainable and quickly eroded. But for the repair panel, this place seemed extremely suitable. Compared to the vast universe, the daily repair count here increased by dozens of times. Xuan glanced from afar at the gap in the boundary and did not approach, retreating some distance, floating slowly towards the edge of the battlefield. Though he was somewhat curious about what lay beyond the boundary, it was not a place he could tread currently. The ancestral realm was unaffected by tribulation qi, a gathering place for the ancestral realm, where his risk of death was extreme. The anomaly he sensed earlier was likely related to time and space, as the boundary had merged with spacetime fragments, leading to such a change. However, this anomaly was evidently unstable, which is why it was interrupted by the arrival of a martial ancestor. The outcome of the battle between the martial ancestor and that ancient ancestor was unknown to Xuan, but since the martial ancestor had arrived, the remaining ancestor-level strongmen of the martial hall were probably close behind. The repair of the boundary should soon be on the agenda. After several more unsuccessful attempts, despite some regret, Xuan chose to temporarily leave the vicinity of the boundary. Over the years, his gains had been substantial enough. He could find a safe place to slowly digest and prepare for his breakthrough realm, Transcending the yin-yang dual tribulations wouldn't be a small matter and required a period of preparation. Moreover, during this period, he also needed to focus more attention on his avatar located in the Chaos Sea. After several consecutive hosts, as a Chuxing disguised as an armor demon, he had already attracted the attention of some strongmen from the 100 countries within the ancient crossing realm. The same name, the same appearance, coupled with the near impossible to conceal tribulations, the accumulated feuds from these hosts had already formed a significant problem. Chuxing needed to come up with new methods to preserve the identity of Armor Demon, to maximize the efficiency of these tribulations. Unless absolutely necessary, he would never abandon the avatar of the Armor Demon, as the tribulation efficiency was too high, saving him immense effort. Even if he had to leave the ancient crossing realm to go to other realms in the Chaos Sea, he would try to preserve this avatar. However, leaving the ancient crossing realm and lacking the appropriate heavenly Tao laws, it remained uncertain whether the Armor Demon could adapt to the heaven and earth laws of the other realms and maintain a high affinity with heaven and earth primordial qi. After drifting through chaotic space for nearly a year, Chuxing slowly retreated into a desolate star domain, where there was no immortal alliance. Heaven Gate and evil demons were active with dense evil qi. Chuxing paid no heed, found a meteor, and used the Earth Escape skill to enter its star core. After setting up numerous arrays to seal off his presence, he began a closed-door cultivation. His cultivation had already reached the 5 tribulations perfection, and he could break through at any time, but he had been intentionally suppressing it, waiting for the yin-yang dual qi within him to reach a certain balance. Now, with nearly sufficient reserves of star origin liquid and immortal qi, he could begin his first attempt. 5 elements into yin and yang. As his mind stirred slightly, the 5 internal organs simultaneously emanated immortal light, radiating in concert. 5-colored profound light of green, red, yellow, white, and black began gradually merging, quickly evolving into yin-yang dual qi. The moment the yin-yang dual qi appeared, Chuxing's cultivation broke through into the 6 tribulations realm, but this was merely the beginning, far from the end. Ordinary immortal path cultivators at this step would focus primarily on the kidneys and spleen, taking the reverse 5 elements path, first stimulating the yin qi within to trigger the yin tribulation and cross into the 6 tribulations realm. Enduring the pain of yin qi corroding the muscles and bones, yin would give rise to yang, activating the yang qi of the heart and lungs, triggering the yang tribulation and bearing the suffering of heart fire refining God, only then entering the realm of 7 tribulations. Now, Chuxing's state involved simultaneous movement of the 5 organs, yin and yang growing together, with heart fire and kidney yin qi rampaging within his body simultaneously. The interplay of yin and yang qi grew at an alarming rate, and within moments, nearly drained the foundation accumulated within Chuxing's 5 organs. Chuxing turned his palm and took out the star origin liquid, devouring it in large gulps, while simultaneously injecting thread after thread of previously drawn immortal qi into his body. The depleted 5 organs began absorbing and devouring the immortal qi and star origin liquid at an incredible rate, almost running on overload to process the incoming energy and refine it rapidly. Accordingly, the growth rate of the yin-yang dual qi became increasingly fierce. Yin qi sank, and damp cold invaded his internal organs, while the yang qi generated by the heart and lungs surged up to his heavenly spirit, flooding into his sea of consciousness, beginning to temper Chuxing's primordial spirit. The divine soul and spirit soul represented the utmost yin, and the blood qi and flesh represented the utmost yang. Using yin to suppress yang and using yang to suppress yin constituted the yin-yang tribulation. Chuxing was well prepared for this. The moment the yin-yang qi surged, the yin-yang spirit within his sea of consciousness acted simultaneously, splitting in 2 and starting to channel the rampaging yin-yang qi. The yin soul submerged, passing through the organs and bowels, channeling the yin qi, while the yang god sat firmly on the spirit platform, facing the surging yang fire with little effect. However, the state of Chuxing's physical body appeared somewhat critical. In just a short moment, his body visibly shriveled, with his internal organs almost hollowed out. Crossing 2 tribulations at once, achieving such a feat, even with the support of immortal qi and star origin liquid, seemed somewhat strained. After several days of wild rampaging, the yin-yang dual qi gradually began stabilizing. Xuan ultimately managed to persevere, without even needing to use the repair panel. As his cultivation grew, major changes also occurred within Xuan's cave heaven world. Bai Nian, who was reading ancient books, sensed something amiss, suddenly looked up, staring at the sky above. The resplendent great sun slowly emerged from the horizon, dyeing the sky red, with fiery clouds radiating outwards. On the other side, a bright moon rose, casting a sheet of moonlight, silvery frost covering the ground, reflecting off the ancient forest. Bai Nian, not fully versed in immortal path cultivation methods, nevertheless understood a thing or two about the basic rules of world evolution. The sun and moon contending for brilliance was clearly unusual. It was evident that Xuan was undertaking an extremely bold attempt. Chapter 546-385, 7 Tribulations True Immortal. The sun and moon shine together, accompanied by the descent of yin-yang dual qi, and vague signs of life begin to emerge between heaven and earth. The cave heaven world of an immortal path cultivator will gradually transform into a true great realm as one's cultivation advances. Noticing the extraordinary scene within the cave heaven, Xuan calmed his breath and began to harmonize the yin-yang dual qi within, setting the order of day and night. Now, his world already contains the 5 elements and yin-yang. Once yin and yang unify, myriad Tao laws can evolve, forming the embryonic shape of the heavenly Tao. The reason that the numerous great realms under the Immortal Alliance can remain stable like a rock is largely due to the true Immortals' understanding of the heavenly Tao laws, allowing them to manipulate heavenly fate at will. There is a similar process in the martial path, but relatively speaking, the martial path still focuses more on the cultivation of one's physical body and less on the research of Tao laws. In the 8th order domain, stars can still act as supplementary materials for cultivation, but upon reaching the 9th order, even stars can hardly provide energy for such powerful living creatures anymore. Even if there were hundreds or thousands of stars, it would be like a drop in the ocean. To significantly increase one's cultivation, apart from slow and daily cultivation, directly devouring a complete great realm is the fastest way. A complete great realm has perfect laws, able to continuously nurture living creatures. By directly absorbing it into one's body and assimilating it with one's cave heaven, one can directly gain the blessings of a great realm, greatly benefiting one's cultivation. The Immortal Alliance dispatches many 7 Tribulations and even 9 Tribulations true immortals to monitor various great realms, partly to allow these true immortals to experience the heaven and earth laws in advance. If one's talents are outstanding enough to step into the Immortal Venerable domain, the Immortal Alliance is very likely to grant the great realm they were guarding to them, enhancing their cultivation. If Zhao Tingxian had not been exposed back then, when he became an Immortal Venerable, the Cangyun realm would most likely have been bestowed upon him by the Immortal Alliance. Soon, under Chu Zheng's intervention, the silver light between heaven and earth gradually dimmed, the bright moon sank westwards, leaving only a blazing sun. However, with his current cultivation, it is still difficult to completely control the alternation of day and night. Each cycle requires an interval of 1,200 hours, which is 100 times that of a normal great realm. After separating day and night, Chu Zheng's cultivation seamlessly crossed into the 7 Tribulations true immortal realm. The immortal power within his body expanded by thousands of times, his internal organs suffused with immortal light, almost overturning the heavens and earth. In just a few days, Chu Zheng had crossed a distance that ordinary true immortals might not be able to cross in thousands of years. The star origin liquid and all the immortal qi accumulated beforehand were nearly depleted, equivalent to consuming the remnants of at least hundreds of lower to middle quality immortal treasures in one go. With such tremendous advancement, his qi refinement's cultivation had already fallen far behind. Having just broken through, Chu Zheng did not rush to leave seclusion but continued to stabilize his cultivation, shifting most of his consciousness to his avatar. Chaos Sea. Ancient Crossing Realm. In the bustling street, Chu Zheng slowly awakened. His current host is a boy of only 13 or 14 years, dressed in coarse clothes, his shoulder-length hair tied with a blood-stained kerchief, hunched over a black coffin, continuously tearing into a sheep leg, his mouth full of grease, like a fierce tiger. After digesting the experiences of his avatar over the past hundreds of years, Xuan couldn't help but sigh. Not long ago, his previous host had just died a violent death, stabbed to death on a cliff by a top expert from the Tiantong dynasty, his bones suppressed within an array, constantly guarded to ensure that Xuan would not resurrect again. Over the past few hundred years, Xuan had stirred up a storm in ancient crossing, causing a tremendous upheaval. Especially the Tiantong dynasty, which, upon receiving news of Xuan's appearance, would come swiftly and mercilessly. During multiple clashes, many strong figures of the Tiantong dynasty had died at Xuan's hands, with piled-up debts of blood and heaps of corpses. Several dynasties under its command had perished as a result, further escalating the conflict. Being a prominent ruler among the 100 countries, ranking 5th, the Tiantong dynasty could no longer tolerate Xuan's existence in the world. It was a great provocation, shaking the Tiantong dynasty's prestige among the 100 countries, causing panic among its subordinate states. Most notably, Xuan had been active in the ancient crossing realm for nearly 1,000 years, gathering a group of zealots loyal to him. This group of fanatics was Xuan's utterly unprincipled followers, more terrifying than the most maniacal incense spirituality devotees. By shaking the foundation of a dynasty with his own power, undying body had become synonymous with Xuan. Following Xuan offered the possibility of achieving immortality. Even now, at the cliff suppressing Xuan's bones, living creatures attempt day and night to seize the remains, hoping to resurrect Xuan and bring him back to the world. To this, Xuan's emotions had little fluctuation. As his avatar's tribulation years lengthened, he had witnessed too much of life and death. The living creatures who died at his hands were countless. Those who agreed to share their bodies with the armor demon to crawl back from the edge of death were mostly filled with resentment. With their increasing power, it was indeed difficult for them to become benevolent. Just like the young boy newly selected by the armor demon. Days before, the armor demon found him in a mountain forest, still breathing while being torn apart by a wild bear, unable to utter a sound. Faced with the armor demon's offered life-saving straw, the boy agreed without hesitation. After possessing his body, the armor demon learned about the boy's background. He was originally the son of a rural farmer, with an elder sister 3 years his senior, mother deceased early, and father toiling in the fields, aged and frail at over 40. The boy had no knowledge of literature, quickly forgetting the books he read. After a year in private school, barely able to read, he went to the city to find work, becoming an apprentice at a pharmacy. One day, the elder sister came to the pharmacy to deliver food and was spotted by Uncle Lin, who was accompanying his wife for a diagnosis. Within 3 days, the betrothal gift arrived at the boy's home. Uncle Lin was already 57 years old, making this marriage proposal rather absurd. But the Lin family was a local powerful family, owning 7/10 of the farmland outside the town, difficult to offend. The boy's father took out the family's savings and prepared a modest gift to return the betrothal. The Lin mansion accepted the gift, and the steward smiled as he escorted the boy's father out. Thought it was over, but on the way back home, the father encountered mountain bandits, hung dead on a tree in the wilderness, the body exposed for days before being discovered. Where these mountain bandits, who had been absent for decades, came from was obvious. Worried and fearful, the elder sister caught a cold and became bedridden. The boy went to the pharmacy for medicine but was rebuffed, and in desperation, went to the mountains to gather herbs, only to encounter the wild bear. When the boy and armor demon fully merged and returned home, only a scene of ruins remained. The charred body of the elder sister lay exposed under the remnants, with no one daring to collect it. Such a calamity, the cause and effect were clear without investigation. Today was Uncle Lin's 70th birthday, with guests coming and going, in great merriment. The boy chewed the lamb in his mouth, looking at the bustling scene of guests at the nearby Lin mansion, his eyes calm but filled with enough suppressed rage to burn the heavens. By noon, the boy swallowed the lamb, threw aside its cleaned bones, picked up the black coffin, and strode towards the crowded Lin mansion. "Sir," the lamb shop attendant chased for a few steps, stopping as he met the boy's gaze. "Your bill." The boy withdrew his gaze, walked straight ahead, and quietly replied, "I'll be right back." Chapter 547-386, Irrepressible Killing Nature. In such a remote village, a martial artist with basic skills could open a school and recruit many disciples, while those who practiced cultivation were nothing short of legendary. Reaching the age of 70 is rare. For mere mortals without the path to cultivation, living past 70 was rather uncommon. The front gate of the Lin mansion had been newly painted, lanterns and banners were hung in celebration. Esteemed guests from all over the city had gathered, bringing gifts, including treasures that were extraordinarily rare for common folk. Jewels and silks abounded. Many had not even been granted the privilege to enter the mansion, handing over their gifts at the entrance and leaving promptly. The value of the gifts was of little concern, what mattered was the act of giving, as failing to do so could lead to dire consequences. Outside, the crowd was bustling. Behind the thick green stone walls within the courtyard, melodious opera tunes were already floating in the air. Soon, a servant of the Lin family, who was welcoming guests at the gate, noticed a young man carrying a black coffin approaching. The servant's face changed instantly. "How dare you? Today is a great celebration for our master, you scoundrel, why bring such misfortune?" As they spoke, two servants quickly stepped forward, raising their hands to push him away. The young man's steps did not falter in the slightest, a fierce wind swirling around him out of nowhere. Thud, the two advancing servants were sent flying over 10 feet, crashing through the vermilion gates, smashing into the green stone wall inside, their bones shattered and flesh turned to mud. Crash, bricks and stones collapsed and scattered, revealing the courtyard scene in an instant. Cries of alarm sounded repeatedly, and the music abruptly ceased. The people at the gate scattered like birds and beasts, while the numerous guests inside the courtyard, along with all the members of the Lin family, turned their gaze toward the entrance. The young man stepped over the threshold, treading on the fragments of stone and bloodied mud, and walked into the courtyard. He set down the black coffin and slowly pushed open the lid. Inside the coffin, there was no corpse, only a 3-foot mountain opening saber with a broken blade. "Today, I've come for vengeance. All those bearing the surname Lin must die, others may leave." The young man took the saber from the coffin, glanced around, his eyes filled with undisguised killing intent. "After a cup of tea, anyone remaining will be killed." As his words fell, all eyes turned to the high platform opposite the courtyard gate. On the platform were only a few seats, occupied by the most distinguished individuals of the city, naturally including Uncle Lin from the Lin family. At this moment, he had already recognized the young man's face, cold sweat dripping from his forehead, and he hurriedly pleaded to the person beside him, "Governor, this wretched villain, please dispatch troops quickly to capture him, to prevent harm to the people." Seated next to Old Master Lin, the city's governor glanced at the shattered green stone wall, then quietly stood up. Whispering a few words to the secretary beside him, he left the Lin mansion swiftly under the protection of several attendants, passing the young man on his way out. Upon seeing this, the guests in the courtyard stood up one after another, hurriedly running toward the exit, not daring to stay a moment longer. The young man casually stopped a few of them, whispering, "You all stay here and watch. If anyone from the Lin family escapes, I will bury your entire families with them." His eyes were filled with fierce light, without the slightest hesitation. Those few were frightened to the core, not daring to disobey at all. They stood by the door, watching the escaping opera troupe and guests intently, not daring to blink. Perhaps it was because their families' lives were at stake. One of them spoke up timidly, "The Lin family has a back door." The young man did not respond, sitting silently by the coffin. After more than 10 breaths, the guests who had tried to escape through the back door hurriedly returned to the courtyard. The side doors had been completely blocked, leaving the front gate as the only exit from the Lin mansion. Outside the Lin mansion, the governor finally exhaled in relief as he sat in his sedan chair, speaking lazily, back to the governor mansion. The sedan chair wobbled as it was lifted, and the secretary walked alongside, inquiring softly through the sedan curtain, "Sir, the man just now was no ordinary individual. How many troops should be mobilized? Should we report this to higher authorities?" "What troops?" A light snort came from within the sedan, this is a matter the Lin family brought upon themselves. It has nothing to do with me. The secretary did not ask further, only softly praising, Your Excellency is wise. That green stone wall is at least 3 feet thick. It couldn't be moved by human strength alone. That boy carrying the coffin must have already reached a stage where he possesses divine power for protection, which we mere mortals can't interfere with. The governor's voice carried a hint of solemnity as he spoke softly, once the boy leaves, send 2 battalions to seal off the area within 50 feet of the Lin mansion, confiscate their property and burn the bodies, ensuring no one survives. Once we return, you need to write a seal, immediately seizing all Lin family properties in the city to prevent anyone from taking advantage during the chaos. Understood. The secretary responded softly, then asked, how should this matter be recorded in the official documents? In the 9th year of Fengyuan, spring, March, over 1,000 mountain bandits attacked the city. The local gentry Lin family unfortunately suffered a calamity. Governor Yuji led the city guard in a desperate defense, ultimately repelling the bandits. When clearing the bodies, remember to leave some heads and later write a memorial to request rewards for the soldiers. Your Excellency is wise. The secretary replied respectfully and then ran to the governor mansion. In just the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, the once lively Lin mansion was plunged into silence. But the courtyard was still filled with people. As a prominent local family, the Lin family kept nearly 200 powerful servants, and with 5 generations living together, their numbers had already exceeded 100. Now, the Lin mansion still had hundreds of people, with over 100 powerful servants all holding weapons. But at this moment, none dared to speak. The young man's gaze fell upon Uncle Lin's face, sneering, not even attempting to argue, you look guilty through and through. As his words faded, he strode forward, plunging into the crowd like a tiger among sheep. The 3-foot mountain opening saber cut through them like hot knives through butter. The powerful servants fell one after another like wild grass by the roadside, and in the blink of an eye, the courtyard was a river of blood. In just a few dozen breaths, the courtyard was filled with corpses. A moment later, the young man emerged from the backyard. The entire Lin family, from Old Master Lin, who had just celebrated his 70th birthday today, to the infants in their swaddling clothes, had all met their ends in the Yellow Springs. Uncle Lin was the last survivor. He had his 5 limbs severed, clutched in the young man's hand, his eyes vacant, his breath faint. How could your miserable life ever atone for the crimes you've committed? The young man's gaze held a deep dissatisfaction. Now everything he had done was beyond reparation, serving only as a vent for his wrath. After a while, the young man decapitated Uncle Lin and walked outside. On the green brick wall, he left a line of blood-dipped words, Killer, Xuan, staring at the writing, the young man's eyes reddened, and he wrote another line, Whoever collects the corpses within 3 days shall die too. Throwing down the severed head, the young man returned to the mutton shop, tossed a handful of blood-stained copper coins, and strode away. As the armored demon's order increased and its fusion with its host deepened, all the young man's emotions were revealed within Chu Zhang's perception. Sensing the young man's rapidly growing killing intent, Chu Zhang sighed softly. The desire to kill had been unleashed without restraint. Even if someone wanted to guide him back to the right path, it would be too late. The rapidly increasing cultivation would not give him time to adapt but would further magnify this killing intent. The qi refining technique differed from other Dao, interacting with the world's most essential energy. All thoughts in one's heart would be magnified, especially greed, anger, and obsession. This is why the Dao must not be lightly imparted. When Chu Zhang first started his cultivation, he obsessed over leaving his name in history, as his obsession with fame had been greatly magnified. Today's victims, many were undoubtedly innocent. But under the blade of a vengeful murderer, what use was innocence? In the future, there would be even more innocent people losing their lives because of this. The annihilation of the Lin family, due to the governor's deliberate suppression, did not spread and soon became mere gossip. Nobody cared about the inside story. A powerful clan had fallen, and naturally, a vast amount of resources needed to be reallocated and reshuffled. The name Chu Zhang was quickly forgotten by people. Fortunately, the current host situation was still relatively safe. But this did not last long. The young man journeyed north, drawing his blade at every setback, killing people and leaving his name behind. Within a few years, Xuan quickly gained fame, soon entering the dynasty capital city. His actions reached higher echelons, quickly alarming several cultivation realms and then spreading to the 100 countries, stirring up a storm. Xuan has appeared again? His body is still suppressed at Divine Deer Cliff, guarded personally by people from the Tiantong dynasty. How can he resurrect? Could this person be an enraged ghost from the Yellow Springs, possessing human bodies, capable of continuous resurrection? Compared to the shock in the 100 countries, those following Xuan in cultivation had already taken action, converging towards the source of the news. The news of Xuan's resurrection quickly spread to the Tiantong dynasty, causing a massive uproar. Top experts set out in full force to track down Xuan. Xuan had a slight sense of the outside commotion. His tribulation chi was increasing at an astonishing rate, indicating an impending change. Xuan did not intend to interfere, as this host's killing intent was hard to suppress. He could only wait for the host's death and then find the next host. The armored demon and the host were symbiotic, not hierarchically related, and did not have the ability to control the body alone for long. Therefore, it was difficult for him to alter the host's actions significantly. Forced control would be temporary, treating the symptoms but not the root cause. To endure tribulations, one must gain while giving up something. Fortunately, the host's integration with the armor demon was not yet perfect, and his appearance hadn't changed, preventing immediate recognition. In the blink of an eye, several months passed. Unexpectedly to Xuan, the host's tribulation chi, after reaching a certain level, stagnated. It was about to form a tribulation but far from reaching the death tribulation stage. This unusual situation was likely because someone was shielding him from the tribulation. But without prior contact, who would block a tribulation for Xuan? This was beyond Xuan's imagination. In a situation without any kin or relatives, who would block tribulation for Xuan? As he pondered, the host had already entered another city, wandering aimlessly. A newly built temple on the roadside suddenly caught Xuan's attention. He forcibly suppressed the host's consciousness, putting it to sleep, and took full control of the body, heading towards the temple. Xuanchu Taoist Temple, the 5 gilded characters on the plaque made Xuan's breath slightly heavier. Crossing the threshold, the golden body standing inside the temple came into view, looking exactly like his own main body. Other than Taoist Venerable Xuanchu, no one else was present. In an instant, Xuan realized why the host's tribulation chi had stopped growing. It was because Taoist Venerable Xuanchu's followers had entered the realm, and the incense divine statue likely caught the attention of some powerful individuals. Some might have already set their target on Taoist Venerable Xuanchu. Xuan became a synonym, no longer as important, hence the stagnation in tribulation chi growth. Xuanchu Taoist divine statue, 5th order golden body of a divine lord realm incense spiritual being, can slightly increase the cultivation speed of creatures at 4th order or below. Devout worship has a chance of receiving divine blessings. Reading the information from the divine statue, Xuan felt a shock. The last time he saw the golden body of Taoist Venerable Xuanchu in the Spirit Moon Great Realm, he was merely at the Great Saint Heavenly Venerate Realm, equivalent to an Immortal Tao Immortal Venerable. Great Saint Heavenly Venerate was a title, above that was the Void God Realm, and above Void God was Divine Lord. In just over 2,000 years in the Chaos Sea, Taoist Venerable Xuanchu had crossed 2 major realms, becoming an incense spiritual being at the Divine Lord Realm, comparable to an Immortal Tao Immortal King level giant. This maddeningly fast progress made Xuan envious. Xuan silently watched from the side of the temple for several days, noticing numerous people coming to worship, but none were true believers and could not trigger any divine phenomena. Until a cultivator who had reached the 7th order perfection realm entered the temple. A 7th order perfection cultivator was a rare powerhouse in the 100 countries, capable of shouldering the burden of an entire dynasty. At this moment, he was visibly excited, kneeling respectfully before the divine statue of Taoist Venerable Xingqiu, offering a grand prayer. Your subordinate Chu Yeshan pays homage to Taoist Venerable. Though he did not use the god-worshipping method to pray, his devout faith still triggered a reaction from the Taoist's golden body. A soft golden light descended, and the incense spirituality bestowed a blessing, instantly breaking Chu Yeshan's cultivation bottleneck, advancing him to the 8th order. Witnessing this scene, Chu Jing fell into silence and slowly exited the temple. This scenario was unlikely limited to this place alone. Chu Jing's fanatical followers could instantly transform into fanatical believers of Taoist Venerable Xingqiu. The impact created by previous hosts was now being fully inherited by Taoist Venerable Xingqiu, as if offering a wedding dress. Chu Jing had no means to counter this. An incense spiritual being comparable to an immortal king-level giant could dominate most of the great realms in the Chaos Sea. Going further, it could even reverse causality within the space-time domain. Buzz, just as Chu Jing exited the temple, the sky above broke apart, stirring up a massive tempest. More than 10 figures emerged from the void, led by a middle-aged man clad in a martial robe, unmistakably from the Tiantong dynasty. He said nothing, directly attacking the temple with a striking palm. Inside the temple, Chu Yeshan's face changed dramatically, ready to rise, but an invisible force kept him pinned down. Desecrating a deity, a capital offense. The cold divine voice echoed in the void, causing the entire world to freeze. The more than 10 cultivators from the Tiantong dynasty were seized with terror, their expressions frozen. Crack, crack, the sky shattered over millions of miles as a giant hand descended from the cosmos, covering the sky with thunder and flames, with stardust swirling in the palm, slowly falling. Chu Jing's breath caught. This was not a manifestation of divine skills through the golden body but a more direct and violent cross-realm strike. The ancient crossing realm couldn't nurture immortal king-level powerhouses, even those in the 9 realms were rare, and Xingqiu's current strength was overwhelmingly superior, impossible to resist. Bang, bang. Blood waves splattered the void, and the more than 10 cultivators were turned to ashes without any resistance in an instant. After obliterating the group of cultivators, the giant hand did not dissipate. It moved through the void like a moon in the water, pushing towards the distance. Chu Jing glanced up, his heart skipping a beat. The direction was towards the Tiantong dynasty. Chapter 549-388, God's Majestic Presence, Devouring Worlds. The giant palm covered the sky and swept across the sky, startling more than half of the ancient crossing realm. Within the 100 countries, once invincible powerhouses all lay dormant, not daring to make the slightest move, their hearts trembling. The barriers of the great realm were completely torn apart, and the heavenly laws were in disarray, lightning and fire appearing. The heavenly Tao true spirit revived, attempting to repel the intruder, but the fragile laws were as futile as a praying mantis trying to stop a chariot, unable to impede Taoist Venerable Xingqiu in the slightest. In just a moment, the giant palm had arrived above a huge city. This place was the imperial city of the Tiantong dynasty. The palm's imprint obscured the light of the great sun, plunging the world into dusk in an instant, a long night of darkness where one couldn't see their own hand. The array covering the imperial city gradually lit up. However, before the array could fully unfold, the giant palm had already pressed down. The void under the palm's canopy was locked and completely sealed, leaving no way in or out. Within the imperial city, chaos reigned. Many powerhouses wanted to forcibly open space channels to escape, but they suddenly discovered that what once seemed like a fragile void now felt as if it had been forged from immortal gold, with no gaps to be found. Inside the imperial palace, including the emperor of the Tiantong dynasty, a group of top powerhouses gathered around an elderly man in white, their expressions solemn. The old man's face was full of wrinkles, his hair and beard white, his eyes slightly closed. He held a piece of mystic turtle spirit armor, and blood patterns seeped from his forehead, as if a heavenly eye had opened, his gaze wandering through invisible threads of fate. The powerhouses held their breath, not daring to make the slightest noise. In the face of such a desperate situation, even with their extraordinary cultivation, They could only pin their hopes on the elusive deductions in hopes of finding a sliver of life. Crack, with a light sound, the mystic turtle spirit armor in the old man's hands shattered, and the blood patterns on his forehead crumbled, spreading like ink in water, trickling down his eyes and nose. The old man slowly opened his eyes, a trace of sigh in his cloudy eyes. Our dynasty has come to an end. With these words, the old man's white-haired head slowly drooped, and he passed away. Deducing from the heavenly secrets was already going against the heavens, involving the space-time domain and, without sufficient cultivation, the price was even more severe. Seeing this, the others fell into silence, one by one closing their eyes slowly. Boom, the vast dome above cracked with countless fissures, the falling dust and rubble obscuring the figures of the powerhouses in the hall. Boom. The Tiantong dynasty, which had suppressed the world for 1,000,000 years, turned to dust in the blink of an eye. The entire imperial city, along with the surrounding region, was driven into the earth abyss, leaving no trace. In a city billions of miles away, Xuan watched as the giant palm fell and disappeared without a trace. Under close perception, he didn't sense any fluctuating energy breath. This indicated that Taoist Venerable Xingqiu's power didn't leak or waste even a tiny bit. His control over divine power had reached the transformation realm. However, he could already guess the fate of the Tiantong dynasty. Looking at the distant temple, Xuan took a deep breath and turned away. No matter what, the trouble he wanted to solve had now been addressed by Taoist Venerable Xingqiu. By a twist of fate, Taoist Venerable Xingqiu had become the one to ward off calamity for him, which was a good thing for his main body. At least for the time being, he would no longer need to worry about the issue of tribulation qi. However, the future issue was if Taoist Venerable Xingqiu would, upon suspecting something, want to eliminate the root of this tribulation qi. This was an unknown. Just a few steps out, the yuan qi in the world had slight ripples. Chu Zhang's heart moved slightly, and he looked up at the sky. The sky, like shattered glazed glass, layers peeling away, and cracks spilling billions of rays of starlight. The clouds veiling the sky were torn apart by invisible colossal strength, revealing the deep star sea rolling behind, with the remnants of countless stars faintly visible. After a moment, a heavenly ladder extended down from the depths of the starry sky. A group of living creatures appeared at the end of the ladder, stepping on the light and arriving in an instant, carrying on their heads a divine altar spanning tens of thousands of miles. On top of the divine altar stood a towering golden body, with incense fire divine power forming clouds, inhaling and exhaling starlight, exuding immense divine might. Taoist Venerable Xingqiu's golden body, ninth order, the golden body of a divine lord realm incense spirituality, primarily forged from 9 orifice chaos spirit jade, can greatly increase the cultivation speed of devotees. Sincere worship grants the blessing of the deity, can spiritually awaken and manifest divine might, exerting 70% of the divine lord realm's combat power. Seeing the information of the golden body, Chu Zhang's breath stalled. This level of golden body, even if not the strongest of Taoist Venerable Xingqiu, was certainly among the top. His gaze moved to the group of living beings carrying the divine altar, and soon, various pieces of information flooded in. Yun Tian Shu, 8th Order Bone Age 140,300 years, Heavenly Talisman Tao Cultivator, Cultivation Level 8th Order 7th Layer, Shadow Falling Realm, Beta Divine Sect, Peak Master of Tianshu Peak, Main Cultivation Method Myriad Phenomena Star Scripture, True Believer under Taoist Venerable Xingqiu. Lei Yidan, 9th Order Bone Age 370,950 years, Dream Observation Tao Cultivator, Cultivation Level 9th Order 1st Layer, Deputy Sect Master of the Great Dream Immortal Sect, Lord of Illusion Realm, Main Cultivation Method Nightmare Scripture, Initial Traces of Tao in the Body, True Believer under Taoist Venerable Xingqiu. Lu Qingya, 9th Order Bone Age 429,100 years, Spirit Wood Tao Cultivator, Cultivation Level 9th Order 1st Layer, Heavenly Phoenix Realm, Palace Master of Featherwood Divine Palace, Main Cultivation Method Green Cloud Longevity Technique, Fully Formed Traces of Tao in the Body, True Believer under Taoist Venerable Xingqiu. Shi Lianhuang, Ninth Order Bone Age 1,987,600 years, Nirvana Dao Cultivator, Cultivation Level 9th Order 2nd Layer, Nonly Realm, Heaven Burning Pavilion, Flame Pool Guardian Divine Beast, Main Body is Lihua Divine Phoenix, Main Cultivation Method Heavenly Fire Glaze Scripture, possesses dual traces of Dao, fanatical believer under Taoist Venerable Xingqiu. Seeing these people's information, Chu Zheng's heart shook violently. None of these people had cultivation below the 8th order, and apart from their cultivation, most held high positions in various realms. He even saw several cultivators from the Spirit Moon Great Realm. He found it hard to imagine what means Taoist Venerable Xingqiu had used to turn 9th order living creatures into his believers. Having reached this level of cultivation, their determination was far beyond ordinary living creatures' imagination. They couldn't possibly be easily swayed by external things. Moreover, among these believers, many were fanatical believers, which meant they could die for Taoist Venerable Xingqiu at any time. Coming back to himself, Chu Zheng's expression changed slightly. Simply spreading faith and gathering believers didn't require so many powerhouses to act. These believers must have come for the ancient crossing realm. Apparently, the previous slow development of believers was no longer enough to satisfy Taoist Venerable Xingqiu's appetite. He aimed to devour the entire great realm, turning the ancient crossing realm into his divine kingdom. The recent dramatic action was probably also to warn the many living creatures of the ancient crossing realm, making it easier for his believers to take over the 100 countries later on. Having gained considerable power and many followers, his methods were far more direct and decisive than Chu Zheng had anticipated. As he was lost in thought, the golden body standing on the divine altar suddenly moved. The colossal head turned slowly, its somewhat vacant gaze looking in Chu Zheng's direction. Chapter 550-389, Repairing the Boundary. Noticing the movement of Taoist Venerable Xingqiu's golden body, Chu Zheng met the incoming gaze with a calm expression. Taoist Venerable Xingqiu had clearly already detected his presence, so there was no need to hide any longer. Besides, he was also very curious to know the current state of Taoist Venerable Xingqiu, whether friend or foe. He had too many questions about this incense fire god who had separated from his own body. Boom, a dull thunderous sound echoed above the sky. The golden body, high on the altar, made a move and descended on clouds, heading straight for Chu Zheng. Chu Zheng's heartstrings tightened slightly as he watched the golden body gradually approach. The divine might mixed with incense fire willpower transformed into a peculiar aroma, drifting to him first and instantly relaxing his entire body. Many living creatures in the city involuntarily prostrated themselves, performing grand rites of worship. Radiant divine light spread from the golden body, bestowing blessings upon all the worshippers, curing all ailments and even advancing their cultivation by a step. Seeing this, the cultivators who had been merely observing also kneeled and worshipped. A visible wave of incense fire willpower surged up instantly, enveloping the entire city. Many powerful figures beneath the altar, like gods standing among clouds, accepted the worship of the followers alongside Taoist Venerable Xingqiu. Taoist Venerable Xingqiu's golden body, with its usual indifferent expression, slowly walked towards Chu Zheng. Chu Zheng's breathing became slightly rapid, tinged with an almost imperceptible hint of anticipation. Several breaths later, Taoist Venerable Xingqiu passed over Chu Zheng's head, without even a sidelong glance, and continued straight towards the sky. Countless strands of golden patterns bloomed beneath him, forming a divine ladder reaching towards the end of the heavens. In a blink of an eye, Taoist Venerable Xingqiu's figure disappeared, and the multitude of followers dispersed instantly. For a while, Chu Zheng stood dumbfounded, unable to recover his senses. He had thought of many possible scenarios for his meeting with Taoist Venerable Xingqiu. But he never expected that Taoist Venerable Xingqiu would simply ignore his existence, only giving him a brief glance with no further action. What did this mean? Though the gap between their current cultivation levels was indeed staggering, such a completely indifferent response seemed rather too flat. For a moment, Chu Zheng felt indescribable emotions, even a hint of inexplicable disappointment. Taoist Venerable Xingqiu was a part of him that had been cut off, an extension of his own body. Now it felt like a severed hand growing legs and running off on its own, an eerie feeling. However, from another perspective, Xuan could at least be sure of one thing: Taoist Venerable Xingqiu harbored no malice towards him. Of course, there was also no sign of benevolence, as if he had truly become an emotionless incense fire deity. Discussions gradually arose around, mostly marveling at the divine power of Taoist Venerable Xingqiu. Xuan looked around, a stirring emerged from deep within him. The consciousness of his host was about to awaken. He relinquished control of his physical body, allowing his host's consciousness to take over, sinking his own consciousness to reflect quietly. Judging by the earlier actions of the followers, today's invasion of the ancient crossing realm was clearly not a coincidence but a well-prepared plan. Suddenly, Xuan realized something, forming some guesses. The frequency of his encounters with Taoist Venerable Xingqiu was unusually high. The Chaos Sea was incredibly vast, making such random meetings highly improbable. Taoist Venerable Xingqiu's journey to the ancient crossing realm was likely intended specifically for this encounter. The question was, what benefit could this hold for Taoist Venerable Xingqiu? The only advantage seemed to be helping him fend off tribulations, which made Xuan ponder more. The relationship between Taoist Venerable Xingqiu and the Ancestral Tao, and the relationship between the Ancestral Tao and himself, was now very unclear. From the Moonlight Immortal Ancestor, he knew that the repair panel was the Tao seed, and the Tao seed could not be removed or grafted, indicating that his previous life was indeed in the ancestral realm. He had no memory of this, likely due to being cleansed during reincarnation. Could his past life have been Taoist Venerable Xingqiu? Or even, the Ancestral Tao? Although the timing of the Ancestral Tao's death did not align with his birth, it could be that the timing of the death news was inaccurate. The path of reincarnation had disappeared without a trace since the birth of the vast universe, making it impossible for even those in the ancestral realm to explore past causes and effects. For Xuan now, it was even more remote. The good news for him was that he no longer needed to worry about protecting this incarnation. With a powerful deity comparable to an immortal king leading the way, Xuan would no longer be troubled by tribulation chi for a long time, and could even save the effort of having his incarnation undergo tribulations. With Taoist Venerable Xingqiu here, even if Xuan caused great trouble in the ancient crossing realm, the tribulation chi would be hard to lose control, so he could safely focus on improving his cultivation. Unless one day, Taoist Venerable Xingqiu could no longer hold on, which would naturally bring an uncontrollable disaster. In the following days, Xuan hid within the host's body, quietly observing the developments in the ancient crossing realm. As he had previously thought, Taoist Venerable Xingqiu's methods were domineering and straightforward, intervening across realms and shattering the Tiantong dynasty, causing alarm in the 100 countries. Seizing the turmoil among the people's hearts, numerous followers of his began to take over the 100 countries, spreading faith widely, and building countless temples. During this process, Xuan frequently heard news about Taoist Venerable Xingqiu. He had expended vast amounts of divine power to manifest divine might, granting numerous blessings to followers without regard for the cost, quickly establishing a firm foothold in the ancient crossing realm, with incense fire willpower growing daily. There were quite a number of nations unwilling to believe in Taoist Venerable Xingqiu, encountering some resistance during this time, but such small waves were quickly suppressed with the example of the Tiantong dynasty. As a result, as many as 13 dynasties were annihilated, including 2 emperor dynasties. Thus, among the 6 great emperors of the ancient crossing realm who had ruled for ages and eyed the 100 countries, over half were wiped out due to Taoist Venerable Xingqiu. Taoist Venerable Xingqiu had never personally taken action. His followers had already spread his name throughout the 8 desolates and 4 seas. As Taoist Venerable Xingqiu's territory expanded, the tribulation chi beside Xuan's host not only did not increase but began to dissipate rapidly, almost completely vanishing. Seeing this, Xuan did not linger any longer, returning his consciousness to his main body, as he had just crossed the yin-yang tribulations and needed to stabilize his cultivation. Originally coming here to solve the predicament of his incarnation, he had unexpectedly resolved everything without having to do anything. Boundary. At the gap in the ancient bronze boundary wall stood two figures. Immortal light and blood chi condensed into divine flame, intertwined, transforming into gleaming colors. The ancestral Tao is dead, now in the great universe, none can fill the void. I had thought Taixuan could recreate the ancestral Tao's deeds, but even that still falls far short, unable to form a Tao seal. Even as a Daluo golden. Immortal, strength has its limits. The immortal ancestor sighed softly, with a hint of helplessness in the gaze. Martial ancestor, do you have any good plans? The martial ancestor, his head lowered, gazed at the heaven pass with an indifferent expression. The Tao seal is shattered, I will use my flesh and blood to fill the void and gather a martial seal. That will suffice. The ancient martial ancestor's possession of heaven and earth creation was just over 30%, now he held 3/10 of the heavenly fate, with nearly a third of the great universe's origin in his hands. Reforming heaven and earth creation was just a flick away. Are you about to set off? The immortal ancestor's eyes moved slightly. Your lifespan has long since been exhausted. Previously staying in this world was to wait for the right time. Has that time now arrived? I can wait no longer. The end is here. The martial ancestor shook his head slightly, a sense of desolation in his expression. My master once told me that after eons, heaven and earth would be united, all paths would have vitality, there would be no more Tao wars, no more struggling for heavenly fate, and even without hard efforts, the heavenly Tao would still favor us. Cultivation would no longer face tribulation, resources would be boundless, yin-yang would be orderly, life and death clear, past and present traceable, one would know their origin upon birth and their destination upon death. For that day, my master chose to betray the martial path, defied heaven, assisted Jingchu, burned all his essence blood to open the gate of spacetime, seeking aid from the ages to come, creating the Daluo golden immortal rejected by the heavenly Tao, thus paving a path for the chi refining lineage. The immortal ancestor's pupils contracted slightly, moved by the information, which he had never heard before. The martial ancestor continued without concern for his reaction. Ultimately, I could not wait for that future my master hoped for. My master sought to prevent us from being like we are now, rootless wanderers only knowing to struggle for heavenly fate, unable to rest in peace even after death, falling into the universe, possibly even killing our kin and descendants in the future. As the words fell, the martial ancestor's eyes reddened slightly. My master perished in the fissures of time's transition, all traces swallowed by the river of time. As a disciple, I can't even remember my master's face and voice. I lived in vain. After a long while, the martial ancestor's breath gradually steadied. In a moment, I will repair the boundary. After my death, please inter me in the Bone Valley and send me off. It's a small effort. The immortal ancestor nodded with a heavy tone. I have something to ask, and hope you will not hesitate to enlighten me. Speak freely, the martial ancestor said softly. As one on the brink of death, I can help you little, but if you have questions, lay them out. The Holy Spirit Plate, it is both the supreme treasure for positioning in spacetime and the key to controlling the boundary wheel. It is extremely important to the Immortal Alliance. Without it, operating the boundary wheel would become troublesome. The immortal ancestor spoke gravely, with a hint of confusion in his tone. I do not ask for its immediate return, but could you tell me why you took the Holy Spirit Plate? Even using the candle star as a guise, why such a large detour? Although the Holy Spirit Plate could open the boundary gate at any time, connecting two realms, it held no use for the martial ancestor. Out of all your questions, you asked the one that cannot be answered. Upon hearing this, the martial ancestor's lips twitched slightly, speaking bitterly. When the Holy Spirit Plate activates, you will naturally understand. Don't worry, it won't be long. At that time it will return to its rightful owner.